tickets and I got non-refundable tickets. The flight was only $22.40. I bought it with miles. $11.
Okay, I was gonna say you playing Spirit or what?
No. American Airlines, and it's funny because Gabby was the one that helped me plan it, and Gabby goes, "But Dad, it's only an extra 30,000 miles, and you get to go in first class." I'm like, it's okay.
Keep the miles earlier. Thank you very much.
But yeah, so and then last night Gabby's like, "I have a sore throat." I'm like, "Fuck, don't fuck up my trip now."
No tenía la casa.
Never. Everyone's vaccinated, even the kids. But Brian had it. Because él sí, a un primer momento dijo, I'm not going to get vaccinated. I believe in that, ¿sabes? Long-term effect, lo que diga él. Pero I think he's going to have to. Because
hiring a stylist. I didn't know you had taken. I didn't know you had a. I didn't know you had gone full. You had somebody on payroll. Hey, Patty. Good morning. Well, I want everybody to know that we are super blessed to have Patty now as part of the mayor's office. I want you to know that. No, she's helping us out a little bit. We had to get rid of. Mr. Clerk, you ready? All right, let's get this meeting started. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone and welcome all of you to the Tuesday, January 25th, 2022 meeting. It's a pleasure, and as always, we welcome your discourse. We welcome everyone to enjoy today's commission meeting. We hope that it's a fruitful one. It's a pleasure now to start this morning off with Bishop Wayne Wright from St. Philip's Episcopal Church. Bishop Wright, good morning and welcome to the City of Coral Gables Commission. Thank you for being here today. Please join us.
Good morning, everyone. Before we pray, I just want to extend a word of greeting from St. Philip's Episcopal Church, just down on Coral Way. My wife, Holly, and I are so honored to be their guests this winter. I served as the Bishop of Delaware for almost 20 years before I retired. And we so appreciate the hospitality, the beauty, and the welcome that your city has extended to us, and have come to enjoy the 200 students at St. Philip's School, the 800 members of the congregation, and they extend their greetings through me. And thank you for your service, and we are so delighted to be your guests here in Coral Gables this winter. And it's certainly, even though it's cold here today, it's a lot warmer than it is in Wilmington, Delaware. So we're so glad to be here with you. Let us pray. Oh God, you have safely brought us to the beginning of this new day. Open our eyes to see the beauty which surrounds us in this city of Coral Gables. Its extraordinary natural setting, the hard work, the creativity, and the investment of those who built it, the diligence, dedication, and care of those who lead and guide it. Bless all who live here, those who visit from other places, our children and families, their schools, preschools, and childcare, our senior citizens, service workers, first responders, all who protect us through their service, and especially in these days, our medical professionals. Bless today this commission as it meets here. May their time together be dedicated to the common good of us all, enlivened by a spirit of wisdom and good judgment, all they do. And at the end of the day, bring that sense of satisfaction and accomplishment that comes from a task faithfully achieved. Amen.
Amen. Bishop Wright, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and the worshipers on behalf of the city. I would like for you to send a message to the members of St. Philip's Episcopal Church, one of the best schools located here in South Florida. What you're providing, the services that you're providing, you're a great partner to the city of Coral Gables, and I only hear great things from my friends who have their children at that school and who worship at that school, and from the neighbors who really enjoy your presence. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to having you again. Before we give the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to just give a brief comment. In the past week, we have seen how 7 police officers from Washington, D.C. to New York City to Texas have paid the ultimate sacrifice. These tragic incidents serve as a stark reminder of the many challenges that the men and women in blue can face day in and day out as they work to keep us safe. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor the lives of the officers lost in the line of duty and their families who will forever carry the burden of their sacrifice. We are forever in the gratitude and appreciate the dedication shown by those who wear the uniform. A special thanks to the officers of the City of Coral Gables Police Department for always protecting and serving our wonderful community. Thank you and God bless. the Police Department of the City of Coral Gables. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam City Attorney, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, Mayor. Please place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to the presentation and protocol documents, we have one item today. Item A2 has been deferred, so we move on to item A1. Mr. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. It's my distinct honor to introduce to you our selection for Firefighter of the Year, Lieutenant Bronkhorst. Can you come over? He was selected. He was charged with completely re-engineering and reimagining our standard operating procedures, training, and testing for the rank of driver engineer. He was given a vision and very little direction. He took ownership of that task. He put himself through the same classes that we were asking our firefighters to do. He put himself through the same certifications. And then he benchmarked with other departments that he felt were going to have a significant impact on how we did business. We do great acts every day, but his commitment to excellence and his dedication to bettering our department is something that I believe he's built a legacy on. So for that reason, he is our firefighter of the month, or excuse me, of the year, rather. I could tell you that if we had an award for work ethic, for self-direction, and for commitment to excellence, there'd be two of these trophies up here today. So Lieutenant Bronkhorst is our firefighter of the year. Congratulations.
I'd just like to thank everyone that was involved with the program, but I'd like to especially thank Chief De La Rosa and the command staff. Again, like he stated, that I went through classes, and he made sure that I was able to have time to go to those classes and provided those classes for me. Also, all the equipment that we needed, and they made sure that they found it. I'd also like to thank the guys that I work with every day in professional standards for implementing everything that we did through training and testing. So thanks again. It's a great honor.
Can we take a quick picture?
Billy, you get to carry this.
Is he part of your group? Yes. Okay.
Before we move on to public comment and the approval of the minutes, I'd like to take a personal point of privilege and invite Michelle Bernstein to come before the commission. Many of us here are big fans of her work. She is a homegrown talent, educated here in South Florida, has represented this community to the highest levels. And to those of you, I think we're all foodies, I think we all enjoy to have a good meal, but now we're about to be spoiled because we're gonna have your qualifications in our backyard. and that is something to be very, very proud of. I just want to give you a few tidbits before she speaks, and we're going to be presenting her item at 10:30 time certain. But I wanted to just give you a little bit of background, and I was reading through her pretty illustrious career and her resume, and it is one to be admired and deserves to be memorialized here. First off, Ms. Bernstein won the James Beard Foundation Award for Best Chef in the South in 2008. In 2001, she opened the restaurant Azul at the Mandarin Oriental, where Esquire magazine food critic John Mariani called it the best new restaurant in America. She was co-host on the Food Network series Melting Pot and was once in a battle with Iron Chef versus Bobby Flay, which she won, which is no small feat. She has appeared as a guest judge on Top Chef. She has hosted a PBS weekly television series, Check, Please, South Florida. She has appeared on The Today Show with Martha Stewart Show and Despierta America. In 2005, Bernstein and her husband, David Martinez, became business partners and left Azul to open Michi's in Miami. Gourmet named it one of the top 50 restaurants in the country, and Food and Wine named it the best new restaurant in 2006. I could be here for days. I mean, if you haven't seen her Wikipedia, it's well worth it. And I mention these things because before we hear from her, this is gonna elevate the level of cuisine in the city of Coral Gables. Right now, we're climbing. We have great restaurants that have recently opened in the last few years, especially coming out of this pandemic. But we're blessed to have here in the city, and I'd love for you to say a few words in regards to our future plans, because it is our future plans. We're in a relationship moving forward, and your success is our success.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor. That was a little humbling. And thank you, commissioners, for just listening. First of all, I'm truly just honored, humbled, and I'm so excited. I can feel it in my fingers and my toes right now. My first chef job, not a lot of people know this, was actually in Coral Gables at the Redfish Grill. And I vowed back then, when I left them many, many moons ago, to come back. And so to be here before you all, this means more to you than you could ever know. And the idea of bringing back Señora Martinez. So I'm married to Mr. Martinez, who you will hear from later. Since Azul, we have been not only partners in life, but partners in business, which I guess encompasses it all. And so you will hear from him and our other partners, Oreste and Davide, later on today about Señora Martinez and bringing it to Coral Gables. And it is a dream, and it is a thrill to be here before you all to present that dream. And I'm just so happy to be here in the Gables once again, so happy to be in front of all of the people that love to eat. I even smell food for some reason in this room, and I can smell our future. So thank you all so much.
Thank you,
Means
Ms.
a lot.
Bernstein. We're
Thank
blessed
you.
to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to public comment. Before we open it up to public comment, I just want to give a few comments in regards to what I mentioned in our last meeting. To establish a clear and effective process beginning today and moving forward, we will begin by having prescribed time limits for members of the public to address the commission. This will encourage for well-organized and equitable opportunities for all who wish to speak on matters that affect the City Beautiful. We welcome members of the public to address the commission on any individual item on the agenda when it pertains to the item or during public comment. As many of you recall, in May 12th of 2020, for the first time in Coral Gables history, the commission enacted legislation that I sponsored to allow for public comment. The sole intention of this legislation was to encourage democracy and make for an open, transparent form of government where anyone can voice their concerns at the beginning of commission meetings. Please know that my colleagues and I encourage all to express their opinions, but an agenda with time limits helps meetings run smoothly and be more productive. It is also a way to provide a more equitable way to hear everyone that wishes to speak. The goal is to have our meetings be as productive as possible, while remaining respectful and transparent. The opportunity for members of the public to address the commission is not only legally required, but most importantly, essential to our deliberations. My goal is to continue to provide ample opportunity for public involvement while protecting the rights of all. We understand that people need to provide input to the Commission on how proposed actions affect them. We remain sensitive to the purpose of public comments and commit to remain flexible and adapt. It is important, and I clearly articulate the timeframes of public input. During public comments at the beginning of our Commission meeting, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. I ask my colleagues to please join me in respecting our speakers' time and allowing them the full 3 minutes without interruption. Following their comments, we are welcome to comment or ask questions. Our city clerk will use the timekeeping device. When a speaker begins, the green light will turn on. When 1 minute is left, the yellow light will come on. The red light indicates when a speaker's time is up. And as always, I encourage that all speakers, whether sitting on this dais or members of the public, remain civil and respectful. I know that we all have the best interests of the city of Coral Gables at heart. And I want to also remind everyone, as this past Friday, which was incredibly fruitful, we had over 40 people join us for Open Door Fridays. We've been doing it for 7 years. I don't know of any other elected body that has not one, elected official, but 3 or 4 elected officials that are holding Open Door Fridays, starting at 2 o'clock and sometimes going on to almost 7 o'clock at night, like this past Friday. So I welcome you to join us. There's always an opportunity to engage. It doesn't have to be at the commission meeting. It can be every single Friday where you can meet with your elected officials and address your concerns and provide your guidance. So thank you and God bless. Moving on to the public comment, Mr. Clerk.
First speaker is Ms. Marlon Ebert.
Good morning, ma'am. The floor is yours. Thank you for being here once again.
Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
For the record, my name is Marlon Ebert. I live at 6510 San Vicente Street, and I am here to talk about Burger Bob's and Rita Tennyson. I asked permission. We have a few people here to speak this morning. We put this together rather quickly. We didn't realize that there wasn't going to be a meeting in early February, that we couldn't talk again until the 22nd of February, and by that time a decision might be made. I've lived here since 1988, so almost 34 years, and in that time I have seen many, many restaurants come and go. I did a little research last night, and Christie's 1978, Bugatti's 1987, Cafe Abbracci, early 90s, Burger Bob's 1995. It's been there for 27 years. Anyway, I attended the Chamber of Commerce breakfast at the Biltmore in September, where they gave out this book that goes all over the country, all over the world, only to woo people to come and bring their businesses to Coral Gables. Mayor, you have the first letter in it, then Mark Trowbridge, and then the woman who is this year's chair of the board of the chamber, Anna Chowie. Too many vowels right there. She talks about raising her family in Coral Gables for the last 17 years, being at Salvador Park, riding their bikes through Matheson, going to the fireworks. She mentions one restaurant in this letter, getting a good hamburger at Burger Bob's. All over the world, this has gone. This past summer, when we became aware, people that frequent Burger Bob's, that an RFP had gone out for when Bob retired and when the building was redone, a group of citizens got together very loosely. I met some of the most wonderful people. One Saturday afternoon, I called some people and said, come on over tomorrow, let's make a plan. Across my threshold came Diane Wells. I had never met her before. She said, I'm an attorney, let me help. An architect, Don Wolf, said, what can I do? That RFP was submitted on time with everyone's just as much guidance as we could give. As we were waiting, people kept saying, what can I do? Can we give money? We started a pledge campaign. We have raised over $50,000 in pledges. We have 19 $1,000 pledges. one $10,000 pledge. These are people that came up to me also on Sunday at Bob's going away party and said, can I up my pledge? You know, people are so eager to do this. One of you said to me, I know I'm going over time, that everybody that goes to Burger Bob's is old. Let me tell you about those old people. Past mayors, past commissioners, past heads of the museum, past heads of every single board that this city has had. The time, the talent, and the treasure that sits in that restaurant on a daily basis has made Coral Gables what it is today. So many of you have just been active for a short time, 10, 12 years, maybe at the most. Some of you less than that. You know, anyway, I ask your permission to speak at the end of the speakers, briefly, I promise.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Roy Black.
Mr. Black? Please join us.
Morning, members of the commission. In 1819, when Daniel Webster stood up to speak on behalf of Dartmouth College, he told the Supreme Court, it may be a small school, but there are those who love it. Burger Bob's sits in the middle of the Greenway neighborhood. It may be small, it may be insignificant when it comes to the economics of this community, but it's an important and integral part of this community. It is the keystone of the Greenway. I know you know how important this neighborhood is. Shaped like an oval, people walking, jogging, on their bicycles, walking their dogs. I've spent 40 years walking or traveling around that oval, saying hello to everybody I meet in there. It is a great part of this neighborhood, of this great city. It reminds me of these places like Savannah, where you walk in with the town squares that are beautiful to walk through and sit in and talk to people. Or even the alleyways of Venice, which was George Merrick's, I think, inspiration, where life would slow down. People would talk to each other. It was a community. There's a place we need where we can get away from modern life. I was just at Starbucks. Everybody there is on their cell phone or looking in their computer screen. Nobody was talking at all. But if you walk into Bob's, nobody is a stranger. Everybody is talking from one table to another. We all reconnect right in there. It's a wonderful experience. And if we have learned anything about this pandemic, we have learned that we are starved for human connection, to be able to talk to people, to get out of our homes, get out of our apartments, to actually once again go on the streets and connect. My son goes to the University of Miami, and he's in a dorm room, which he never leaves, and goes to his classes by remote. And he loses that whole experience of talking to a teacher, of communicating with people. That is really the educational process. And that's what I think we need to preserve here in Bob's. And I am not arrogant enough to tell you how to run this modern, complex city. I know you don't get enough credit for what you have to do to keep this infrastructure running. I wouldn't even want to think about working on that on a daily basis to serve the citizens of this community. But the one thing I can tell you, that if we allow this institution of Bob's to die, we will all lament it. It is a great place to go to connect, to get that human connection, to open up and to be able to talk to people. And it may be small, It may be insignificant. It's not a big restaurant. It's not important in the scheme of things. But there are those who love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Miss Joanne Marr?
Good morning, Commissioners. Joanne Marr, 1225 Valencia Avenue. Nice to see you here this morning. About a month ago, well, during the holiday season, I, like many of you, take a look at It's a Wonderful Life. Got to watch it every year. And I'm struck by the community that George Bailey supported by being his quality self, humble, helpful, devoted to others, and how that community recognized his respect for each and every one of them and paid him back in spades. I take a break here just to mention that I saw my neighborhood safety aide today, Dave Smith, one of my favorite people in this community, and he actually told me that on more than one occasion, several occasions, all the time, people who are visiting the Biltmore ask him how to get to Burger Bob's. So it goes to Marlon's comment about us being known, Burger Bob's being known far beyond this community. Now, going back to It's a Wonderful Life, of course, wouldn't it be wonderful to live in Bedford Falls? And of course, that's fiction. But it's fiction that resonates with us because we are social animals. And countless studies have shown that those who are deprived of community wither and die. As I consider Bob McGuire, the Marine veteran who showed up for work every blessed day, whether they were closed or not, even on Christmas, and Rita Tennyson and the family who were so devoted and continue to be so devoted to this place, I can't help but feel sorry for those who didn't take the opportunity to really get to know Bob and that family, who didn't sit down and have a burger and a cup of chili and get to know the people, the staff, and the family who daily demonstrated a love and loyalty and exemplary work ethic. You missed an opportunity to truly understand what all the fuss is about, why a couple thousand people signed the petition to keep this small neighborhood place. I know there are members of the commission who feel it is incredibly important to make Coral Gables young and vibrant and and move forward. It's all about being young and vibrant. Well, Rita can deliver on that as well, because she is incredibly creative and has ideas for how to carry this place forward without alienating those of us who are getting up there in years. And we've got to remind ourselves what other cultures value, people who have a bit of history and in a community, people who can speak to that. And those people need to continue to be valued. Now, I'm not asking you to award the contract to Rita because she's a good person. She's an amazing person. You should have gotten to know her. But because, one could even say she's the George Bailey of our town, but I'm asking because she's an excellent businesswoman who will update the place without losing the character that we so value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Dabney Park?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Dabney Park. Most people know me as Bud Park. I've resided in Coral Gables at 3920 Durango since 1976. I'm a former executive search consultant. Guess I don't have to have this on. And actually helped some of you, at least, with the search for your previous city manager. I have one word for you: community. Don't miss it. Don't ignore it. We said goodbye to Bob McGuire on Sunday, and so I'm here to ask you a question. What do you want? What do you want to happen with that restaurant facility there at the Pro Shop at Coral Gables, at the Granada Golf Course? A month or so ago, I distributed by hand a short one-page piece, which is also printed in the Coral Gables magazine, called The Heart of Coral Gables, that describes in some detail the kind of community that exists at Burger Bob's and that Burger Bob's facilitates and encourages. And so I won't repeat that. I will leave copies behind. But I will ask you again to pay attention to community. And without wanting to be critical, I will have to say that as a citizen, assess all of your work as a commission, city manager, mayor, the whole totality, I will have to give you high marks for many things, but it's hard to give you high marks for supporting community. Wawa is another example. Please take this issue of community to heart, because it is the heart and soul of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank Langston.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Well, it's my pleasure. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Hank Langston. I'm a native Miamian. I was born in 1939 and have spent 50 years as Dean of Faculty and instructor of math at Gulliver School. So Coral Gables has been a very important part of my life. I live in Coconut Grove at 3523 Low Quad Avenue. I want to speak just briefly. Someone mentioned some time ago, what did Burger Bob mean to me? And I said, I can sum it up, and it's like coming home. And they said, can you explain that? And I said, yes, it's like after working all night, and you're looking for a very comfortable breakfast, you go to Burger Bob's. And if you worked a hard day during the day and you want to take a break at lunch rather than going to a five-star restaurant, you want to gather with your friends and have a nice, comfortable lunch at Burger Bob's. And said, well, what is coming home like? And I said, briefly, it's like coming home and having breakfast or getting up in the morning and having breakfast with your family at the table. And at lunch, it's coming together with your friends and family and having a lunch together. So to sum it up, that's my comment of how important this is. It's like coming home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, thank you. Mr. Langston, thank you for being here.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Are we going to let Marlon or?
Marlon, you wanted to close out? Sorry about that. No worries, no. Please, thank you for reminding me.
On another note, I came to see the mayor one Friday afternoon, and I'm chair of the city's sustainability board. And I came to pitch the idea that I would like to see the Granada Snack Shop be a real example of sustainability in the city of Coral Gables. You are about to do massive work on it. It's probably the smallest building, is it, in your stable of buildings? I don't know, is it?
Yep.
Is it?
It's one of the smallest.
It's one of the smallest. I see perfect. There are no trees around it. I see solar panels on the roof, solar benches, gardens, pollinator patches, rain chains, rain barrels, composting. Think of all the eggshells, the coffee grounds, the grass clippings that are right there. Using gray water in the bathrooms, Trex flooring and other recycled materials for the building out, low flush toilets, hand dryers, automatic lights, timed air conditioners, thermometers. And I do have probably the greenest citizen in Coral Gables. She's 95. She has pledged, the check is written, it's sitting in the villagers' treasury for $20,000 to put solar panels on the roof of Burger Bob's. So that's Sally Jude.
May I? Just, I don't want to interrupt you. We're working on that. I think it's critically important. It's a great opportunity, obviously, to continue to send the message. We both have solar on our house.
Right.
And any way that the city can send the message that we're pro-solar, like we have in removing all permit fees associated with solar installation for residents in the community, we're moving forward on that idea. And it's a great opportunity for you to speak in front of the commission, to also garner support in this sunshine meeting. So,
Well, and if you put the solar panels on it, this $20,000 will pay for 2 Tesla Powerwalls, because I know, I just installed them. So, all right. So that's my sustainability pitch, the thoughts that what we can do and what the citizens will, do. Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about Rita. I was sitting over there in the corner last September, late September, when Mr. Perez talked about the Comcast RISE grant. Rita applied for it and received a Comcast. She was a grant winner. She's been at Burger Bob's for 27 years. Think back, especially some of you 27 years ago, you were still in high school. She went to work every day while you were in college, while you were in law school, graduate school, getting married, starting a family, starting a job. She's been going to work there every day. And somewhere along there, a dream came to her that maybe someday when Bob retired, she could take over that lease. Carl Sandburg once said, "Nothing happens unless first a dream," and that is her dream. My mother used to say to me, think of 3 adjectives that would describe a person, and think to yourself, what 3 adjectives would describe you on any given day? You better be proud of those 3 adjectives. I thought about Rita Tennyson, and the 3 adjectives I would use are humble, hardworking, and kind. Wouldn't we all be so lucky to have those adjectives describing us? I rest my case. Thank you.
thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, we
So
have one
before
more speaker.
before I just want to respond. I would like for you, for the commission, since we have this opportunity, and I want it to, and it's fresh, and I'm going to address the issue of Rita Tennyson and Burger Bob's in a few moments at 10 o'clock, because I'm the one that called for a time certain meeting at 10 o'clock to make sure that everyone was here and that we could speak about this and that everybody could listen to what we're going to talk about today. Because I have ideas in regards to moving forward as per certain things that have happened in the last few days. And I've spoken to that with the manager. But before we discuss that, I'd like for everybody to please follow up with the manager on the solar panel issue. It's a great opportunity to not only offer the residents, but also show that we're leading, which we are on many sustainability fronts. But this is, I think, is an easy win because, like Marlon mentioned, the location, there's no trees in the way, and it's a small footprint. So please follow up, and I'd like to see if we can have that on the next agenda to really discuss in further detail. So now that we have this opportunity of a community grant from a resident. So Mr. Fernandez is here. I've had the pleasure of meeting with Mr. Fernandez on multiple occasions. We did close the public comment, but I will make an exception for you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's very kind of you.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise. Morning, Michael. Commissioner Mena, former partner. The reason I'm here is to express some concerns regarding just the tone and the rhetoric. I would say that I have definitely been very passionate in terms of my positions with respect to both Burger Bob's and the Country Club. But I really want to speak as a citizen in terms of the way that things have been transpiring. And in that regard, what I wanted to talk about was, you know, I'm pleased that I have the opportunity to sit down with you, Mr. Mayor, and discuss with you what my concerns were regarding Rita Tennyson and Burger Bob's. And I understand it's Burger Bob's lease, But I think now that we're here in a public setting, and we just heard a comment about solar panels, we should also consider the importance of creating opportunities for others in our community. And we've had a country where racial issues have been a major focus of discussion. The city has the opportunity to do the right thing and to encourage the establishment of a Black minority-owned business by a woman, which I think would be the only or one of the very few Black minority woman-owned businesses in Coral Gables. And as one of the malcontents that Mr. Barreto spoke about, I wanted to be very clear in both my praise for the commission for taking the time to talk to people like me, but also to express my concerns as a citizen regarding the way that I think that emergencies have been sometimes taken advantage of. And what I mean by that is if you hearken back to the days of ancient Rome, the governor controlled the police force or could control the firefighters. So when there was a fire, you either sold your property to the governor for pennies on the dollar, or the governor let it burn down to the ground. And I think that with COVID, there's been a little bit of that going on in the sense that, we had the Coral Gables Country Club that was only delinquent on its lease for 1 month. I've never seen an instance where somebody that was delinquent on their lease for 1 month, especially at a time when they were discussing, from what I understand, the application of payments owed by the city to them for events scheduled by the city. I've never seen a circumstance where that would result in, okay, well, we're going to agree not to terminate your lease, which is something that requires a legal eviction process, expression of claims and defenses, et cetera. In the middle of COVID, they just lost the ability to renew their lease. That does not make any sense to me at all. And from the perspective of Rita Tennyson and Burger Bob's, look, I'm not casting aspersions here, but when there's confluences of events, they cannot be disregarded, okay? And the fact of the matter is that there have been a lot of deals that are getting done and a lot of things that are getting done, and we voted for you. I think I voted for all of you. But we didn't vote for the city manager. He may be very competent at what he does, but we need to hold you accountable for doing your jobs and controlling what the city manager does, because he's not the mayor of the city. And we need to have responsible government that reins in the types of politics that exist in the city of Miami. Some of the stuff that's been going on in the city of Miami is suddenly migrating here. We're having the situation with Wawa, we're having the situation with the Coral Gables Country Club, and then all of a sudden, I'm not casting aspersions, but I'm talking about confluences of events, okay? You can't ignore reality. So while Mr. Barreto can call me or whoever else he wants a malcontent, the truth of the matter is that the city was asking for permission as of last Friday to cut a deal without public comment, or well, maybe not without public comment, but for the city manager to have the authority to negotiate solely with an influential lobbyist who's on the, I forget what it is, the board of Governor DeSantis's Florida Water Game Commission, very influential politician who has a more than checkered history. We're talking about an individual there were issues with the concessions at the airport, and then there were complaints about I think it was the Dade County Public Housing Trust. Now, I don't know Mr. Barreto. I'm not saying that those allegations are true or that they're not true. But what I am saying is that I'm used to seeing politics as usual, where people that have a lot of power get what they want done wherever they want it done. But I'm used to seeing that in tyrannical regimes like, Canada or San Francisco or New York or Chicago. I'm not used to seeing that here in the city of Coral Gables. And we do not want this city, our city beautiful, to turn into the city of Miami. And I think that, frankly, we're in danger of doing that with what happened with Wawa, with Rita. I mean, why is somebody that's that beloved? I mean, why would anybody risk their moral or political capital on something like that? And the last comment I'll make is that I've been told that the city doesn't want to cut any bad deals. Okay, we're not encouraging you to cut bad deals, but encouraging black entrepreneurship in the city is not a bad deal. That's a good deal. Encouraging woman entrepreneurship in the city, that's not a bad deal. That's a good deal. And after all the bad deals that the city's done, I mean, I look out at Miracle Mile, okay, a city, a beautiful, beautiful inner central business district that is in a Mediterranean style of architecture. We shut down the traffic on that street for 3 years to have mismatched black and white tile that looks like it fell off the back of somebody's truck in a Mediterranean community. It makes absolutely no sense. So if you're going to make bad deals with respect to that, or whatever those flowers are that frankly, they look like body parts in the medians over here, and from what I understood, cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we're going to talk about Frank Lloyd Wright type golf huts on the golf course, you guys can spare the $450,000 to encourage a black entrepreneur, and you guys can reopen the discussions with the Coral Gables Country Club, because I don't know, I can't speak to the allegations that their bookkeeping wasn't correct, or that the way that business was being done, that the city wasn't capturing enough income because they were subleasing or whatever. But these are beloved businesses, and we're telling you as the citizens that I've got a ton of things to do. I was working on a bond issuance with Israel till 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm still here in the morning. So if we're here and we think it's that important, we really need you to listen to us. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, don't go too far, please. Please sit down. Thank you. If I may, are we close the public comment? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I want to put for the record, we gave Mr. Fernandez 8 minutes to speak on this issue. This is just my opinion. My opinion. And I think we need to be very careful, especially when we're speaking about other people who are not here to defend themselves. And we portray people in a light that is not positive. In regards to the issues of the country club, we have to be very, very clear and be very careful and be very thoughtful about how we make the comments that we make on the record. We have left out the simple fact that a separation agreement was drafted by the leaseholder of the country club. It's not about the fact that they missed payments. It's an issue. But they willfully came to the city. Their attorneys sat down with our attorneys, Madam City Attorney, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And they willfully separated from the city. They signed the document. We no longer want to have this lease. The city accepted that document, and we're moving forward. Mr. Barreto submitted a letter this week saying he no longer wanted to do business with the city, just like the current leaseholders of the country club. He was the only applicant. Let us not forget that 10 years ago, when we granted the Donato Group the rights to run the country club, he was the only applicant. Mr. Manager, how many times did we try to go to public in regards to the RFP for the country club to try to garner more interest in the country club?
Mayor, we extended the original one for weeks longer, and then we came back again to clarify.
We searched high and far to try to find people who would be interested in running the country club. So when we talk about corruption, when we talk about smearing somebody's name, does anybody in this room here want to run the country club? Does anybody? We tried. We looked for somebody. We can do better than standing up here and smearing somebody, even because you don't agree with him or her or their politics. But I don't want to reprimand anybody. And I don't, Mr. Fernandez, with all due respect, we've made some comments here that don't don't shed a good picture on the city of Coral Gables, in my opinion. In regards to the Burger Bob's RFP, we'll be discussing that at 10 o'clock. I have a few other housekeeping items that I want to take care of. Is there anything else, Mr. Clerk, that we need to discuss here?
No, sir.
Nothing else? But I would, there's new rules and policies. This is no longer like it was before. We're having to go back to the way that other administrations handle this, because I would allow, as the person who runs the meeting, I would allow unfeathered discussion in the commission meetings. The last few meetings have gone out of control. Personal attacks, insults on the commission, insults on the manager. Excuse me, that's one of the items that I wanted to mention right now. I want to be very clear. I have the utmost respect and I support wholeheartedly not only our manager, but our city attorney and our city clerk. This is a thankless job. We have a wonderful city. We have wonderful employees that do the best they can. And when you talk about there's corruption and there's problems, you mentioned two issues. The Wawa issue is an issue that we're dealing with as a city. It's an issue that's been going on for 19 years before anybody was on this commission. And we will deal with that issue. I give you my word. We've already had Mr. Attorney, Mr. Vice Mayor, how do you call it? We had a what?
I'll let the city attorney in.
What is it called? We had a meeting here the other day. What is it?
A shade
meeting,
session.
excuse me. We had a shade meeting. I'm surrounded by attorneys. That's why I take that to my advantage. We had a shade meeting the other day to discuss what we're going to do moving forward. But to say that this commission is corrupt and that there's a litany of problems moving forward, none of these people here were here for the decision of Miracle Mile, except for myself. None of them were here for the artwork. But we have to be a little bit more careful when we talk about other people. Mr. Barreto is no longer engaged with the city in regards to the country club or Burger Bob's, and we're moving forward. And we're going to talk about that now in 5 minutes, okay? So moving forward, Mr. Clerk, discussing the issue of the approval of minutes, there's none. We have mayor's comments. We have mayor's comments, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So moving. So in regards to mayor's comments, my issues are, the first thing that we'll be discussing is D1, and that is Wings for Wishes 2022. Do we have the applicants here? How are you, gentlemen? Thank you for coming. This is something that I'm very, very proud of, that this commission has had the opportunity of supporting. Thank you. And I would love for you to talk a little bit about what Wings for Wishes has done, thank you, sir, has done in the past in regards to your great organization and how that organization has translated and has done incredible things for this community.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioners, for having us here today. Kevin is passing out some literature here for you guys to peruse. Wings for Wishes started, this is now going into our 8th year. Last year, we had to take a little bit of a hiatus because of COVID, but we still managed to raise over $150,000 last year through our efforts selling coolers. Wings for Wishes is a wing festival. It's a celebration of all things wings. And we have taken that love of wings and married it with Make-A-Wish. And in our 8 years, or in our 7 years, this being our 8th, we have raised over $1 million. And every year that we've done it has been in the city of Coral Gables with your support. You guys have been amazing partners to us. We've actually, and I think, Mayor, you have a plaque in your office of a wish that you guys were able to grant with the contributions that you've given us back by foregoing some of the fees associated with putting on an event, special events permits and electrical permits and other things of that nature. We're doing the wing event in very much the same fashion that we've always done it. We're closing down San Ignacio behind Sports Grill. And it's an all-day event, very family-friendly. We have a kids zone. We have live music. This year, we've actually introduced another element, which is very exciting. We have the Major League eating competition. So the people that produce the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, they're producing a professional wing eating contest for us this year. So alongside our amateur eating contest that we've always done, which is teams of 4 eating 50 wings as fast as possible, and I know, Mayor, you participated in that.
Which I will be sponsoring 2 teams this year. I do it every year. The commission and another team of firefighters or police officers or general employees that want to join. We lose every year. But it's
Pretty badly,
because there's cheating involved.
We beat the firefighters.
We beat the firefighters. The commission beat the firefighters.
Or was it police? I don't remember.
Police.
It was police.
I'm proud of that. But we didn't make it to the semifinals though.
So this year, we actually, you guys may or may not have heard of Joey Chestnut.
Yes, the world champion.
The world champion in the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He will actually be headlining our professional wing eating contest. So we hope that adds a big draw to the event. We had last year a little bit over 1,500 people attend our event. This year, we're hoping to get around 2,000 people. And it's just it's a really family-friendly event. It's an amazing cause. If you guys are not familiar with the Make-A-Wish organization, it grants wishes for children with critical illnesses. And a wish does so much more than just benefit the person receiving the wish. Every wish is said to touch 200 people. And it really is an amazing thing to see what a wish does for the family and the person receiving it. Doctors have said time and time again that it really does uplift the entire family and is an integral part of the treatment process. It's an escape from the hospitals and the treatments and all the things that children with critical illnesses have to go through. So it's a really important cause. We're so thankful that you guys have been partners with us over the years. And we're here to ask for that same partnership and if you guys would waive the fees that we have to incur, because every dollar that we raise, 100% of the money that we raise goes to Make-A-Wish and to the organization and to granting wishes.
So that's one of the points that I wanted to make. So unlike many charities, they have overhead, which is perfectly fine. 20%, 30%, and the rest of it goes to the organization to treat people with cancer, with AIDS, diabetes, for research. 100% of the proceeds raised here go to grant a wish. The reason they do that is because they have such committed partners, beverage, food, music, whatever that may be, and they also spend a lot of the money out of their own pocket to make sure that they can say 100% of our proceeds go to Make-A-Wish. How much money have you raised over the last 8 years?
We hit just over $1 million last year, so we're at $1.1 million.
So I had the chance of meeting these individuals at the gym that I go to, and I work out with these guys 3 or 4 times a week. And this is a true passion project for them. They're all professionals, bankers, lawyers, contractors, engineers, and they do this because they love it. It takes a lot of time away from their family, away from their business, and I've been privileged to serve on their board and be engaged on their board. And this is a feel-good story that now has a different dynamic where we're going to actually have the world champion eating contest here, which is it's gonna be something fun. And when I tell you that this is a family affair, I take my daughters. Not only is the food delicious, but they have a great time with all the desserts. There's a kids zone. There's live entertainment. I think the police officers played. The City of Coral Gables police officers band.
Boys in Blue, right?
Boys in Blue played. And it's just a great family atmosphere in a great location where it's not intrusive to the neighborhoods. It's right there off Sunset and 57th Avenue, so it's in a commercial area, so it doesn't make any noise. And a lot of the residents in the area actually come. I know that Vice Mayor Mena used to live in that area. A lot of the residents that area come to enjoy this family festival. So I ask you to support this, and if you have any questions, please feel free.
Mayor, if the timing works out for you all, I don't know your deadlines, we could bring a resolution in February to allow for the alcoholic beverages during the event, which we've done in the past,
Yes.
and then also waive the fees.
I would love to sponsor that if possible.
Thank you
What's
so
the
much.
date of the event again? I apologize.
It's April 2nd.
Okay, yeah, so we
I
should be
think
fine.
February's fine.
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
But I think the point we would have you take away today is you can plan on that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you
It'll
so
just
much.
formally be approved at the February meeting.
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you
a
for your time.
great event. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Thank you, guys.
We'll prepare that resolution and we'll put it on the agenda. I'll sponsor it. Thank you. All right, well, it's 10 o'clock. I know that we have an item at 10:30 also, and I'll hold the rest of my mayor's comments. So can we move on to the time certain 10 a.m., which is item I-8?
Yes, Mayor. So I-8, I'll read it into the record, but it's not going to be heard today for the reasons you explained earlier. It's a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city manager to evaluate and negotiate lease terms regarding the Coral Gables Country Club, the city-owned property located at 997 North Greenway Drive, with BTW Investments LLC pursuant to Division 12 of the city's procurement code. As you mentioned, Mayor, the BTW Investments has withdrawn their bid for this property, and so I believe the city manager has a different recommendation for you today.
Yes, and what I would also like to make it clear, be very clear on this issue. I also have my own ideas in regards to what I think we should do here. In regards to the country club, I align with what's going to be presented here, and I know my colleagues in the commission also think it's a good idea. And the reason why we're doing this, instead of just scratching I-8, because obviously there's nothing to ratify today because the proposal has been rescinded, I said, let's do this on the record. Let's have a sunshine discussion. Let's have a time certain. Let's allow for public comment in an effort to make sure, as always, that the city is clear and is transparent in its efforts and is listening to the residents. Mr. Director, how are you?
Mayor, if I may say, that item initially was to ask for, to allow us to start negotiations with BTW Investments. Let me say that it was an interesting proposal, a proposal that really required us to dig deeper. We did not negotiate with BTW Investments. We were seeking the commission's approval to start negotiations. It was their proposal. We asked for a few clarifications so that we could better review it and discuss it with the commission prior to this. So with that deal falling through, then certainly our backup plan has always been for the Parks and Recreation Department to take this facility over. With that, I have, and it's something that I have been discussing with the Parks and Recreation Director for some time now, in case this did not work out. So we have here our Parks and Recreation Director that can explain anything that the commission, between him and I think we can explain whatever.
Before we get into this, we were looking at potentially having an investment through a partnership of $4 to $5 million up front in regards to the country club. The country club has sorely needed for some time a serious injection of investment. Just for the record, how much has the city of Coral Gables spent on the roof and the air conditioning currently to date?
We are it's going to be almost $2.4 million. The initial proposal by BTW Investments was $4.5 million of hard cost.
Yes.
Not including engineering, soft costs, and so forth. So it was about $5 million initial injection into Coral Gables Country Club.
And just for the record, again, I met with the current leaseholders until April. I met with him for, I think it's the 6th time on Friday for about an hour discussion. And every time that I meet with him with staff, my staff or city staff, to ensure that, just like I met with Mr. Fernandez for close to an hour and a half, I think it was about a month ago, with our team, our city attorney, I think Ms. Cabrera was there, I think maybe, I'm not sure who else was at the meeting, I can't remember. But we always try to make sure that we have the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation in regards to this. We're moving forward, like I clearly said to Mr. DiDonato, we're moving forward on the country club, and what we're doing today has always been, in my opinion, probably the best option for the city. Yes, we do not get the $4 to $5 million up front. We'll have to budget for it now over the next few years, but I think it's a great opportunity to ensure that we can deliver the best product for the community. And like we said before, and I will reiterate again, there will not be a restaurant of 500 seats. There will not be a restaurant of 250 seats, even though there was a restaurant there before. We will not invade the neighborhood. We will not build a parking garage on the surface parking lot. These are all things that I've said on the record, but I will say it again. We're going to have a family atmosphere establishment. We're going to continue serving ice cream at Liberty Cafe. It's interesting how I pushed to have seats outside, which were denied before, but COVID came around, and now it's worked out perfectly fine. One of the restrictions that I even said, we will not serve beer or wine or any alcohol outside, but we should allow seats for people who are maybe disabled or have a dog or have screaming children like I do sometimes that want to sit outside and they want to disturb somebody inside, but that ended up working out. What we will have is an is an establishment that people will be proud of, and the city will run it. Another issue that I've heard that I want to be very clear, because there's a lot of rumors out there, a lot of comments that are being made to scare people. If you have an event that is planned with the existing leaseholder, it will be honored. I spoke to Mr. Bob Dickinson from Camilla's house in regards to this issue. I sent it over to the manager and to staff and to Mr. Cusero. We will honor it. If I have to wash dishes with my commission, not the first time, I've done it many, many times at Culver Military School. I will wash dishes with Commissioner Anderson, Forrest, Menendez, and the Vice Mayor, along with any of my colleagues and our staff, which is incredible, to make sure that we have the adequate staffing level, because the fear is that people will leave. There's no need to leave. There will be a smooth transition with somebody who will have incredible faith and confidence in his department. As you can see by the work that they're doing at the parks lately over the last few years, in the upgrades and everything they've done with the literacy festival, the farmers market, the extension of the farmers market. I can only say good things about your department and the good things that you're doing. So I have extreme faith and confidence along with this commission that the transition will be smooth. It may be a little bumpy, but we're gonna get it. No one is gonna lose an event. We're gonna try to hire as many people as possible. We're gonna find a way to make sure that the gym, that everybody who's enjoying the gym continues to enjoy the gym. All we want to do is we want to build upon the Coral Gables community. So with no further ado, I apologize, but I wanted to clarify a few things on the record because I'm hearing a lot of things and so are my colleagues and concerns, and I want to make sure that everybody's aware that we're handling this, but we're moving forward. Mr. Cusero.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, the idea was to go back to the country club concept.
Yep.
Right now, what we have is an event center with a gym.
Yes.
And the idea is to go back to that country club concept, that proposal that's off the table now did provide for that clearly $4.5 to $5 million injection, immediate injection into the country club. As you know, we can't do that right now, but we will. I am working with the finance director to budget as much as we can for that. But the idea of the parks department's option now is to go back to that country club atmosphere, where it's not going to be a 450-seat restaurant. No, it won't be. Country clubs have restaurants, have events, have reestablish the pool, reestablish the tennis courts, maintain the gym, maintain the cafe outside, and all these issues we are dealing with. The reason we brought it to this commission meeting is because we have to do this by April 30th. Yes. And we wanted to have enough time to minimize the interruptions to our residents in the area.
And by the way, in reference to, just because I know what's going to come now, country club. When you say country club, they think Riviera, they think Palm Beach. We're not thinking about Riviera. We're not thinking about Palm Beach. That's not what we're thinking about. And even though I put these things on the record, I sometimes feel that maybe I have to write it down in my own blood and put it on the wall outside. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about an opportunity for people who want to have a membership to golf, or want to have a membership to tennis, or want to have a membership to the pool. We're going to continue to run the halls for events. We're going to continue to have Liberty Cafe for anybody that would like to use Liberty Cafe. It's a great amenity for the neighborhood. And hopefully we can find a nice little restaurant tenant that would like to do something. Doesn't have to be to the standards of the Bernstein crew, which are world class, but it can be something nice. Right. That draws people in the community. It has to be based around community. We have enough restaurants in the downtown. That's not the point of having a restaurant in the facility. So, Fred, go ahead.
Mayor, I've lived in the city for a long time.
Yep.
Before it burnt down, it was a country club.
I know.
And then it burnt down, and then we have the current tenant, and it became this facility that we have now. So it was always a country club. It was never in competition with Riviera. That's a whole different level, and we don't intend to do that now either.
Commissioner Mendes, you wanted to say something before the presentation? I apologize.
I apologize to Fred. He must be cramping up. I think this is exactly what the community needs for us as a city to go in that direction. Clearly, the country club is a community jewel, just like the youth center, just like the Venetian pool. I so trust our community recreation team. They really are doing a great job, like the mayor said, but their heart's in the right place. And they're going to protect and preserve what was mentioned earlier by a gentleman, the importance of community. I also want to thank former Mayor Dorothy Thompson and former Vice Mayor Bill Kurdyke. They co-authored a letter, an op-ed that I wrote with them that was published yesterday in the community newspaper about the history of the country club. And it's exactly what we're talking about today. It was a place where families came together to meet, make new friends, to experience kids, grandkids. There was always programming, luau's. The Rotary Club had their meetings there. The Garden Club had their meetings there. It was the centerpiece of what our community was. And I think one thing that was said in this letter is something old that is new again. We can recapture, like the manager said, the essence of what the country club was and should always be, the heart and soul of our community. And I think it's going to be in the best possible hands to protect and preserve what is important to all of us. And I think it's a great day for the city commission, city government, to have this opportunity to do something special that will outlive us all and something that we can give to future generations as well.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may say something, we've talked about the city a lot, but if you look at a city that has a #1 rated police department, a city has a #1 rated fire department, a city that has a #1 rated Parks and Recreation department, and a city has a triple A bond rating, and it's under 50,000, we're it. There's nobody else. So
That's why, Mr. Manager, that's why I wanted to make sure that I reiterate on the record my strong support for your administration. While we disagree, but we agree more on many issues than we disagree. When we talk about the issues that we're facing, they're nominal in comparison to what other cities are facing and what other communities are facing. So, but I also really appreciate the fact that we have a group of individuals in this community that are so, interested and are so willing to come to the commission, are willing to engage on open office hours, and are willing to have a discussion on issues that are important to them, and we welcome them. Fred, you have a presentation you want to go over?
No, I don't.
Can I, Fred, before you go on, can I just say one thing?
Sure,
Because I don't want to come back to this again. But I want to say from my personal perspective, certain allegations were made against the city manager. I think everybody here would be hard pressed to find another government official who is less political and operates on zero agenda than the city manager. He was here today to ask us for permission to negotiate with BTW Investments because they were the only folks to negotiate with. Now there's zero folks to negotiate with. But one thing that, and I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here because I've said it before, is so often the city is criticized, and my colleagues up here are as well, for votes that we have not yet even taken and for discussions that we have not yet even had. Today was the day where we were going to discuss that BTW investment proposal. There were no negotiations between the city manager regarding that proposal before then. He was here for permission to ask to do it. And today was the day where we were going to do that in the sunshine. That's not going to happen now. But just when you're out there and you're having conversations at the water cooler or reading things online, remember to stop and ask yourself whether we've even acted on something yet, and to give us an opportunity to govern and to discuss things like we will today in the sunshine and make decisions then. If you don't like the decision after that, then feel free to criticize us. But so often we put the cart before the horse. So with that being said, I'm looking forward, not today, but to hearing Fred's vision on the country club. I have my concerns, of course. I think it's going to be a challenge and an undertaking, but it seems that's really, we have no choice at this point. That's what we're looking at.
We received the letter from BTW Investments on Friday. We have been in discussion with our Parks Department because they were our backup plan. And we have a number of ideas that we would like to, we were set up a meeting for this week with all directors to consolidate all our ideas and present them at the next commission meeting. And I think it's critical that we act now. with this so we can proceed forward and get this done by April 30th and and have a as smooth transition as possible.
Well, just a couple minor words. For some of those who doubted whether or not we had any discussions prior to, I think it's pretty clear that we didn't have discussions prior to. And I just wanted to mention, since we're here in the sunshine now, that some of my concerns were to make sure that we have this facility open to everybody, that it's just not something that someone that has a lot of money can afford to go to. And that was some of my commentary on any proposal that was going to come here, that we have a range of prices for people that are frequent flyers in there versus those that are just want to come in a few times a year. I'm looking
And
forward
Commissioner,
to...
that is our intent. That is our intent.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay. I also want to put something on the record, if I may. When I met with Mr. DiDonato on Friday, I think it was around 3 o'clock, he didn't know about the letter. I shared with him the letter. Sitting with him, I said, listen, there's nothing up for discussion. This letter just came in right now. Here's a letter. You can ask for it as a public record. This is a non-issue moving forward. But we will move forward with the city taking over the property and offering a much better product than is what is currently offered there for the residents and for people who want to engage in different events. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to hearing what you're proposing. And I, any way that we can support you, please feel free.
And Mayor, let me say, we've done a lot of work with parks already.
I know you have.
But I think we need to sit down and consolidate everything before we present to the.
And by the way, I want to have public comment discussion like we're doing today in the sunshine. I want to have everyone's input. I want everybody to give an idea of what they want to see at the country club, obviously within reason.
Right.
Within reason.
Fred, can we hear from Fred?
Yeah.
So,
Actually, Fred, before,
Good point,
I have
Mr. Vice
a
Mayor.
quick question.
yeah,
No.
The issue of the repairs and a lot of the work that needs to be done, there's the parks referendum that we're working on. Is that something that the country club could benefit from in terms of funding source to make those repairs happen?
Absolutely. If that's the will of the commission to include that in there, that's definitely something that would help. And, you'd be able to, instead of doing it gradually, you might be able to do it all in one fell swoop at whatever time you received. But of course, as you know, the bond is based on voter referendum, so it would be, the people would have to decide. So.
Well, people have spoken clearly about their love for the country club.
Sure.
So I think it'd be a great opportunity, just like the youth center and the amazing parks that we have, for the community to be directly involved in making those repairs possible.
Commissioner, if the commission is in agreement with this, then the country club would now fall under Parks and Recreation.
Yeah. So I think that we'll have that discussion in the future, but another opportunity, and I know that Naomi's here, maybe we can potentially add this to our legislative items for next year, like we did with the property in the Billmore, the historic property that's in disrepair.
Yes, ma'am.
We've added that to our legislative list, and we're going to address it in Tallahassee in the first week in February. So maybe this is an item that we can plan to hopefully go to Tallahassee and explain the importance of this building and see if we can possibly get some funding from the state. So the floor is yours.
Real
please.
quick, there's been a lot said already of what our goal is. As the manager mentioned, we did have a discussion because we were under the impression that, yes, we might be the backup plan. So with staff, we did have discussions. We kind of conceptualized what we think the proper country club would be there for the city, and it's similar, if not exact, to what you're saying. And I think we have some added advantages in some of our experiences that would lead us to do a good job there, especially, our running our small-sided events. One of the things that's been one of the big successes of us in the last few years we've always been able to do the big events, the 40,000, 4th of July, but, we've done a lot of smaller events which cater to a specific group, mostly our residents, if not all our residents. And those have been very successful. And we've seen that that's really something that is that we're able to do well, and we're able to get a lot of gratitude from the residents when we do it. And I think that's what we want to focus on here is, with that country club atmosphere, there's got to be programming, there's got to be things, whether we're doing receptions, we started throwing out all kinds of ideas, and we'll
You could bring speakers. You could bring speakers, on a monthly basis to educate the community on a litany of different issues.
You can
That-
do
that
all kinds
interests
of
the
things with
community.
kids, we see the pool, we're like, oh, dive in movie time, things like that. We start looking at things that we can do for our club members, and we'll look at the pricing points and make sure that it's not something, we're not going to compete with Riviera. As we said, we don't want to do that. We want to have something that does connote some quality, but also is an attainable thing for people if they want to be part of the club. And we will look at the cafe and how we're going to do that. We're already starting to discuss how we would work that. There will be a transition. We do have a lot of capital that we're going to have to do, so there's certain parts that we're going to be able to address quicker than others. So we've started to look at all this, and we've kind of divided the country club with all the different levels that we need to do, and especially looking at those improvements. So, within my staff, what I'll do, and I've already talked about this, and I'm not going to surprise her because I've already discussed it with her, but our assistant director, Carolina Vesser, will be my point person on this project. I'm going to move her out of everything else, have her do this for the foreseeable future until we get all of our staff in place and we roll. And I think that's the best way. Well, I'll work on the other stuff. I want her to concentrate on this, obviously with my oversight and us looking at it as we go. But I think that'll be the best way for us to succeed here, and I think we can do a good job. And thank you for the vote of confidence.
We will be meeting this week to initiate everything.
Okay, perfect. I'm looking forward to it.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Before we move on, to
Mayor,
our-
I think it's important to have a vote directing the city
Yes,
manager to make a plan and bring it back to you for the city to take over the Coral Gables Country Club.
I'll make a motion on that.
Second.
Before we vote on this, just 1 second, Mr. Clerk. You raised your hand multiple times. Did you sign in to speak? Would you like to speak on this issue? Please sign in. Or sign in after. Just give us your information. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things, my name is Jack Miller, professor over at University of Miami. One of the things that I had done is I was able to do a little bit of research on the Coral Gables Country Club, and I was able to do that before this had transpired. And one of the things we found out is we were trying to find out who the primary publics are. What are people interested in, and what do the people in Coral Gables want? So my question to all of you is, have you guys done research to find out what the people of Coral Gables want? Because I think that's important. There's only, as you said, there's only, sir, you said there's only, we have 50 to 55,000 people in the city of Coral Gables.
51,000.
And, in our research, we researched for plus or minus 3% variability or accuracy. We interviewed about 1,200 people, and we found out what people liked, what people didn't like, and what they wanted. So it's not my place. I'm just an observer here. So I'm not here to tell anybody what they should do, but I would recommend that, it's a small city, so maybe we should find out what people want. I can tell you what some of the people did want is they didn't want change. They wanted a place where people could go. They were, in fact, looking at changing the name of the Coral Gables Country Club because a country club didn't necessarily fit the name of the service that it gets, because country clubs are exclusive. They're a high dollar item where people pay a fee to go in. As you said, Mr. Mayor, the Riviera Country Club, we're not that. So people did enjoy the status quo, I will say that. So people were very happy with the status quo. They liked the fact that it was accessible by people that walked by, but if people did want to spend a small amount for a gym membership, they could. So all I would ask is if we're willing to spend $5 million on a new roof, or what it's going to be, maybe we should spend some time and some money to do some research and find out what people really, truly
May I
want.
ask who funded your research so far?
I did it myself with the students at the University of Miami. There was actually a class, and they put over 3,000 hours of effort into it.
So, go ahead.
No, listen, what I would say to you, I appreciate what you're saying. What I would say to you is, we've received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails from community members, many of whom are here today.
Absolutely.
I'm happy to hear the results of your study because they're perfectly consistent, I think, with what we've heard, which is, and I've responded to many of those emails, and what I assured people is that even though the lease with the existing leaseholder was not continuing, the promise was the nature of what is currently there will not change. So we'll still have a cafe. Maybe it won't be called Liberty Cafe. Maybe it'll be called something else, but it'll still be the same type of service and amenity, that we won't price people out. That, I've told the manager several times, we need to be able to look residents in the eye and say, if you currently pay X for your gym membership or Y for your golf membership, we need to maintain it at more or less that level, because we don't want to price people out. The worst thing I've heard this morning is the notion that anybody up here wants to change sort of the demographic of these locations from an older crowd to a younger crowd. That's couldn't be farther from the truth. To the contrary, I'm extremely sensitive to the fact that a lot of the people who use these venues are either already retired or on some sort of fixed income, and nobody in the neighborhood that I've heard from wants it to be
ritzy,
an expensive, exclusive country club, and nobody up here wants it to be that either. So, so to your point, I think we have a pretty good sense of what people want, and I think we'll continue as we proceed with whatever the city's going to do. We'll have sunshine meetings and get input in that way. Spending money and resources on a study in advance, I appreciate that notion, but we already have a lot of things that we're going to need to spend money on this facility, and if I'd rather put good money towards infrastructure and things that sorely are needed in this facility than in studying and really getting results that I feel like we already have a lot of input from the community on. So your point's well taken. I just think the methodology in which we seek feedback will likely be via sunshine meetings, community outreach, engagement with residents, et cetera, as opposed to a formal study. I will also say we have a parks master plan, which we did spend a lot of money on and took years to, and so there's a lot in there of sort of services that in our park system that we know residents are looking for. Now, whether or not some of those services are appropriate for the country club location or not, we'll have to talk that through with the community and understand, what they do or don't want there, as far as, swimming lessons in the pool for kids, things like that. We know those are things we need in the city. Now, whether or not we want to do that in this location, we're going to have to work through that and get feedback on. That's just an example. So I just wanted to address that point.
I appreciate that, Mr. Vice Mayor. And there are many ways, research is not necessarily the only way, but I guess at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that we do take full consideration of what the people of Coral Gables want.
So why don't we do this? Why don't you send us an email, address it to the city manager, copy the commission with your ideas and possibly what you're offering, and we consider from that moving on. Okay? We have a 10:30 certain item that I want to get.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate
And
you
Mayor,
allowing me to speak. I'll sign it.
I'm friends with the dean of the U.N. Business School, and assuming the business school, you're part of the business school?
Over in school communication.
School communication.
Okay, we can please send us that email. Before we move on, I know the commissioner, go ahead.
Oh, no, and the key is programming. That's Fred and Carolina. The history of the country club, it was a second home for folks. And it's interesting, a lot of folks who are concerned about the country club, to them, country club or community center is gelato and coffee, when there's so much more we can do, so much more we can offer. And we have in the past, and Fred and Carolina have an amazing track record. Programming is what will activate the facility, and programming for everyone. To have an abuela show up with the grandkids, and the grandmother can be doing some activity while the kids are doing the other. They spend more than an hour, more than just a gelato and coffee. They spend the afternoon, long weekends. There used to be swimming races for kids on the long weekends. And there were swimming classes. Oak Aquatics used to do swimming classes for toddlers. It's the programming that'll bring life to the facility.
Commissioner Menendez, I just want to emphasize that point because I was about to say the same thing. It always gets lost. We talk about we want it to be a place that's accessible to the public. The biggest example of a venue that was not accessible to the public and extremely exclusive to the point where you couldn't even buy a membership if you wanted to was the country club as it was currently being operated. The country club is not supposed to be a gelato and a slice of pizza on the 75 square foot yard in front of Liberty Cafe. That's what it's been for years. Our residents should be able to access the rest of the country club. At this point, or in recent years, they have not been able to unless they were part of a venue organized by an organization, most of which were not from Coral Gables. So essentially, the residents of Coral Gables have been locked out of the country club for many years. And what this move has been about is to expand that accessibility and truly open up the rest of the country club for the residents.
That's well said, Commissioner. Well
And
said.
just, while we're in the sunshine, just to let you all know, I agree with you all.
Yeah, perfect.
Every one of your comments, I won't repeat.
So I don't want to close this item out because I want to talk Burger Bob's, but I want to give the respect to our 10:30, which is going to be a very brief presentation on the restaurant. And I asked my friends and the residents to please stay. Give me 5 minutes, and we'll pick this back up and talk about Burger Bob's because I have a few issues that I want to bring over.
We have a
Burger
first and a second, I think.
Yeah.
Motion?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
before a vote being taken.
Yeah, I just don't want to lose the residents who think that we're ending this discussion here.
Okay, I also have a member of the public who wants to speak. Do you want to take the roll call before it?
Let's have this person speak, and then please close the public comment on regards to this item.
So it's on Zoom. I only show first name is Lourdes.
That's correct.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Lourdes, the floor is
Yes,
yours.
hi. Hi there. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a regular client of Liberty Cafe. I absolutely love what they've done with it. I don't remember, I've been in Miami all my life. I don't remember there ever being anything there like that. I'm not saying that there wasn't, but at least in my life, I don't remember there being anything like that. It's such a gem. Honestly, I couldn't believe it when I discovered it. I lived away for a long time. I came back and I thought, oh my gosh, this place is wonderful. I'm just wondering, is there any way at all? I think one of the great things about Liberty Cafe is that there's individuals behind it. It's personal. It's not a government facility. You know, it's not, that's what makes it really, really special. And once it's taken away from people who poured their heart and soul in it, I'm not saying it's going to be awful. I'm not. I think you guys have some wonderful ideas. And I'm not necessarily against what you're talking about. It sounds great, but it would be wonderful if there were a way for the current operators to remain there. It can't, me personally, the way it is right now, I think it can't hardly be improved. Everyone I know, people that are residents who live very near Liberty Cafe, people throughout, everybody loves it the way it is. So I'm just hoping that there's a way that maybe you can negotiate something with the current operators to keep them there. And I'm not saying, I don't know if that's possible. I understand but it's just an idea to consider. It's already what it should be, I think, at least that corner of the whole operation. So I'm just saying this as somebody who loves Coral Gables, who's a regular there, and I love that area, to just consider the possibility of keeping them in the space. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lourdes. I had a meeting with Mr. DiDonato on Friday, like I mentioned, around 3 o'clock, where I was very clear to him, we're moving on. He signed wrote the separation agreement. It's not like the city wrote the separation. They worked together to write the separation agreement. He signed the document and is moving forward. Now he wants to stay. We're moving forward. I already spoke to the manager. The commission has been very, very, very clear. Like the vice mayor said, it may not be Liberty Cafe, it may be the Constitution Cafe, or it may be the Coral Gables Cafe, or it may be something beautiful named after someone who has done some great things. Maybe it's a Garden Club Cafe, whatever it may be. But the point is that we're moving forward. We are going to keep it open. We're going just like the gym. I will not allow for the gym to close. I will not allow for people who have paid monies to have a venue, to have that venue and use it for great things like Camilla's house, miss out on their event. And the same thing for the Liberty Cafe. I promise you it will stay open, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that the quality of service is not only as good as it's been, but it's even better. So moving on, I want to make sure we address 10:30, and please ask the residents not to leave so we can talk about Burger Bob's. Excuse me? To stay, please. I just want to be respectful for the 10:30.
To take a vote on the
Yes.
direction to the city manager,
We have
Commissioner
a first and a
Anderson?
second?
Yep. Yes. Commissioner Force?
Yes.
Vice Mayor
Yes.
Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Moving on to F4, time certain 10:30.
F4 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing the city to enter into a lease with Senora Coral Gables Restaurant LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, also known as or doing business as Senora Martinez, with regard to the city-owned property at 2325 Galliano Street, Coral Gables, Florida 33134, for the period of 15 years with 2 additional 5-year renewal options at the city's discretion, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. It is by ordinance because that is required due to the length of the lease in the Division 12 of the Procurement Code. In addition, this is a 4/5 vote.
Zeta, first off, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Mayor.
I just want to be very brief. I want to thank you and your team, the economic development, for catching a big fish and bringing a big fish home. This is a big deal for our community, not only for the city of Coral Gables, for South Florida. So the manager's team and the economic development team have done a great job, and this is just going to continue to elevate, the type of restaurants and the food that we're offering here in the city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Mayor, I was going to wait to the end to thank the team, but since you brought it up, I just wanted to say I'm incredibly blessed to have the job I have and to be able to work with all of you, with the leadership of our manager, our department, my director, Julian Perez, the great help that I get from our Assistant Director, Belkis, and Francesca Valdez, who's had a lot to do with this item. And again, with the City Attorney's Office, which I could not work without, and our exterior counsel, Vivian de las Cuevas, who helped us with the lease. So, absolutely. Just to go a little, can we bring up the presentation? Thanks. All right. Okay, so in May of 2020, the city ended its lease with the previous tenant for the city-owned property at 2325 Galliano. Since then, the Economic Development Department has been marketing the premises in search of an experienced restaurateur with a chef-driven restaurant entertainment concept. The ideal tenant also needed to have had a leading role in the design and execution of restaurant build-out projects of similar size and or complexity, given that the former restaurant entertainment space needs a full renovation build-out. Between May of 2020 and August of 2021, the department showed the premises to over 25 interested parties and reviewed 3 proposals, and the city manager selected Senora Coral Gables Restaurant LLC, that's going to do business as Senora Martinez, as the proposed tenant for the premises. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what the mayor has already told us. We all know the caliber of the chef that we have and of the concept. So the proposed tenant, Senora Martinez, is going to operate a signature dining entertainment experience that they're going to create exclusively for downtown Coral Gables. It comes from renowned James Beard Award 2008 Best Chef in the South winner Michelle Bernstein and her husband, business partner, David Martinez. I did wanted to mention, we've mentioned all of the extensive experience from Azul that started back in 2001. They are operating Café La Trova today, also Sweet Liberty and La Cañita on Bateside. But I did want to highlight, we have very talented chefs in Coral Gables. We've had a lot of finalists and honorable mentions. We've only had 4 James Beard Award winners in South Florida. 2 of them were in the 1990s. The other 2, one is Michelle Bernstein, the other one is Michael Schwartz. We have the only female chef also to win the James Beard Award, so it's a great thing. We also so I want to just take you through the concept really quick. So the Senora Martinez restaurant concept is going to be a bright and lively design aesthetic that's going to create indoor and outdoor seating that will pay great attention to detail, featuring textures, patterns, colors, strategic ambient lighting. The length of the room is going to be outfitting with sliding glass doors for an indoor-outdoor feel throughout the day. An extended cocktail bar will bring the entire room together as the restaurant transitions from a fast-paced business lunch setting during the day to a bustling happy hour after working hours. In the evening, Senora Martinez will transform into a more intimate dinner experience that will incorporate exclusive upscale live entertainment for all ages.
The restaurant is going to offer an eclectic menu of old world favorites, as well as an innovative contemporary dishes, all infused with Chef Bernstein's eye for great product and her signature flavors. It'll also provide bribing cocktails and innovative mixology, as well as an exclusive wine list to pair with Chef Bernstein's acclaimed cuisine. That will also be followed, in addition to the cuisine, to feature live music performances with music ranging from different styles and sounds from Latin America. It'll include an organic Cuban-Spanish experience with warmth and great service. So let's talk about the proposed lease terms. So the premises is 4,111 square feet. The tenant will complete renovations required to create a restaurant with a minimum value of no less than $1.3 million in improvements, no later than 24 months from the effective date of the lease. Any additional funds required to complete the tenant improvements will be the tenant's responsibility. The term is 15 years from the effective date of the lease, with 2 additional 5-year renewals at the city's discretion. Base rent will start at $31 a square foot during the 3rd year of the lease term, and it'll go up to $34 in the 4th year, increasing at a rate of 3% per annum thereafter. Commencing on the 19th month of rent from the lease effective date, the tenant will pay the landlord no more than $9 a square foot to cover their proportionate share of real property taxes, insurance, common area maintenance, and operating costs from the premises. Annual increases to additional rent shall not exceed more than 5% per year. The renewal period also will have the ability to go up at 8%, no more than 8% when they come up. Again, they're at the city's discretion. Over base rent and annual adjustments of 3%. Rent commencement, the tenant will not pay any base rent for the initial 24 months of the lease term while they perform their $1.3 million in tenant improvements. The security deposit will be for 3 months, which is $31,860.25. The Economic Development Department believes that the proposed tenant has the required restaurant design, build-out, and operations experience required for the total renovation, build-out, and successful operation of the premises. The department also believes that if approved by the City Commission, the Señora Martinez branded chef-driven dining entertainment concept will contribute to the vibrancy and resiliency of the downtown as the city continues to work towards making Coral Gables one of South Florida's premier dining destinations. The proposed lease terms were presented to the Economic Development Board, the Property Advisory Board, and the Budget and Audit Board. Both the Economic Development Board and the Property Advisory Board unanimously recommended the lease for the City Commission approval. The Budget and Audit Board, yesterday, did not recommend the lease in its present form. The board recommended that the initial lease term be only for 10 years with 3 5-year renewals. Pursuant to Section 2-1007 of the Procurement Code, the item's approval requires forthwith votes, as the city attorney has told us, because the term exceeds 10 years. Pursuant to the code also, you have the authority to waive any condition imposed by the provisions of Division 12 that may not have been technically followed upon a forthwith vote when you find such waiver to be necessary in order to proceed with the purchase, sale, and lease, which is in the best interest of the city. The business partners are here to answer any questions you may have also. So.
Well, I have no questions. My only, in regards to the business partners, we heard from Ms. Bernstein. With all due respect to Mr. Martinez, if you'd like to come up, please, we'll welcome you to come up and speak. You said one thing that kind of didn't concern me, but I wanted to clarify the issue of the budget board's comments in regards to the board. What is your impression? What do you recommend?
Well, our recommendation in our negotiation, which the manager and I extensively discussed, is that the lease will be for a starting 15 years. The size of the investment that we're receiving for the premises is considerable. It is the largest that we've had in a space that size in city history. So it's important to note that. It takes time.
No, I know it does.
In restaurant to recoup that level of investment.
It takes time to ramp up. My only concern, and I don't want to take away from the brand. This has nothing to do with the individuals that we had the pleasure of having here with us today. The city was in a very similar situation in regards to a lease agreement that we agreed with on Miracle Mile. I don't want to name the individual. They no longer have that lease with the city. My understanding was that they had about $200,000 of unpaid rent, correct?
178,000, Mayor.
178,000. I want to put it on the record. My biggest issue is I want to make sure that we're never caught in that situation again, where someone doesn't pay rent for years, and it's very tough to swallow. And I know that this was actually happening before COVID started, so this is not a COVID-related failure. This was an issue of some personal finances that entity dealt with due to prior expansion that was not fruitful. So I want to be very, very careful, make sure that all these leases have some sort of termination clause that address, if there's unpaid rent for a certain amount of time. So I want to clarify it on the record that it's here.
Yes, Mayor.
I know it does have a clause. I
Those
just
are
don't know what
things
it is.
that we're very aware of that. We want to make sure that our leases now are not like that. And
Because that lease was for years without paying rent, and it became a major issue.
And those kind of things are things that we do not longer do. Our asset manager and economic development work very closely with our legal department to make sure that does not happen again. We look at leases now from a private sector perspective, that they have to be good for both sides and they have to be adequate. Here, there's a $1.3 million injection into this space. It's a space that really has not been developed like we felt that it should. And now we finally have a tenant that I think can develop this space to its ultimate potential.
By the way, it's a wonderful location.
I recommend that we go with this lease.
Mr. Martinez, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Zeta, everyone. I'll be quite frank, we're not from Coral Gables. My wife is born and raised in Miami Shores, so she is a Miami girl. I've been here for 22 years. I'm a second-generation American. My first apartment that I did rent was here in Coral Gables back when we opened the Mandarin Oriental, so I've always been in love with the city, and we're very happy to be back. Hopefully, and what seems to be for us probably the most exciting project we've ever been a part of. Certainly been in negotiations for months, if not going on to our second year with Zeta. I'm sure she at times wanted to expedite the process, but we did start the negotiations, and obviously in the middle of a pandemic, and so it took a little bit more negotiating, if you will. But we're excited to be at the point that we are. To the point, I won't. The concept is going to be a version of a concept we've done in the past, but bringing it up to 2022, I think dining has changed quite a bit in our time. People want it to be a lot more interactive. We offer different layers. This particular location, one of the things that attracted us to it was the fact that it was a music venue already, and that was one of our important components to our concept. We have the dining, we have the beverage component, we have a live music component as well that I believe is going to be embraced by the city of Coral Gables. It's very Latin driven. However, it will not only be Latin. There will be some jazz and Italian and such. We don't want to build a restaurant. We want to build an institution here in Coral Gables, a place where people can come and gather for a power lunch over business, but also bring the family on the weekends and possibly a date night at night listening to music. So it's going to be a kind of a changing, evolving concept throughout the day. In order to do so, obviously we have to make a sizable investment in this particular location. Normally, we like to take restaurants that are a little bit more built out, known in our business as second generation, so that you don't have to put as much money up front. Unfortunately, our business is a business of pennies. It's not like other businesses where you can recoup your investment in a short amount of time. Our investment sometimes takes years to recoup, which is why it's very important for us to have a long lease with the city. And so that was, one of the factors in negotiating. And nothing. I just wanted to address everyone and thank you for your time and tell you how excited we are to partake in this project. I would like to say what a pleasure it has been to deal with Zeta throughout this process, and if this sets the tone for what it's going to be like to do business in Coral Gables, we are very excited.
So thank you. We welcome you to the city. Your food and beverage speaks for itself, and I'm actually very happy to hear about the jazz because we've had multiple conversations with a lot of the residents and business owners that they want to see the jazz component be brought back to the city. And I think that's a good opportunity to really live up to a lot of things that we're looking for here in the city.
So with that, Mayor, the department recommends approval.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second. Just quickly to address, my reaction initially was 15 years is, a pretty significant amount of time. But again, when you factor the investment that's being made on the improvements and also the escalators that are in the agreement so that the rent goes up over time I think for a few years and then at a 3% per annum after that, that gives me the peace of mind that, oh, and the other thing, and this was a question I had at my pre-agenda meeting, the document has restrictions, so if this is who we'll be dealing with, this group on this venue. They can't subcontract it. It can't be somebody else that comes in and takes over. It would have to then come back through the city, which I think is important because, we have a lot of faith in, obviously, your experience and your other concepts that you've had success with. So between all those things, I'm comfortable with the length of time and, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a tremendous success. I think, frankly, that this entire street is really between what's going to happen here, what already happened on Giralda, what's coming with La Palma, what's coming as you go down towards Miracle Mile with the two locations there. I think this corridor is really set to really take off in a positive way and really be an area that's very popular and that our residents can enjoy and that already has the infrastructure of parking with our garage right next door. And so I think this is exciting and I'm looking forward to what you guys do with it.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, before we vote, this is a public hearing item, or there's anybody that wishes to speak?
No, ma'am.
You have a first and a second?
Commissioner Forrest?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena?
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good job, Zeta. Thank you. Moving back to item I-8. So the reason why I want to continue this conversation is because I'd like for the manager on the record to talk about the prescribed improvements that are going to be done to the facility. What are we looking at? How much are we spending? And what is the time frame in regards to the entire facility itself?
Mayor, we're looking at the pro shop, at renovating the pro shop. The roof has been replaced. And what we're looking at is slightly expanding Burger Bob's so that they can have handicap bathrooms and connecting the two areas with glass so that there's a continuity, yet both areas can work independently. We are completely remodeling the pro shop, and we are also
drainage.
Putting impact windows throughout the entire facility. We're also looking at replacing the sanitary sewer for Burger Bob's and the grease trap so that work in the future will be limited to that particular area. We've also looked at the storefront with the restaurant aspect as far as multiple doors, et cetera. So we are looking at that space that it will have quite a bit of potential. I think when we have our Parks and Recreation Department take over the country club, and when we remodel this pro shop, I think this space will be quite an interesting space.
When are we looking at a time frame in regards to the remodeling to start?
We are
since the city's handling this themselves. Can we cut this up into different scopes? For example, can we pull a permit for the windows and get that already going through some shop drawing? Can we start
Mayor,
working on the bathrooms?
the plans are already in place. We plan on starting construction in the second quarter of this year.
Okay. Now with Burger Bob's closing early, after we had extended their lease, by the way, can we start that construction?
We extended their lease for the first quarter,
Yes.
so they could be operational until we started construction.
Yeah. But now that they're
we have it. We are our plans are to start construction at the beginning of the second quarter.
Okay, so I'd like to expedite that as quickly as possible with my colleagues' support. So we could start that that process March 1st, it would be wonderful.
Remember that we have to go through the procurement process.
I
and that's-
understand, but I mean, again, we're talking about getting 3 window prices, 4 window prices. I think we can do that.
We are dealing with it as one component.
That's what I want to try to avoid, because I think that we can handle it ourselves and do those, different scopes quickly, and expedite the process. But if you want to wait, it's fine. I want to get it going as quickly as possible. Let me tell you
We
why.
have quite a bit of interior work, Mayor, in the pro shop, so since we have to completely remodel that, then we're taking care of the entire building at one
Fine,
time.
but let me tell you what I want to do. Okay? And I want to take the opportunity that we're in the sunshine to have this conversation. I would like to see, once that facility is complete and it's vanilla box, it's a white box. As I mentioned to you yesterday, on Friday, was it yesterday or Friday when we had our agenda?
Yesterday.
Was it yesterday, excuse me. The end result, in my opinion, for that facility has always been some sort of community restaurant. Something that is not a Hillstones, a Redfish, an Abraci, where you have a lot of turnover and you have a lot of tables, and the only way to make money is by obviously having people come through the doors. I think what we're looking at here is a very simple breakfast and lunch place where it can be like a family diner. I gave you an example in Palm Beach yesterday when we were having our discussion about the diner that they have there, which is a community hit. It's very simple in nature, doesn't require a lot of investment. It's booths. You've seen the layout. I showed you the website. It's inviting, and it reminds and it harkens back to old times. I'm of the belief that we could potentially run that place with one person at the helm who it could remain in the city's control, and we could put one person to run it who has experience already running that type of restaurant. And we don't have to engage in a different restaurateur or a larger restaurateur. But we've already gone to the market, and we've had trouble, just like we did with the country club, in getting people to be engaged in that establishment. And I think there's multiple reasons why. Number one, the investment is significant. That was one of the participants' concerns. Number two, the fact that it's located in a residential neighborhood, so there's not much parking there. And if Burger Bob's and the country club were going to be run by the same entity, you could potentially have parking in the country club if you were going to be able to make it like a symbiotic relationship where they could park and use each other's facilities for one reason or another. That's out the door now. So what I'd like to have is my colleagues consider and have conversations with the manager and staff to say, I don't want to see this place closed for 2 years, for a year and a half. I want to see this place open as quickly as possible. Make it a simple establishment similar to what you can look up is that Palm Beach Diner, which I frequent when I go to Palm Beach with my kids. And I think it will be something tastefully done that will serve this residential community and really serve its true intention of what that restaurant is there for. It's for the golfers, and it's for the people that live in the community. It's for somebody who wants to have a nice breakfast experience or a nice lunch. It's not, in my opinion, and I apologize, it's not fine ultra dining. It's not going to work there. We don't have the space, and we don't have the capacity. And I think that at the end of the day, it will just be somebody who will fail.
And that was never our intent, Mayor.
Yeah, I know it was, but I want to take advantage of this conversation to say, if we've had success with other establishments, let's kind of replicate that. What can we do? I don't want to maybe go to an RFP again. I want to figure out how we run this establishment and we make it into something that is simple. I don't want something very complex. And I'd like to hear from my colleagues, because since we can't talk about it, I'd like to talk about it on the record here.
I'd like to chime in. I too would like to see it remain neighborhood focused. I don't want to see a chain or a chain restaurant. I want something that it's more about the people that run it. There are other places here in South Florida, just outside of Coral Gables, one I can think of that the people love, the folks that run it. They go there young and old alike, and make it special, make it part of the history. But obviously we want quality food, quality service, and we've got people like that. And so I support your idea, Mayor. On the other hand, also, I'd like to find out, as a body, what authority, what power do we have to expedite? If the city is the one handling the construction, the changes, the repairs, are we able to vote to expedite certain aspects, let's say eliminate some of the red tape? That's
You
something
can
that I
direct
think
the
we should
city manager to do things by a certain date or in a certain order, but I would implore you to take his guidance on that because it may not be doable.
I just know that, I mean, there's certain hoops that everybody jumps through, just because the hoops
Commissioner,
are there.
what we've done is we have looked at the pro shop, and we have the area that we're not doing is the interior, and I've added additional work. I've added the sanitary sewer. I've added also the grease trap and so forth on the restaurant. Now, we have left that restaurant area out, figuring that somebody would come in and provide that interior work, right? That tenant work. Now, and we are going now through procurement to do the entire project except for that interior tenant work on the restaurant. The actual outside impact resistant glazing that we're doing, we've even incorporated the doors for the restaurant there. So that's where we're at now. We've added additional work. Now we can also, I think we should proceed with what we have, and then we can also add a second contract in there is to do the interior restaurant if we wish to do that, to then lease the restaurant out, right? But right now we've left that out and have allowed that to be a TI issue, tenant improvement issue.
I'm sorry. My point is, if there's anything procedurally that we as a commission can vote on to streamline whatever steps, hoops that you have to run through procurement, through our code, if we have authority at some point where we can streamline the steps for you and your team, then please let us know. I'm sure there'd be support here to help streamline the red tape that
We are going very quickly on the pro shop work. The issue that we've left out is the restaurant, and we've added that sanitary sewer and that exterior work, is that TI work, that tenant improvement work inside the restaurant. Now, that's something that we would have to design, but it doesn't mean that since we've already incorporated it in our overall design, we can add that we can do that as a second contract, and that can be done. We can get the drawings and everything done for that. We did not incorporate that in the current plan because we thought that was going to be a tenant improvement.
You know, go ahead, Vice Mayor. All right, so let's discuss that.
Yeah.
You know, and for purposes of discussion, let's kind of bifurcate the issue for a second. We heard from a lot of residents this morning and over the course of many months now about the restaurant. So let's talk about that. Where does that stand? What has been submitted by Ms. Tennyson? Because I'd just like to say something about this whole discussion, and I think it's important for the residents. I agree, and I'm sure my colleagues agree, with the importance of the establishment, the obvious compassion and sense of community and love that the community has for the establishment, and obviously for Bob himself, and for Ms. Tennyson as well. So that to me is not, that to me is well taken and understood. This is the first time we really get a chance to discuss, you know, outside of the context of the lease extensions and sort of while they went through this process. The challenge here is not about that. That's all well taken. If the bid or the proposal being submitted was at, you know, whatever the market rate is and all that type of stuff, we wouldn't be having a conversation. This would be an easy conversation. So where the sticking point or the challenge that needs to be addressed is, it's my understanding that the proposals that have been received
have not been at a level of what you would consider, an appropriate market rate for such a location, et cetera. So what we need to understand is, if that's the case, how far off is it? Because is what we're really talking about here sort of basically, I don't know what word I would use, but sort of subsidizing the establishment, the city subsidizing the establishment because of the nature of the establishment and the importance of the establishment to the surrounding community, which we've heard loud and clear. But I think it's important for you and your office, or whoever it is, to really walk through what are they proposing, why doesn't it work, how does it compare to what you would expect to see if you went out for bid, because isn't that really at the end of the day what we're talking about? I mean, in my mind, there's no question that if the financial part was a non-issue, we probably wouldn't be having a conversation.
That is correct.
So
you need to really address that with clarity. What is the financial proposal? What are the shortcomings, to the extent there are, and my understanding is there are, so that we can understand whether we can bridge that gap or not.
Well, we have, and let me clarify, we have two options, right? We can go ahead and go with the option that we have now, which is redo the building, leave that for tenant improvements, which will be anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. Or we can do those tenant improvements ourselves and then lease out the restaurant, hopefully to try to recover some of those tenant improvements. So we're talking about anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000. We currently do not have a proposal. We currently have active. We have 3 proposals now. We have 2 that do not meet that right now.
So again, let's work through that a little bit. I don't want to operate in a universe where I just assume that there is somebody out there who's willing to spend $400,000 to $600,000 on tenant improvements for this space.
Not anymore.
And if I may,
anymore or before, but
yeah, and if we could add, if I could just add to one thing,
no, please.
just one thing, because I want to put it on the record. How many RFPs have we gone through already? How many bites of the apple have we tried?
We have our asset manager here. We've gone through a lot.
Zeta, how many times have we gone to market in an effort to attract a tenant?
Well, there are different processes. The country club had 2 processes. This has had 3, I believe.
3.
Okay.
Let's limit this discussion to Burger Bob's.
To Burger Bob's.
Yes, sir. So we've had 2 whole processes. One was unsolicited, but we have had 2 whole processes.
And extensions.
We have, yes, and extensions. We have had 2 proposals, and I would just caution us now of what to discuss. We're still in the 30-day mark of when the proposals were submitted and when the proposals, so we closed on the 10th of January, and so we have 30 days to the 10th of February to review those proposals. The manager and I have not had a minute to sit and go through everything with details. Okay. We've discussed a few things, but, and we do not meet the kind of investment that it is that we're looking for. Those are the components that we look at, right? We look at the level of investment that's necessary for the space to be built out and operated, and then we look at the other side, which is what is going forward, what is going to be paid in rent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So the manager and I discussed what he wanted to do, which was to have the grease trap, do the sewer system outside, do all of that. And that can fluctuate with what we do.
The idea was to limit the work to TI, to tenant improvements. Now, if we wish to do the tenant improvements, we're talking about $400,000 to $600,000, somewhere in that range, depending on what the restaurant is going to be. But that is the decision that we have. Do we do the tenant improvements and lease it, or do we allow?
I got it, but that's my point why I brought this up. So let me bring this back to my core reasoning why I'm here bringing this up. I don't want to step on any toes for the next 30 days. I know that you're reviewing the 2 remaining proposals, but obviously, as you said, we won't sign a proposal where we lose money. At least not under this administration. We've done it before, and we've signed some pretty bad deals, and we're not going to do it again. But we're clear as a commission, and I don't want to speak for all my colleagues, but I think I am, that we do not want to see, like what Commissioner Menendez said, is a chain. We don't want to see an entity there that has extremely high expectations that needs to make a gigantic investment. And how do they recoup that investment? They recoup that investment by having a lot of seats. Where are they going to put those seats? What type of food are they going to offer? You understand? What's the price point? So we're kind of in a situation where I would like the city, after these 30 days, if my colleagues support, to consider making it a neighborhood restaurant. To look at, for example, the names that I gave to the manager and to the city attorney as examples. The one in Palm Beach is a great example of a very small diner. There's no frills. The food is pretty good though, by the way. And I recommend that anybody go visit it if you can. And potentially consider finding an operator. We don't have to lease it to anybody. We can hire somebody. I don't want to name that person today, but there is somebody that has a lot of experience. Because I want to be very careful what I say on the record. There could be an opportunity to bring somebody in who knows the community, who's been there for over 20 plus years, who understands the community, who understands the city of Coral Gables. We retain control, and we make more than $1,000 a month like we're making now on the rent. You understand? That's what I'm thinking about. And if anybody has any other names, just like we are bringing in some, Fred and his team to potentially run the country club, and we're now going to see what he's going to present before us as a proposal, and we're going to vet that proposal. I like to see the city, because I don't find, and I'm not a restaurateur, we've taken almost 3 bites of the apple here, and we haven't found the interest that we're looking for. And I just don't see that interest coming, because it's just in between the investment and the size of the property, the parking, there's just, who's going to make money on that situation?
Right,
And I'll give you I'll give you an example. At the gym that I go to, it's a wonderful gym, but they have a little restaurant inside the gym. That restaurant has turned over 5, 6, 7 times because there's not enough movement in that restaurant to substantiate the rent that they have to pay there and the cost of having a person manning that station and the litany of other costs that I imagine. I'm not a restaurateur, but it just comes to the point where there's just not enough bodies coming into the front door to make that restaurant viable.
I think, part of the issue, and I think it dovetails both with what the mayor just said, but also my question about what you're looking for and what limitations you're putting on it, because there's somewhat of a competing interest there. Because if we're telling you, and the community has been clear, we don't want a chain, we don't want a high-priced restaurant, et cetera, you're already eliminating a sector of the market that would otherwise potentially be interested in the location. So now you're saying, I want, a simple, approachable community restaurant like what's there now. I don't know that there's somebody out there that is going to pay $600,000 to improve this thing for that, because I don't know if they can realistically recoup that investment at that point, charging reasonable prices on food, et cetera. So that brings me full circle.
Okay.
I understand, and I don't want to get into, I have no idea what has been submitted on the bit, so I'm just asking, and I'm highlighting what my thoughts are, having heard from residents and trying to work through the issue. If it's my understanding that Ms. Tennyson, at some point or another in this process, maybe more than once, has submitted a proposal, but it doesn't meet the upfront investment that you're looking for, okay, but is there another bid that does? And if there's not, what are we talking about? What are we looking at? So I need clarity on this. I rely on you and through the manager to, and obviously, procurement, to get back to us on what sort of interest there is in this thing what we're looking for. And are these improvements a necessity or a luxury? You know, do we have to invest $400,000 to $600,000? Do we have to, or maybe could you get by with investing $200,000? I'm using round numbers for purposes of discussion, but we need to really understand all of that with tremendous clarity to make an informed decision here. Because again, if the existing, look, I want to be careful. I understand Mr. McGuire submitted a letter, and wasn't interested in the final extension that was offered. I understand why, and I appreciate the situation and the uncertainty that he had, and then that's a very difficult situation for any business, let alone a restaurant, to operate under. So, I don't put a lot of weight on that. If the current leaseholder is close to what's necessary and otherwise meets the requests of the residents, let's try to figure that out. And I don't have enough information sitting here today, because this whole process of procurement is very, structured and for good reason, and we try not to get involved until it goes through its process and gets to us. To Commissioner Forge's point, at no point in time have we opined on any of the bids that have come in at this point. We were supposed to have talked about that a bit today, but that was pulled off the table. So that's where I am. I would love nothing more than to give the community and agree to what they would like to see there. I hope they understand the challenges, the financial side of it, because I'm also a fiduciary of the city and the tax dollars that our residents pay, and I have to be mindful of how we spend them, and we do the best we can. Sometimes we do well, sometimes we do less than well, but we always strive to do well with that. And I need clarity on that. I hope I know my colleagues would love nothing more than to give the residents what they would like to see there. So we need to figure out if that's possible or not.
You know what's interesting though, and I want to put it on the record, because we've been listening, certain people that have been text messaging right now, they say that we hear, but we don't listen. We've been listening for a long time. This commission has been listening for a long time, but we can't talk, because then we would violate the Sunshine Law.
And I see that a couple others want to make a point, and I want to add a few points in too.
And,
So
we've been listening.
Who wants to go next?
Yeah, we've been
We're
listening.
all going to take our turns on this one.
We've been listening for a long, long time. And for example, today we were supposed to have a conversation about the country club. And I think the country club would have potentially worked with Burger Bob's if you would have had them together, because you could have been able to really push resources. And that's lost now. That's neither here nor there.
And one last point.
We are listening. We are listening.
Absolutely.
We're listening.
I want to be careful, and I've said this before. While there was a bid submitted or discussions about it being made, these are two different issues. Burger Bob's and the gentleman who operated it are not the country club. The operators of the country club entered into an agreement. The mayor already discussed it. And therefore is, to me, a very different situation than Burger Bob's, who has simply gone about his business, and the lease is coming to its term and we have to deal with it. I've committed to the residents that I will do whatever I can to keep, when we already talked about the country club, to keep the same nature, feel, et cetera, services that we have there. I cannot enter into business with somebody, and now I'm talking about the leaseholder or of the country club, that signed an agreement with the city, represented by competent counsel, agreed to walk away by a certain date, and after doing that, and after the parties reaching an agreement, started a public campaign that went against what they signed and put in writing. That's the difference. That's why it's two different situations.
And then conflated.
And that campaign started when the nice residents who are fighting for Burger Bob's establishment started doing so, and the operator of the club saw a path forward with that group to latch onto the goodwill that exists around Burger Bob's. And I understand that. And if that had happened before they signed an agreement, maybe it would have been a different discussion, but that's not what happened. And so I want to just be careful that we keep it as two separate issues. I understand they're across the street from each other. Is there a universe where it could all be somehow operated together that, you know, might make sense? Sure. But that's been the issue with the country club. Nobody wants to change the country club. I don't want a high price club. I don't want to fundamentally change the aesthetic and nature of this neighborhood. But I can't do business. I won't support the city doing business with somebody who entered a contract with us and then went back on their word on that agreement publicly. That's the difference. So I just want to be clear about that.
Commissioner Forrest, you had something you want to say, then Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, 2 points. Taking advantage of sunshine. I think, Mayor, that it's a very interesting concept, speaking of it very generally, one that I've thought about myself in the past, of a approach which doesn't necessarily go to an RFP and a lease, but operates more, the way I had thought about it was a license, which I think a good point you made, which I had not really thought about, was that to some degree it gives the city more control, who will now be running the country club, and perhaps that will lead to more synergy between both buildings. And I think that's a very interesting idea, which we can discuss after bids are in, and seeing what some of those people are offering. But I'm very interested in that idea. I want to say it in the sunshine so everybody hears it. For me, it would even be ideal, a world where perhaps the person who operates this for the city is someone who has the blessing to keep on calling it Burger Bob's, maybe even, would be an ideal world for me. I think with respect to the tenant build-outs in that scenario where there is no tenant, I think there's still a contribution that can be made by the licensee in the form of key money for the license, which money could go straight to at least offsetting some of the costs of what we were expecting to be eventual tenant improvements. And finally, I think a lot of that approach depends on exactly what Vice Mayor was saying, on what really needs to be imminently done there and what doesn't. For me, it kind of ruins the whole potential harmonious transition to have a place go offline for several months at a time. People are forced to do other things during that time to make a living. So I really would like to also hear what that entails at a later date, in terms of what is imminently necessary. My wife has a very long list of things that I'm supposed to fix around the house, and a lot of them I haven't fixed yet, and the roof is still over our heads, and the door's still locked, and we're able to sleep there well at night. So, maybe we're prepared at least for a short time period to do the bare necessities in order to at least continue on, though we all know nothing is forever, continue on with a certain approach for at least the near future.
Commissioner Anderson?
I have a long list from my husband, too. After 34 years of marriage, it's still going. So when I look at businesses, and I'm just, since we're in the sunshine, communicate this to you all, I always look for what's doable and viable because I want a business to succeed. So I look at what's capable of being done, but the gross margin, limitations on the customer base, the type of product that they're looking for. And there's only so much we can get out of a burger. It's the practical end of it. So I don't want our demands to be a recipe for failure. I do want it to be successful because it'll be a win-win situation for the city to have a continual operator in there rather than something that's more of a revolving door situation where they try as they might, they try to reach our demands, and when they reach our demands, have actually handicapped themselves to be able to succeed further. So I look at gross margin, the customer base, the viability of the business long-term, whether it's be a licensee type arrangement or otherwise. But we are limited there. We're somewhat handcuffed. This is not the central business district, and we don't want it to be the central business district. So high on my priority list are things I think we must take care of, whether it's a licensee situation or somebody else building it out, because it is a fixture, is the restroom. Not just the 4-inch pipe, but I mean the complete build-out of an ADA accessible restroom, because that's going to stay with the facility. Someone can take their cooking equipment out and their tables and chairs, but the restroom stays. So I would like that to be a priority. Thank you.
When are the recommendations regarding the current proposals that's come to us in February?
The manager and I have to meet to review the two proposals. I did want to remind everyone that that space hasn't been touched in 30 years, so the manager
The space has not, the space has not been touched in over 30 years, so
Right.
we do need to go in and update everything because of the condition that it's in. And it's something that we can certainly take a look at. We have now, we have direction now on the country club, and we have two options. We can either, I mean, it's pretty clear that we can either try to work the TI issues into our program and then go through some type of lease or some type of, as the Commissioner Forrest said, agreement where somebody else runs it, or they could run it through us. Okay. The other alternative is to go the more standard route that we've done, where we have the tenant do the tenant improvements. I think after we evaluate that, we can also look at and come back and look at that scenario and see whether it's a franchisee or whether it's a tenant improvement, or we can do something similar. But that investment, we have to provide an investment in the restaurant because of the age of the restaurant and the need for it.
Since we only have, I believe, one meeting in February now, is there a way in February to have presented to the city commission the different options, sort of like a buffet, so that we can sort of, it gives us flexibility to work with the administration and work with the community to find the best path forward. So if we're given at least one or two, I think, phenomenal ideas from my colleagues on the table, then that gives us an opportunity in the sunshine to see which path forward is the best.
Commissioner, we'd like to bring it the first meeting in March to allow us to get the proper estimates, look at what we need to do, and also look at what interior work, as the Vice Mayor said, what we can minimize.
Can we hear from our city attorney one second?
So yeah, this is probably a good time to chime in. So currently there is a request for proposals out there, for lack of a better word. There's a
Closed.
I'm sorry?
It's closed on January 10th.
Okay, that's been closed, and that had certain requirements.
Okay.
Some may not be exactly what we're hearing today. So the commission can at any time throw everything out and start over. But I do think that what you're gonna see when Ms. Ardinez and the manager meet may not be what you think you're gonna see. And I just wanna tell you that, because what went out was for somebody who would come in and do the improvements and then have a certain amount of rent every month and have, which may not be possible.
Yes.
So if you're looking at going a different route, this licensing idea, not having a major investment on the front end or having the city do it, then it's kind of starting over. It's a different process.
So,
but that's what
I have
we
an,
need
I
on
have
the
an,
table.
I have an idea, and it's what we've all stated amongst us collectively. We obviously understand that we're not going to meet the goals of the RFP. But the purpose of me putting this conversation at 10 o'clock today was not only to address the issues of the country club, was to also address the issues of the hundreds, if not thousands, of emails and phone calls that we've gotten that are just, this is the first time we talk about it. And to put that on the record, this is the first time that we collectively talk about because we've had nothing to talk about in regards to the country club. But we have something to talk about, and that is right now, there's nothing. And we got to move forward, and we're moving forward with the city. Now, in regards to Burger Bob's, we still haven't been shown, at least I haven't, I know my colleagues haven't either, because the manager has always been very courteous and has always shown the commission at the same time all the documents, starting with the mayor and moving his way down. And if I haven't seen it, trust me, my colleagues haven't seen it. The final RFPs that were submitted in regards to Burger Bob's. So because we haven't had a decision hasn't been rendered. Because they're still reviewing those RFPs. They were just submitted. And I'm answering that question now because Marlon Everett has asked me, why haven't we reviewed it? Because they haven't been finalized yet. That's why. So in regards to Burger Bob's, I haven't seen one document. I haven't had anything brought to me, and I'm going to ask my colleagues, has anybody here seen one document in regards to an RFP for Burger Bob's? No. And I hate to do this on the record because we have to put this on the record, because and then we'll get bombarded tomorrow with that we're breaking the sunshine or that we're pushing this one way or another, and then we'll have all these questions which call into question our city manager, our city attorney, our city clerk, which at the end of the day, they're doing the best that they can along with their staff. I will leave you with this. Okay, this is very simple. I do not see a future in Burger Bob's where there is a restaurateur that is willing to come in here and make a significant capital investment without having an ancillary business like the neighboring business to help cover some of those costs. There is not enough business. The diner that I mentioned is by name, it's called Surfside Diner. If you go to Surfside Diner, it's right off Worth Avenue. What is feeding it? It's on the side streets, but Worth Avenue is feeding it. Okay? This is in the middle of a neighborhood where it's a destination where people enjoy. There's maybe, 30 parking spaces, 40 parking spaces? There's no way you can put something significant there to be able to repay us in a timely manner the investment that is required. We're talking $400,000 to $600,000. So we have to come to grips with what is the final opportunity that we have before us, and that is to have a city-run establishment, kind of like the Pro Shop, and put something that's nice, like a Surfside Diner scenario, where we can grab somebody who has the expertise, knows the community, and is interested in either a salary, and we can iron out those details later, or a key, like Commissioner Forrest was mentioning, over a 5-year period, 10-year period, we can come together with some sort of lease. But I think the city should remain in complete control. This is not a situation like the Bernstein Martinez group, where they're coming in and spending $1.3 million on an investment on a city property, and they're asking for a lease, and we're granting them that lease. It's a massive, probably the largest TI we've ever seen in the city. They're taking, but they have an area which will feed that business. There isn't an area that's going to feed that business. And I don't want to put the neighborhood at jeopardy with saying, hey, let's put together some of the crazy ideas that we've heard. We're building a parking garage. We're building, a restaurant for 500 people. That's the way that started off as a little snowflake, and it ended up being a snowball that ran many of us over on the commission. So all I'm asking is that we've had this conversation over and over. I would like for the manager and for your team to present to us once you're done with the RFPs and you make the decisions. If you're going to present it to the commission in February, if you're not going to present it to the commission, I would like for you to sit down with my colleagues, sit down with me, and find a solution where we as a city potentially control that asset.
So, Mayor, that's a complete departure from what's out there now.
But that's why I'm the mayor and I'm asking for that.
Right. I'm just asking, do you want the city staff to come back with a recommendation based?
I'll make a motion.
I think the question is, Mayor, do you want it to finish?
I'm going to do it very simple. Very simple. Here you go. Ready? I'm going to move this over. I'm going to make a motion. This is not working out, okay? And I'm going to be honest with you. I love this position, but I'm getting tired of just the misinformation. The Herald's article yesterday was completely misinformed. And I literally have a text here from Mr. DiNonato basically refuting everything that the Herald wrote about it. Okay? That's why I don't give comments. And I'm very careful about giving comments. And as I tell the residents, we're still negotiating this deal. Give it time. Let it come to the point where we can actually have a conversation on the dais I want staff to continue with the RFP, finalize the RFP, render a decision through the manager's office, tell us what is it that they recommend in regards to the 2 remaining proposals that are there. Yay, nay, this is what we recommend. And at the same time, provide us with an opportunity, and I'm doing this to ensure that we don't have this facility closed for 2 years and 3 years. I don't want that done. I don't want that. We've already taken 3 swings at this already, and we've missed. Not because of staff. Staff has done an incredible job. Actually, I apologize for all the emails and for all the confrontations that you've had to deal with. A lot of them have been because of me. Because we've met with residents, we've met with other people that are misinformed. Okay? You've heard a commission here that's willing to move in a direction. I've almost said the person's name without saying the person's name. So I would like for staff, through the manager, to run 2 paths. Path number 1, finish the RFPs, tell us what they recommend or what they don't recommend, and move in a direction where we potentially do the tenant build out ourselves, and we find someone that we hire to run that facility, or somebody like Commissioner Forrest said, some sort of key opportunity or a lease. But I do not want to be in a position where we let that place sit for a year idle. I don't think it's good for the community. And I think, again, especially like the gentleman mentioned, Mr. Roy Black said something that stuck with me. And that was, especially during COVID, we've learned the importance of the human touch, the human affection. And now it's more important than ever. So that's what I'm asking for.
Mayor, if we could bring this back, exactly what you said. Okay. Bring this back in the first meeting in March so we can look at both paths. We can evaluate one path and then take a look at the second path, which is going the second route, which was for us to do a TI and then either going with franchise or some type of internal control.
A TI tailored after Surfside Diner, something very simple, something that just updates what we have there now.
Understood.
And keeps intact the community feel of this diner. And once you go to the internet and you see Surfside Diner, you will see what I'm talking about.
It also would allow us to coordinate with our Parks Department, who are now taking over the Coral Gables Country Club. So it gives us this ability to be cohesive and come back in the first meeting in March, looking at both alternatives.
And remember, if we manage both facilities, we have a lot more buying power. We're literally across the street. If one facility needs ice, if one facility's machine breaks down, if one's gonna buy burgers, if one's gonna buy hot dogs, we have more buying power. We can do things that, again, they cross-pollinate. And I think that's beneficial and gives more life to both of these organizations.
We also have to look at the fact that we have Liberty Cafe across from Burger Bob. So there's a number of issues that we need to really assess at this time, and we can really provide that in the first meeting in March.
I made a motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second. I have a quick question for the administration. Who oversees the pro shop? What department is that?
Parks.
That's community recreation?
Community recreation.
Yes.
And the Burger Bob's side of the facilities as well?
Nope.
No. That's what I want to get a clarification.
That's why it makes sense, Commissioner. We can just add the
Right.
3 pieces.
Exactly.
3 pieces.
Go ahead, Fred.
The pro shop is part of the golf course operations, which is managed by Community Recreation. Also, we utilize the Biltmore's staff as a contractor for the daily operation of the pro shop. The Burger Bob's is a lease, and it is managed through our leasing.
Economic development.
And by the way, Mr. Commissioner, just for going, like dovetailing off your comments, remember, if we control it, we control the maintenance.
Yep.
We ensure the level of quality. We ensure that things are kept up. I think that's important because if you want things to survive in my industry, it's all about maintenance. It's all about buying the right products and ensuring that you may spend a little bit more money up front, but the lifespan will be much longer.
I think it also helps the likelihood of success.
Yes.
Because they're no operators out there on a limb. It's all connected branches, and they feed off each other. And we do have situations within community recreation where there are individuals that run certain programs that get, we have ways where they are incentivized to succeed. So that's something, if we do go in that route, for whoever ends up running, I want to see them have incentives to, in whatever arrangement we set up.
All right,
So we have a first and a second.
Mr. Clerk.
We have a member of the public requesting to speak, Mr. Mayor. Just so you know, this person also acknowledges that they bid on the current process.
So if the person is a bidder, this item was not on the agenda today. Other bidders did not have an opportunity to be here. So I would ask that they not be able to speak, because if the item had been on, then other people would have been on notice.
We don't need to jeopardize everything that I think collectively we're working towards. So I think just better for the city, better for the community, better for that individual, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm not just.
Ms. Wells, I think you'll understand. It's like an ex parte communication. It's almost like having a hearing with one lawyer there and not the other lawyer there.
I appreciate it very much. I just wanted to talk to the August bid deadline, that's all. It's no problem.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Mayor Lago,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Can I do this?
Of course. Yeah, enjoy it. You do it well.
Can we all get one?
All right, so thank you very much. I think it was very fruitful, the conversation. And I hope that everybody enjoyed seeing how the sausage was made. Sometimes it's not pretty, but I think today I think it looked pretty today. All right, moving on to item 2.1. Have we done already consent, the consent or no?
We have not. And you also have D2 pending the mayor's comments.
Okay, I'm gonna do consent first.
So before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I have a motion?
By the way, I have to add, do I do it before or after?
Before.
Before we vote.
Sorry, I couldn't. The manager kept on getting in the way. One of my appointees to the Transportation Advisory Board, Kevin Mays, let me know that he had to step down. I want to thank Mr. Mays for his service to the community, service to the city, and particularly service on that board. So I will be appointing Mr. David Fournier, Fournier, to take Mr. Mace's spot on the Transportation Board.
All right, perfect. Mr. Clerk?
May I have a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to D2. Director, how are you? This is our continued efforts in regards to downtown cleanup efforts. I want to make everyone aware on the commission. They're more than welcome. We'll call Sunshine. We'll do a mobile Sunshine meeting. I have called for the first week in March for Ms. Bell, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Cabrera, Mr. Manager, the two members from my office, and anyone who else would like to attend. We will do a mobile drive-through in the city. I'm going to borrow or rent a van to drive through and look at certain areas in the city that I've sent a lot of photos and the staff is addressing it, but to kind of see areas that I think we can improve on. And with that being said, I also want to commend those members that I mentioned right now who are standing before us for being incredibly receptive, working hard, knowing that we have things that we got to work on, and just going going after it. So I commend you for that. Thank you for that.
So thank you, and we'll be ready for that walkthrough whenever it happens.
We've done it before.
We have.
This time I promise you won't get seasick in the back of my little car. Remember
that was a long time ago. You're still dragging that out.
Nah.
I'm just kidding.
You were driving.
One thing that I would ask for you is it's patient a miracle mile. We actually have an irrigation project that is coming. We don't want to spend landscaping money just to rip it out later.
I know.
So we're working through that. I think ponds, they're doing good. She has some good ideas about.
We're also redoing the median.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
We're redoing the median, which is in need of updating.
Yeah, but we need, for example, if you look at Ponce and Bird Road in front of the gas station, there's just twigs. It's just twigs. So what we got to do is we have a lot of landscaping there, and we walked this already. That we looked into it, and it's a nightmare. You know, this is just basically just trunks and a little bit of leaves. We got to replace all that landscaping down ponds. I know it's going to cost money, but it's just a beautification process. It's just, I know that our team just likes to basically go over and brush over it, and our subcontractor likes to brush over it very quickly, but it comes out every 10 or 15 years. You got to rip it all out and you got to redo it.
Absolutely.
That's one thing. The second thing that I wanted to talk to you about was, and you know, Tsunami, you are always accessible by text message. I can't thank you enough. I'm texting you last night at 9 o'clock at night about a tree that's missing, about a light post, and you're responding. So I like to put on the record because, you know, people are quick to judge, and I think that it's important that people understand the level of effort that's being put out there by the staff. That's part of the drive-through that we're going to do. I really need to understand. I'm going to use, and I don't want to point people out, but when you look at Merrick Park's landscaping, it just is it's not acceptable. I need to know if it's our responsibility or it's Merrick Park's responsibility. And that runs down the gamut. You know, for example, the building that's on the corner of Alhambra and Ponce, the glass cube, which is my understanding was the reason why the Mediterranean bonus was derived. There is no landscaping. It's literally a trench. If you look at the building next to the Quickie Mart on Ponce de Leon next to University of Miami, I've taken photos of it. There's been a freezer outside of that facility for over 3 months. And I know this because I go to that facility 3 or 4 times a week to get coffee or a Gatorade before I go work out. The property across the street, there's no landscaping. The building, there's no landscaping. Literally, there's the poles where the pots are, and there's no landscaping. How do people not get cited without having landscaping? We have a code. People, when they build a building, they have to maintain their properties. That's one thing. The second thing is, I've been speaking to a lot of business owners and also DCs. They were concerned about the issue of potentially not having a spigot to clean their sidewalks. We will help you figure it out. And I am to the point, and I'm just going to leave this is my last point on this, and I'm to the point where I spoke to the manager about it and says, if 4 times a year is too difficult, I'm willing to do it twice a year, every 6 months. Because guess what? Every 6 months is better than what's going on now, which is every 10 years. I'll take every 6 months to win. And my last point, I need an action plan from the bid and from the chamber and from staff, because I do not want to see one little business clean their front and then the other business is dirty and they clean it in 3 months. I want it to be done in blocks so people can clean it in blocks. Either everybody cleans it the first week in January, there's a window, and then they do it again 6 months later, where they have a window or a month to do it. And that'll be perfectly acceptable for code enforcement too. So code enforcement can say, hey, look, the sidewalk hasn't been cleaned. Case in point, where Madruga Bakery is. I had coffee this week in Madruga Bakery with 2 residents. When you look at the Bank of America across the street, I took pictures of it and I sent it to staff. The Bank of America does not have any landscaping. There's construction signs all over the downtown area. There's a project that's basically stalled for 3 months. Have them pick up all those construction signs that are tossed in the trees. Have them clean their sidewalks. Bank of America is a Fortune 50 company in the world. They should clean their sidewalks. They should plant their landscaping. They should take pride. We have standards here in the city. All those pictures were taken and sent to staff. So that's going to be part of their drive. I want to find out how we can make it easy for people to say every 6 months, let's clean it and let's clean it together.
I would like to add something about the whole concern about
That's the whole point of having
spigot.
this discussion.
There actually are portable pressure cleaners that come with a tank.
Of course.
Now, usually it's not something that you can just hire the handyman now because it's a lot easier to do a spigot. You might need to hire a company who does that for you, or you may need to rent the thing, but those things are available.
Well, the lease owner, the owner of the property, they shouldn't pass it on to the renter or to the leasee. They should say, once every 6 months, I'm going to clean my sidewalk. And I want to make it easy for code enforcement to say, when they walk by and say, hey, look, the sidewalk hasn't been cleaned. It was supposed to be cleaned in the first 2 weeks of January. It was supposed to be cleaned in the first 2 weeks of August. It's a window. That way we can make it, I want to make it so easy that it's transparent, that everybody knows how to address the issue.
And Mayor, if there's a plan to clean it, which I hope the chamber can help us on, you can put a meter on a fire hydrant and you have water there. So there's many ways. You can bring your own water. You can connect correctly. There are many ways of doing that. And I think it's an issue of really working together on that.
And I want to be very clear and put this on the record so everybody knows. And then they say you don't put it on the record. Okay. The Business Improvement District does not clean the streets. The city of Coral Gables pays $450,000 a year to clean Miracle Mile and Giralda. Okay? When you look at other bids, and I'm doing my research, you look at the bid in City of Miami, you look at the Wynwood bid, all those bids are responsible for cleaning up the streets, pressure cleaning the streets, ensuring that garbage is picked up. So we need to really analyze that, because we're spending a lot of money every year and the bid's not paying for that. If we want to continue with that model, it's perfectly fine. So will the commission. But I'm flexible as long as my commissioners agree with me that maybe every 3 months is too much. Maybe we should do it every 6 months. But I want to make sure that we follow through.
My only comment is if you have a restaurant out there, you're going to have to do a little maintenance, a lot more maintenance in between, food drops, things of that nature.
And that is correct. I think if you're using the right of way to make money, then you should be responsible for cleaning that right of way on a continuous basis, because you are using it at that point, Mayor, as a restaurant.
But Mr. Manager and Commissioner, if it hasn't been cleaned in 10 years, and we can get them to clean it every 6 months, it's a win.
It is. It absolutely is.
I'll
I
take the win.
agree with the every 6 months pressure cleaning.
I'll take the win. But you are 100% right about the
Action.
restaurant. You're 100% right at the restaurant. You should want to clean it for your patrons who are going to sit there and see the food and see the stains on the floor. So,
Mayor, and I think every 6 months for non-restaurant uses is fine. If there's a restaurant use, then we reserve the right to say you need to clean it further, because if you spill something, it could be something, it could be a slip and fall, it could be all those issues. But I agree with you. I think if there is no restaurant, maybe 6 months might be. the way to go.
So we have prepared a map of locations in the business district that have had citations for maintenance from October and November. That's it there. And some of those dots are overlapping, but all those locations have been cited. We continue to enforce it, but lately in December and January, we've been concentrating more on the cardboard. But definitely there was a major effort to walk these business districts and cite the locations that, had egregious violations. Because at one point we were just issuing warnings. We were waiting until January to really come down on the sidewalks and all that. But those locations there have all been either cited or have had warnings issued to them.
and for example, corner of Ponce and Miracle Mile, Main and Main. We tried during Christmas to get the colonnade to plant some trees, something nice, some little landscaping, some shrubberies, maybe, just get in the festive spirit, I'm not asking you to go crazy, but they didn't plant it. So what did we end up doing? We went out there through the manager, through his leadership, through his effort, through the team, and they put mulch out. So instead of it being dirt, they put mulch on the literally the planter. It's a pretty significant planter on the corner of Miracle Mile and Ponce. It's one of the biggest taxpayers in this community. It's on the main street. You want to put your best foot forward, especially everybody that's visiting Crema, having coffee outside, and they just didn't want to plant it. And I don't understand why. What is it that have they been noticed?
Yes, and actually Dina's been working with them closely on getting an acceptable landscaping plan.
Thank you for that. I thought that what I would hope, Ms. Bell, is that they would run to you and say, "What is it that? Tell me what we can do. Let's get some landscaping out there, because it's the most important corner in our city." You're if I own that property, if I had the privilege of owning that property, well, what I could do with that property.
I'll just mention that our department's been working very closely with the business owners that have covenants we've been giving them ideas on what type of specific plant material they can improve their sites with. And conversely, we're paying special attention to our own sites too, because if we're asking the business owners to improve their landscaping, we're doing the same. So I'm holding our own staff to task on that.
And I think when we replace all that landscaping from Merrick Park Circle all the way down to 8th Street, and we remove those Green Island ficus, which are just so overgrown and they're full of garbage in them, it's going to send a message. And if you notice, they just planted all the landscaping in front of Carver. They redid the landscaping. Finally, that landscaping was done. But it's a good step forward in the right direction, along with cleaning of the park, which I appreciate you, Mr. Diaz, for making sure that park was taken care of right next to Carver. But this is going to continue to be on the commission. This is an agenda item that is important to me. There is a direct correlation between having a clean, vibrant downtown and our taxes. The more welcoming and beautiful our downtown is, the more the taxable value is going to be. Because guess what? People are going to want to come and spend money in the downtown, and the property value is going to go up. So I would just want to say again, thank you enough to the entire staff, everyone in your staff, Ms. Cabrera, Mr. Diaz, Ms. Bell, the manager. You guys are working hard. This is a tall task. This is a tall endeavor, and I appreciate your efforts on this. Thank you. But this is a priority for my administration. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
I have a request from my colleagues in the commission to consider maybe moving our next commission meeting, which is February 22nd to February 15th, if you are available. If you're not available, it will remain as is. The reason why I ask you is I may have to step out of town.
I'm available February 15th.
Okay.
Should be.
Okay. I want to make sure that the commissioner doesn't have cord, neither does Mana.
We have a sunshine meeting that evening,
Yes.
and I have a couple meetings with staff. Otherwise, I'm available.
Okay. I know we're going to have to take care of an issue with the sunshine meeting, and the city attorney will.
Mr. Manager was gonna move it
Yes.
up, right? Is that what we had said,
We
or
can
back?
move it, or if we have it at 5:30, we.
Can go right into it,
We can
yeah.
go right into it.
I go right into it, yeah. I mean, we'll have to move our Kunti discussion.
So I apologize.
And meantime, I'll plant more at my house, so.
I apologize for doing this. I think this is the first time I've ever asked to move a meeting, so I appreciate everyone's understanding. Thank you.
Someone should make a motion to move the meeting officially.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Commissioner Force.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to, quick question. Do you want to have lunch at 12:30 or 12, or what would you like to do?
I need a restroom break if.
Let's take a 5-minute restroom break, and then we'll come back and address a few items before we take a lunch break.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chief, Mr. Clerk. All right, welcome back. Let's, Mr. Clerk, let's please move on to item 2.1.
Gables Community Relations Committee urging the City Commission to support and request Miami-Dade County Public Schools to ensure that there are self-contained classrooms for students with disabilities in public elementary and high schools within the city boundaries. And 2.2 is the same resolution, but from the Advisory Board on Disability Affairs.
Good morning, Naomi Levy-Garcia, Assistant City Attorney and Intergovernmental Affairs Manager. So the SCRC discussed the concept of self-contained autism classrooms on multiple occasions. And ultimately, in December, a member of the Disability Affairs Board came before the School Community Relations Committee and shared their own resolution regarding self-contained classrooms. The SCRC subsequently adopted a sister resolution. We have Jennifer Ward-Sando here. She's been designated by the SCRC to be the point person on this discussion. She'd like to share a few words.
How are you? Good afternoon.
Good. This is my first time in here, and oh my God, I hear Joey Chestnut is coming to the city, so I'm really excited. Okay, so I am a member of the School Community Relations Committee. Our board unanimously supported the idea of having autism programs at our elementary, middle, and high schools. Our understanding is our high school has one, but our middle schools and our elementary schools do not. On a personal note, I feel like some of you know my children, some of you don't. I have 3 children. We live within walking distance from Coral Gables Preparatory Academy. All 3 of them have autism. All 3 of them are nonverbal. My oldest one also suffers from seizures. My middle child is, I shouldn't just say she suffers from seizures. I should also tell you she loves ballet and she loves Taylor Swift, so to say something positive. My middle child, he is just a very social, runs up to people, grabs them, but he really doesn't have any communication at all. My youngest child is also hearing impaired, and he communicates through typing very effectively. So all 3 of them attend Miami-Dade County Public Schools. They place them in a school that can meet their needs. And 3 times in a row, that has not been our home school, and it has not been a school in the city. The first time, I'm like, okay, yes, of course, they don't want my daughter at their school. Why would they? They don't, she's too hard to deal with. They don't want to expose their children to a child that might have a fit, might scream, might have an issue. My second child, I still kind of was like, okay, I could see how he could be disruptive at just a regular school. By the time I got to my third child, I started to get a little bit annoyed. Every time I would drive past the school that was in my neighborhood and see other children out there playing and know my children couldn't go there. And then I see the children in the neighborhood that know each other because they all attend school together. And I notice how they don't know how to react around my children, but yet the children that do go to their schools, which are 3 different schools at the moment, Blue Lakes Elementary, Snapper Creek Elementary, and Southwest Miami Senior High School, do know how. They're unfazed, and they actually take initiative to be with my children. And I just wish that children that lived in Coral Gables would also have experience with children with autism and know how to take them in and make them part of the community. There's a little bit of a disconnect because this city has been so awesome, just awesome, when it comes to inclusion and autism programs from the city level. I mean, the Parks and Recreation, Erica Kofkin will include everybody. Just, she works so hard to do that. And you guys passed the Principles of Inclusion. You have this great all-inclusive festival. You have this wonderful sensory-friendly, disability-friendly playground. But still, our children can't go to school with other children in our community. So I was a lawyer in my past life, and I wrote down a bunch of legal arguments, but I can't. I'm too emotional about this. I can only make an argument that I feel. Thank you.
You know, if I may, because I know the vice mayor probably wants to say a few words. I had the pleasure of getting to know you a little better once I went to one of the meetings with the board, and I saw the commitment. I knew everybody was committed, obviously, but I saw the level of commitment, which is extraordinary. You're correct. I mean, this started a few years ago with our previous city attorney and Naomi's efforts and our director's efforts, and really pushing forward an agenda of inclusion on all fronts. I need staff to give me direction on how we can achieve the goal that you're talking about, because as we all have kids, and we try to expose every single person on this commission tries to expose our kids to every type of opportunity so they can grow up to be the best people they possibly can. And I went to a special school which really shaped me for 3 years. It was called Vanguard, and I've talked about it before. And it's at the very fabric, at the very foundation of who I am on all fronts of life. You know, in my professional career, as an elected official, as a father, as a friend, you know, and a litany of different things. It really teaches you a lot when you can be amongst people and not only understand the situation that they're facing, but also sympathize with them. And I would love nothing more than for what you're asking for to come to fruition. I just need to understand what are the steps that we need to take to really bring this forward. We've tried years ago, I think it was when Commissioner Mena just got elected, where there was a potential grant for $1.5 million coming from the school board. And we talked about this, and we weren't able to find the place to potentially access that money and deliver that money and put it into a project that would, you know, shine a light on these incredible kids so that they wouldn't have to leave the city of Coral Gables, which to me, that's a problem. When people who live in the city of Coral Gables have to, in this great city that we're blessed to live in, have to step outside our boundaries to get care in any way or any form, that's unacceptable. And we gotta find an answer.
I just, you know, on paper, I was already supportive of this just because it's obviously a good idea, but I really appreciate your comments because you kind of gave us a real life, you know, experience that not only for you and your kids, but also for the other kids in those schools. And so, you know, so needless to say, you know, we support what we have before us today. I think to the mayor's point, I would love to do more than just pass a resolution, you know, supporting the cause. We'll definitely do that. But what else can we do? How else can we advocate for this? You know, is there something actually going to the school board on this subject that, you know, we can lend our advocacy for, or, you know, whatever we can do to try to make this really come to fruition other than just pass a resolution? We'd love to participate in.
I'm sorry, I think that the resolution actually allows you to send a letter to Miami-Dade County Public Schools asking them to explore the possibility. So I think that that is the actionable part of the resolution that the city would undertake. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Have there been conversations with either your committee or on your side with, you know, school board member Rojas or anybody else on the topic? And do we know if it's even, is this even under consideration, or is there?
We have people from the district that.
Sure. Oh, good. Okay, great.
Just and also.
No, just so we know.
There have been some discussions at the School Community Relations Committee. The mayor actually attended one of our meetings too, and it came up at that meeting. At this point, those are discussions, so it's on their radar. I believe they are aware that this is something of interest, at least to the two boards, and they were aware of the intention. Obviously, they have representatives here to take it to the commission and have the commission weigh in. As a threshold step, you know, it would be the resolution from the commission. If it's something you support, falls in line with our inclusion initiatives, falls in line with the special needs planning initiative out of the School Community Relations Committee, so there are logical tie-ins, then we would send the resolution through the board member to the school board and see where it goes from there. And obviously engage in conversations and see if there is a facility where such a classroom could be initiated. You know, are there space considerations the city can come to the table on? Where can the city, fill in the gap to make this a reality if that's the will of the commission?
And another thing, if I just want to add one quick thing, because it's important, just so you're aware, as part of our strategic plan that we adopted as a commission, one of the items was to visit as many boards as possible. So we're doing that. We're going to visit boards. I was very impressed by this board, by the chair, the efforts of the entire board. But I also want to make you aware, as you know, and I don't have to tell you this because everybody here knows in this community, school board member Rojas is everywhere.
Yeah.
She's everywhere. And she's like, whatever you want, I'm here. On behalf of the kids, on behalf of the parents, and especially on behalf of those students that need it the most. So what I would like to do, and I know that my colleagues probably want to speak about it, we'd love to hear from our colleagues at the school board. The school board is in transition now. They're going to have a new superintendent. I want to make sure that we're as close to whoever that superintendent is going to be, and make sure that they're our partners, and that they come to the city of Coral Gables first, and that we make this a priority. Another thing that I would love to do is also talk to one of our colleagues that after many, many years of service is finally retiring. Is Commissioner Sosa from the county. I mean, she's been a pillar, a stalwart in this community, helping us on a litany of different issues. She's tackling major issues, and I know she wants to get things done in the last year. Naomi, can we find out where that money is? What's going on? I know that it was. I may be out of the loop. Maybe you want to talk about it later. Maybe.
No. Actually, Raquel did reach out to Commissioner Sosa's office recently to ask about the 1.2 or 1.5 that
was
they
something to that effect.
had in mind for. I think it was an autism facility geared towards young adults at the time. I don't know if it's evolved, but I don't think they responded or.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll follow up to try to get a response on whether that money is still available.
Can we do something? Can you remind me? Can you remind my office? We'll write a brief memo, and we'll have the commission sign it.
Okay.
Every commissioner will sign it, and we'll have the disability board review it, and we'll ask them, in your last year, I know that this was monies that were allocated, and again, this is a year where there's going to be sufficient funding across the board, not only at the local level, but at the state. Let's take advantage of this. Maybe we can find some flexibility, bring in the county mayor, and see how we can just say, push this money to some sort of allocation so that when she does leave, we don't lose that money.
But I would also say, and I'm going to sort of invoke our prior mayor, Raul Valdez-Fowley, on this. Our community pays a significant amount of taxes towards the school board. I don't know the number on the tip of my tongue, but
it's 100 million.
Our tax base is significant. And therefore, to me, I know that the way the school board treats those tax dollars is sort of across the school board system. However, for me, it's unacceptable that with the tax base and the amount of dollars that our residents pay towards that system, that our city does not have a single option to meet that need for residents within our city, and have to leave our city in order to have that. So I'm all for grants, 110% support that. But I'd also really like to engage with the school board on, let's look at those dollars that all of our residents pay every year. And then we should be able to find the money in there. And I'm saying that as nicely as I can. Mayor Valdez-Fowley would have had a stronger tone about it, but he's right. If you look at the number of dollars, and for our residents to be underserved in this respect, that's not acceptable. And I think it's fair for us to call that out and to have a real conversation about it.
Mr. Vice Mayor, on that point of the 1.5, from what I remember, it was monies that she had allocated to actually build a facility to meet these needs. Maybe we can use that money and plug it into another school so that we can start offering these type of services. Right. Just divert those funds into that school and say, hey, listen, maybe you don't have a wing, we'll build a wing. Maybe you don't have the proper funding for teachers. Well, this will give us a 5-year, a 10-year runway to be able to bring somebody who's specialized to make sure that these kids, but to that goes a sentiment to the Vice Mayor, it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. This community deserves better. Nobody should have to take their kids outside of the city to get services.
I just, as you were sharing with us your plight and the plight of so many families, all of a sudden I had a flashback to my own childhood growing up here in Coral Gables. And I remember at the youth center, there were always a few kids, a few teens that had disabilities. Back then, they probably weren't diagnosed as autism, diagnosed as something else, and yet the staff was always doing everything they could, almost individually, almost as if the system didn't exist, to help these young people become part of the larger community, which was the youth center. And my heart always went out to them and their families, because even as a kid, you could see the challenges and how much energy and how much dedication it took just to get from one week to the other and keeping things steady. So definitely, it's a system failure, and we're all here to do what we can. My question is, I know that we've had public meetings and public officials from other cities, counties have come and spoken. So whenever there is an opportunity before the county, before the school board, I'm sure one of us, two of us, three of us, all of us would love the opportunity to speak personally, in addition to the letter, to communicate the city's position in a firm way. Is there, do you all have like a task force focusing on this that has maybe an elected official, that has a member here that can consolidate and push that ball forward? I know we have the different boards, but I don't know if we have anything that's consolidated that can focus on this particular issue. If not, it's just an idea of maybe creating a task force here, focus on that one issue and try to move it forward. I don't know if that makes any sense, but something to consider.
I just wanted to follow up. I thank you for coming and sharing your story. I can't imagine having to take children to 3 different schools, the stress that it creates for you. And it's, as all of you had said, it's unacceptable. I had the opportunity to go to the last Disability Affairs Board meeting, and Commissioner Regalado was there speaking, and she had her daughter there with her, and quite a remarkable human being as well, because they all have qualities. But I'm going to dovetail on what your ask is, because at the conclusion of the meeting, I brought up an issue that was brought up to me by a lot of residents that you're going to eventually face as well. And that's when these children age out. Where do they go? We can't be with them forever. We wish we could. So the topic of group homes came up. And I've asked the city manager that we need to start looking into that issue and how we deal with it with our zoning code and how we administer it here to make it part of our community as well. Because you wouldn't want them to end up in the other end of town because there's no facility here for them.
That I do know, and that is my worst nightmare that I try not to think about, but I know I do have to plan for the future.
I know. So I've asked the city manager to start the process and staff.
Okay.
And we'll bring it up again at another meeting.
We can bring it up. I think we can bring it up at the next meeting. And we can make sure it's an item and give everybody enough time and staff to have a conversation. And I highly recommend to my colleagues, I know that many of you have, is to visit the board. Visit this board. They have their meetings early in the morning in the Public Safety Building. And I think it's an opportunity for you to understand a little bit more and get a little closer to issues that are sometimes overlooked.
Mayor, if I may, during one of the board meetings which you attended, you asked for some statistics as to how many families within Coral Gables have children with autism. And so we reached out to UM Card, which is right here in the Gables, and we asked them if they were able to provide us with that information. And so we gave them the zip codes that belong to Coral Gables. So there's a little bit of overlap, right? There's some zip codes that are outside of Coral Gables, but children aged, school-aged kids between the ages of 3 and 21, we have over 500.
So the numbers that I've read, is it still about a little under 50?
I think it's 1 in 49.
1 in 49?
It's-
So
it's 1 in
I was
49.
thinking it was going to be around 1,000, keeping in line with our 51,000 residents.
Well, that's only children from the ages of
children, not age
3
range,
to
yes.
21. If we add children from the age of months old to over plus 21, we're looking at over close to 1,000.
And I think it's important to remember that CARD's numbers only encapsulate those families that have chosen to register with CARD. So not everybody does that. Some people might go to some of their events, and then when they ask them to register at the end, they just
Right.
kind of don't get around to it.
People are very private in certain
Yeah.
instances. Can you circulate that information to my colleagues? I'd like to include that in my next newsletter to make sure people are aware and put those statistics out there so they understand. You know, again, we take pride in being a very inclusive community, and I think we do it better than any other community. But we can always strive to be better on multiple fronts. So I just wanted to say again, thanks to the board for what you guys do and the representatives who are here today. Along with, thank you for sharing your story. I think it's important that you continue to do that. I also want to thank the school board and ask the school board to please come before us if they have anything they'd like to add. You're an integral part of this community, and we can't thank you enough for your engagement. I know there's a new superintendent. I look forward to sitting down with him, and I ask him to please come before the commission at his convenience.
Absolutely. My name is Angie Torres. I'm a director with the Department of ESE, Exceptional Student Education, for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. And I'm here with Dr. Acosta, who's from the Region Center and the Central Center. And I've known Ms. Sando for many years as one of the parents of our families of children with autism. And we've worked closely throughout the years, you know, in supporting Ms. Sando and many families. As far as when it comes to need, you know, our school system, you know, first of all, inclusion, that's what's most important to us. And our schools do include, you know, students with disabilities, and they range. Students with intellectual, behavioral, autism, students with specific learning disabilities. So our schools do include students with different, you know, unique abilities, as we like to call them. As far as when it comes to students with a very specific, you know, disability, for example, our students maybe with intellectual disabilities or emotional behavioral, or students in this case with autism. In this case, as Ms. Sando was mentioning, we're looking at students with autism, but now we're looking at students with autism that have a greater need. And so in us looking at the number of students in the community, the number of students currently in the community that need a specialized classroom that are within Miami-Dade County Public Schools, we have 16. So that's a number that need that very specialized that are currently within our school system. So that's how we make some of the determinations as to areas where we need to grow programs, that alongside with capacity in schools, which is where we work alongside then the region. We take a look at the schools in the areas that do have a higher number of students with disabilities, in this case autism, to see then capacity in which schools can we then go ahead and open a program. When it comes to autism, our classrooms are very small in number. We have a teacher to about 6 students. So of course, capacity definitely plays a large role because of the fact that we need a building that is going to be able to sustain those classrooms for the students to move from kinder, first, all the way through 5th if it's an elementary school. So currently, as far as students with autism who do need a self-contained program, within Dade County, we have 8 that are in the elementary school level. So at this moment, the schools that the students are attending primarily are Kensington Park, which is one of the schools that's in the site, in the Coral Gables site, as a nearby school. And then for middle school, we have students that are attending Citrus Grove, different schools within about a 2 to 3 mile radius. And then for high school, we have our students attending Coral Gables Senior High School. They have a program there for autism, one for intellectual disabilities, and one for emotional behavior disabilities. So those are the 3 schools.
Okay. Thank you for that information. But I want to, at the end of the day, continue this conversation. Commissioner Forrest, you have something you want to say?
I had a quick question. assuming the rest of the folks or the kids in Miami-Dade.
Some students, may need a more smaller environment with those specialized supports. But like, all our students, we have students that, do not need as much support, and they're included in, our gen ed classrooms, or maybe in a smaller, maybe like a ESE classroom, but not quite as supported as an autism self-contained classroom. So therefore, the number, that I heard earlier may be across the board. That includes students who do need and who do not need that self-contained, small, well-supported classroom.
Got it. And the devil's advocate question I was going to ask was whether you think maybe we'd get more students like that if we did have more self-contained classrooms available, or the way it shakes out, is it your opinion that the kids whose families are going to send them to the public school system are generally already in that public school system, perhaps not going to a location as inconvenient for them? Or do you think the low numbers have anything to do with the fact with the lack of availability of those classrooms, or is it impossible to tell?
It's very difficult to tell whether some of the parents choose a private option. We know that, and Ms. Torres could speak to this a lot better than I can, but we know that not only within the autism spectrum, but any type of exceptional student education or disability, we have students in deaf of hard hearing programs, et cetera. There's a range. In that particular question, we just could go by who is currently enrolled in a Miami-Dade County public school, and the numbers are small. So we look at capacity within a generic geographic area so that we can service as many students as possible. We can't open up those specialized centers within every municipality if the need isn't there. So we look at what school has the availability, the space available, and how close in proximity is it to where the need is within the community. And that's where we identify those schools.
But if I'm understanding, seems fairly obvious to me that if you had the capacity and the facility within the public school system, you'd have parents who are currently in a private situation that would consider it.
Yep. Yeah, I think for me, the bigger question is, I guess, are the kids there that need the self-contained? Exactly. Would there be more kids at those locations, was my question, but are the kids that are in need of the self-contained, do they exist in those areas so that they might even consider, for example, Coral Gables Elementary?
That's very difficult for us to.
Well, we're able to capture those that live within Coral Gables that attend Dade County Public Schools. So those are the ones that we're able to, when we run our data, those are the ones that we're able to capture.
We all
they wouldn't attend the school if there's no facility or program for them, right?
No, they attend the school. We captured the students who are currently within that spectrum of self-contained, the students within Coral Gables, the municipality of Coral Gables, that are attending a public school. And I believe the number was 8 in elementary.
8 in elementary, 4 in middle, and 4
But those parents are having to drive outside the city boundaries in an effort to get this type of education for their children. But if you look at other facilities, for example, you have Vanguard, you have Crystal Academy, you have a new school that just opened up,
Prism.
And I think there's what else? There's McLennan. There's a litany of other schools that provide, this type of education in a private setting. If there was an opportunity in the Gables to offer a freestanding facility or facilities attached to another school, I think a lot more people would take advantage of it, because the cost is, imagine, private school is significantly more expensive than anything I've ever seen. Some schools are bordering on even more costly than colleges. And I know for a fact that the cost to attend one of these schools that offers a specialized education for these children that are dealing with issues on the spectrum, or are disabled or learning disabled, or one form or another, the costs could be $50,000 a year, if not more.
There's another point. I mean, insurance covers some of it, but it doesn't cover all of it. And have we compared the numbers for what's registered on the card system to who actually attends in Dade County Public Schools? So if the numbers are greater on the card system than what is attending in Coral Gables area, it gives you an idea how many people are forced to make that hard choice as to where they have to send their children, and which children lose out on programming, because they literally lose out.
And also, I mean, it's a great point what you're making. If you think about it, I think the numbers are, Mr. Manager, 13 or 14% of children in Coral Gables attend public school, correct? So the rest of the schools attending the Coral Gables public schools are from outside the city boundaries. So if you apply that number to, let's say, 1,300 children that have some sort of disability, maybe 14% of those individuals would attend. Instead of sending their kids to another school outside the boundaries, they'd send them to a school, if it was offered within the city boundaries, that was in a public setting. But they have no other choice because both parents work, they can't drive in a different direction, or one reason or another, they make that sacrifice financially. But I've met people who can even afford to send their kids to a private school and say, I'd rather send them to a public school because I believe in public education, and I respect that. But I think that I would like, and I know my colleagues would, to just see how if we can explore it and you know, get all hands on deck. You have Commissioner Sosa, who has a significant amount of financial money available from the last time I checked to make an investment in this type of education. She wants to leave a legacy. We worked on it for several years. We couldn't bring it to fruition. We couldn't find the location. But I'd like to see us explore that.
Right. Mr. Mayor, you bring up a very good point, and that's something that we could explore. But in terms of residents of Coral Gables, and I want to be very specific to what we're discussing one component within our ESE department, yes, which is a self-contained students with autism in this particular spectrum. For this particular program, if some parents are choosing to drive their students to a private institution outside of the city of Coral Gables, my question, and this is where we would have to explore, is why are they not choosing to drive their children to a Dade County public school that offers the same program, right? So that's a deeper question that we would have to look, because if distance and driving is not a factor in going to a private school, then it shouldn't be that factor in going to a public school. So that's something that we would need to explore.
Commissioner Anderson.
The facilities that the mayor mentioned were local. They weren't driving to them. So that eliminated that.
So I think that we can have this discussion in further detail, but I think it's something that we need to have. We can't continue to say we're going to talk about it a year, or we're going to continue to bring this up. This is one of the last components that is essential to really rounding out our educational portfolio here in the city of Coral Gables. And you know, there's always been a saying, if you build it, they will come. I think that if we build it with Miami-Dade County Public Schools' exceptional reputation, I think you're in the 80s now of graduation, 90s, was it?
94 of you.
94 was something that you were celebrating the other day, the superintendent. I commend him on getting those with your staff and your team, and getting those graduation rates to a pretty impressive level. You know, I think that if you build it, I'm a believer that they will come, because if you look at institutions like Vanguard, and you look at institutions like Crystal, Prism, they're full to capacity. They're full to capacity, and I think that there's people who would say, I would send my kids to a public school if it was offered at Coral Gables Senior High, or Coral Gables Elementary, or Ponce Middle. So I want to move forward on this issue.
Yep. I'll make a motion to approve and accept the minutes from the boards.
Second.
Do you also want a motion to adopt a resolution
Yes.
asking the school board?
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution
I'll second.
asking the school board to, pursue this and work with us on trying to make it a reality.
Perfect.
Commissioner Force,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. In closing, I want to say thank you to our members from the school board. Go ahead, please.
I know it's not the item, but it's kind of related to it. I did want to ask if it's a possibility, since we're talking about autism programs, maybe to expand also as far as high school. Many of our high school students and high schools have partnerships with the city that they're in. So for example,
City
our
of Miami.
students, exactly, the ones who are in our programs at Coral Gables High School, they do their Project Victory, which is like a hands-on daytime, either full daytime or part daytime experience. They've been doing it at Children's Hospital, then they transitioned over to Publix. But in some of our other schools, they have that program with City of Hialeah or other municipalities.
It's interesting
So
you
I
bring that up
wanted
because
to
we
know if we
talked
could-
about that at the last meeting that I attended with Ms. Sando. We talked about it and our team here saying, let's do the same thing here. So we're working on that, and I know our staff's going to present that to the in one of the next future commission meetings.
So this is something I know is not part of the item, but I would definitely like to explore because we have our transition,
Send us all the
department.
information to our team and copy the commission
Absolutely.
and copy the mayor.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, thank you. I just want to say thank you to our members of the school board. Send our best to the new school superintendent, along with Ms. Sando. You are resilient. I love it. I can't thank you enough. Keep fighting. It's the only way that we're going to push the ball forward. Obviously, thank the chair, the entire committee, Ms. Garcia Levy. I will not even attempt to say Raquel's last name, so I always say Raquel. So it's not a matter of respect, so I won't even try. I apologize. But thank all of you for keeping the ball moving forward, and we're achieving a lot of great things, and it's based on all your community efforts, so thank you. Moving on, before we go grab lunch at 1 o'clock, I want to see if we can address some second reading items I don't think have any real discussion. F1.
F1 is an ordinance of the City Commission authorizing terminating the existing lease and entering into a new lease with Coral Gables Congregational Church, Inc., a Florida nonprofit corporation for the surface parking lot located within the platted right-of-way bounded on the north side by Malaga Avenue and on the south side by Anastasia Avenue, on the east side by De Soto Boulevard, and on the west by Columbus Boulevard for a period of 5 years, with 2 additional 5-year renewal options at the city's discretion, providing for a severability clause, repeal, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item. It requires a 4/5 vote.
Ma'am, are there any changes from first reading?
Yes, there was one change between first and second reading, so we negotiated with the church to have the community recreation department in the city be able to use the premises on July 4th from 7 a.m. to midnight, and on the time that July 4th falls on a Sunday from 2 p.m. to midnight, so that we can use it for overflow parking for the July 4th event.
Perfect. Any concerns with the commission? We're fine. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Maybe this is quick, don't worry.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, Zeta,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Great work. F2, I think are we deferring F2?
No.
No?
F2 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing a text amendment to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 3 Uses, Section 3-206, Home Office, to provide additional requirements and allowances for home office consistent with the requirements of Chapter 2021-202, Laws of Florida, providing for repeal of provisions, severability clause codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
Any changes from first
No
reading?
changes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F3,
An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 1 General Provisions, Section 1-2 Definitions and Rules for Construction by designating June 19th as an official city holiday, providing for a severability clause, repeal or codification, providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing item.
has there been any changes?
No changes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Commissioner Menendez,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F5 is being deferred to the February 15th or the March 8th?
It's going to be renoticed for sometime in March whenever we're ready, after the Sunshine Meeting.
Perfect, thank you. Let's move on to G1. If you give me 1 second. You know what, let's move on to G2, and we'll come back to G1. I gotta get a document.
Okay. Which item, sorry? G2?
Okay, there's a few photos staff has to bring up of trees. I know you'd be shocked that I'm bringing up trees again. Is Dina available? Commissioner Menendez, that's that tree that you sent a picture in, I think it's Catalonia.
Right.
Okay.
The one that,
Just to give you a frame of reference of location.
thank you.
I didn't go everywhere in the city to take pictures, but it's for purposes of demonstrating an issue.
I'm here to help in any.
I know you are.
Identifying
I know,
dead or
and so
diseased
is
trees.
Dina. She's the
I even had
utmost
photos and
authority on some of these issues. I'm going to wait for the mayor to get back. That's Segovia. There's the trees are a little less leafy because of the season, but there's a purpose of this comparison. When you look to the left, you compare the size of the canopy to the one to the right, and it shows what happens to a tree when it's not maintained. The center of that tree has been with dead branches for past to the last hurricane. It was damaged and not trimmed out after 2 trimming cycles. So the tree itself is in more of a state of decline. Oh, you brought your binders in.
I have to make a point.
You know, when I first met you, that binder was almost that big.
Yep.
Is it grown or?
It's growing.
It's growing. Okay. So I brought up trees.
Yep.
There's an amputated arm. I'm not going to say where it is, but this is for the purposes of showing what happens to branches that you trim that way. And if we keep flicking through, you'll see that they just don't grow. They rot back into the trunk. And our staff does a fantastic job, but I think they need a little more flexibility to direct the trimming crews what to do and to more vigorously enforce either residential amputations, because look, see how that branch is dead? It was whacked and then it died back to the trunk, and now that rot's going to start going into the trunk and affecting the health of the tree. Here's one that if you look carefully at it, you can see that, go back if you can, to the mahogany with the strangler fig in it. Where'd it go? There was a method to my madness here.
We see a lot of that in Miracle Mile.
Okay, wait, no, go back.
There.
Right there. If you look carefully at that, there's a branch that was cut off, and it rotted back into the trunk. So it made a wonderful planting site for a strangler fig. But if the trimming crews are out there really looking at the health of the tree, long before that branch broke off in Catalonia, they would have seen that there was a weakened condition there that was, dangerous. It's part of the reason I trim my own fruit trees, because I like to look at the condition of the branches and so forth, but they need to be our eyes and ears out there and look for these conditions going forward, and not do the hat racking that you saw that the branch will never survive. It doesn't have enough foliage at the end of it to be able to keep that branch alive, and then rots back into the trunk and destroys the health of the tree. So I've asked Ms. Dina to help give us some guidance on what her department can do going forward to enhance the canopy of our trees with the crews that we have. This is not criticism for now, because I know we have a shortage of a crew, but planning for the future. Let's not just lollipop the trees. Let's not just uplift the canopy. Let's look inside the trees and get rid of the crossing branches, the dead branches, so we don't have this rot back occurring.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Dina Valuellen, Green Space Management, Division of Public Works. For the record, I'm a certified arborist and a licensed landscape architect, so I'll do my best to answer your questions, Commissioner. What we do currently for tree maintenance in the right-of-way, we have about 40,000 city right-of-way trees in the green spaces. We have a city contractor, Superior Landscape, who has 7 crews active. We have tree pruning on cycles according to zones throughout the city. We have 5 different zones set up. We get through the zones on an average of 2 to 4 years for tree pruning, depending on the tree species. So tree species plays a key element in how often we trim a tree. Also, we won't trim more than 20% to 25% of a canopy at any one time. We, use our certified arborists and arborist practices to make sure we prune trees correctly. The city focuses on health, safety, and welfare for tree pruning. When we get tree pruning requests from a resident, we go out, do a site visit, and assess that with our arborists to make sure we're following those guidelines. We do not prune city trees just for aesthetics. Like when we get requests from residents to maybe over prune a tree because of, to make it more balanced or more aesthetic, or perhaps a popular request is to cut the tree vertically up and down at the property line. That's the photographs you are showing when you call it amputated. We will not do that as a city service because that's improper pruning. So moving forward, we're making sure to use our very experienced arborist staff that really know arboriculture to make these decisions. When residents want to prune their own tree, they submit a tree pruning permit to us. They must submit that permit application with an arborist report that we review on site with their arborist to ensure that it's doing, they're doing the proper pruning.
Right. Now, with development projects, sometimes you see that there's a need to bring back a large branch, and that's one of my concerns as well, so we don't end up with some of the trees like you saw in those photos. They just end up like a dead stump going into the trunk. So I'd ask that you let us know if you need something from us to avoid this happening in the future. Do you need more code enforcement help? What is it that you need? We're, I think, all in favor of maintaining our healthy canopy.
With code enforcement daily, code enforcement engages our arborists in our division almost daily to do site visits to determine where poor pruning practices is happening, to determine if it's an enforcement violation or not. We just had one more staff member join our team. He's also an arborist. He actually worked in the city of New Orleans for 4 or 5 years. Very knowledgeable about trees, aging trees, and especially hurricanes and storm damage to trees. I'll mention that Hurricane Irma did a lot of damage to our tree canopy that we're just seeing now. 5 years later, we're just seeing the dead wood, which is some of the photos you were showing. Now we've got to go back through the city and really look for more dead wood that, we're just discovering was storm damage.
Right. I mean, I've had that discussion with staff many years ago where I say, instead of leaving the splintered branch up there, it'd be better to do a clean cut at an angle so it doesn't rot back in. So that's it.
Any more questions?
If I may add, and one of the recurring issues that we deal with, Tommy says, Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County doesn't do, they do reactive maintenance on the tree. So we have, and I said Miracle Mile, I meant to say Coral Way, and Old Culture, and a number of county roads that has significant canopy, and it's something that we got to be constantly on top of them because they don't really do, they definitely don't do the level of maintenance that we do. So
I know, that's what makes our city special.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Commissioner, I want to say thank you for putting this on the agenda. This is something that's close to my heart, as you can tell by what I'm talking about. It's happening in our downtown. Last night I sent over to Surami and to Dina some trees that were missing in the downtown. And, just because they go missing doesn't mean they shouldn't be replaced. At the end of the day, someone's responsible for that. Someone signed a development agreement 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and we got to hold those people accountable. So when you're talking about trees across the board, listen, you have my support unconditionally. So thank you, and continue moving forward on that front.
Perfect. We appreciate the support. Very passionate about the tree canopy in the city. It's my, honor to say we have 44% tree canopy. We've studied it and measured that, and I believe in the whole state of Florida, there's one other major city that exceeds us is Gainesville. So that's it.
And by the way, since you got on board in the position that you're in, first off, just the fact that you're a trained arborist, there's a different level of responsiveness that I'm grateful for.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Moving back onto G1, This is a simple one. So I brought, this is one of 2 binders that I have.
There go trees.
So this is a binder that deals with metal roofs, deals with the discussion on metal roofs. I have notes that go back to 2013, 2014, 2014 and 2015, when we had this discussion on the agenda and we talked about different opportunities because residents kept calling and saying, why don't we have metal roofs? There's a misconception. We do have metal roofs allowed already in the city. It just has to be copper. You can put a copper metal roof, as long as it's approved, on any piece of property currently, as long as it's approved by the BOA and approved obviously by the city reviewers. But I know that we've been having this discussion, and today there's going to be no action, but we've been getting more and more calls about the possibility of where would it be appropriate to even consider this. And I would like, for the record, as we did with Burger Bob's and as we did with the Coral Gables Country Club, explain that this is not the first time that we discuss this. This was already allowed at one time in the city for a limited time. And I would like Ms. Cabrera to have a conversation with us in regards to when was this allowed, what are we thinking about, what are the opportunities, what are the recommendations, if we're even going to consider this.
So actually, there was a presentation in March of 2018 that Ramon gave to the commission at that time, and it was mainly brought on by Commissioner Anderson. I went back and read the minutes of that meeting, and it seems that what was being looked at was to use a metal tile, but that mimics a barrel-style tile.
I could
what
fill
I
you
see,
in on
we're-
it. My first choice was the standing seam so I could put my solar panels on with less risk.
Remember, you brought that up when you were on the P&Z, you were on Sustainability Advisory Board.
I was on
and we rolled out
was a
some,
thing, yeah.
The display.
Yeah, it was a
we-
I had forgotten about that.
So since standing seam was not within the realm of possibilities, I looked up 2 providers, Gerard and Decra. Decra sent me the rolling display, which I rolled 3 blocks from my home to bring to here. It was interesting.
You're committed.
I think we're talking about more than that today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just
No, I'm just saying,
giving
to
you a
answer your
capsule
question.
of the history.
Yeah.
The city did allow it, I think it was for 90 days in a specific area of southeast area of the city. And after 90 days, I believe it was brought back to commission in 2000, when was it, 15? I'm not sure. We could go through the presentation if you like.
Is that just north of Sunset? The area you're talking about?
The area, I'll tell you what.
South of US1.
So, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
You want to go through the presentation really quickly?
I know some houses in that area that have, that's why
I was gonna say, I know a
Chris.
few houses that have
Yeah.
metal roofs, so people
Yeah.
did take advantage of it, but.
And of course, the annexed areas, and some of them are around Sunset also, so those
Oh, this
always-
was not annexed, this is
Yeah.
north of Sunset, south of US1, just west of Lejeune.
Right, so it is allowed in the annexed areas, and as you said, the copper roofs are allowed, but the metal roof discussion last time that it was brought to commission was pretty much, it sort of left like, we don't like it, at least we don't like the quality of what we're seeing right now, there should be further, and I believe that Commissioner Anderson at that time, who was in the Sustainability Board, had offered to give addresses of locations where the
Yeah.
commission could go see them and the whole thing.
I still have the pictures of examples, and there's some down south. I mean, standing from the curb, you couldn't tell the difference whether it was a real tile or that. And, for some of our buildings, I think, unless you're going to be eating off the surface, you're not going to be able to tell.
I think the big issue here, is, since the commissioner was on the Sustainability Advisory Board, not even on the Planning and Zoning Board, and she brought it up, and I'm happy she brought it up because I brought this up in 2015. I have all the information that we've gathered. I mean, here's just one example from 2015 from when we brought it to the commission and I couldn't get the votes then. This is an easy interest for me, and I'll tell you why. Not only is it about the fact of solar panels and how you can attach the solar panels and you don't have to drill, like the manager will tell you. When I installed solar panels on my house 5 years ago, he wasn't even the manager. We talked about how to attach them on, and I had to drill 190 holes, penetrations on my roof. I sometimes don't sleep wondering if my roof is leaking.
Yeah, but waive your warranty too, right?
Oh, yeah, invalidated my warranty for sure. But I did it because I believed in solar and I thought it was a good opportunity to be a leader on that front and take that step forward. And by the way, I've reaped the rewards of it because I don't pay for electricity after it's paid itself off. And my electric car is fed off my solar panels, just like the Commissioner Anderson. But I'm always very nervous about how that's going to affect my roof, because the roof, again, it moves, as we all know. My real issue is talking about the replacement cost of roofs. And the fact that when you install a metal roof, you don't have to replace a roof for 50 years potentially. And if you do have a leak on a metal roof and it's done properly, you can remove one panel. There's not that destruction, so it's a lot more sustainable. And when you're done with that metal roof after 50 years, you can recycle that product and actually use it, do something with it. And it's a lot less wear and tear. It's a lot more environmentally friendly.
Right. There were two basically major issues that were discussed previously, and one was an aesthetic
That's
issue.
what I was getting into.
And the second one was the structural issue and the ballasting of the.
The issue, Mayor, the anchorage won't be affected by the metal roof, because what happens is that most of the trusses are not designed to accept panels in certain areas because they provide more loading than what the trusses were originally designed for. So you have to spread out the load, unless the house has been specifically designed for that, and that loading has been incorporated into your truss system. Then you're working with the original design of the truss, which means spreading the load out. So if you did have a metal roof, you would still have to anchor, spread out that load, and basically have the same anchorage that you have now. The only difference, unless those trusses were redesigned to take that additional loading. The other issue is the load itself, and we've discussed that. If you have a 3,000 square foot roof, and remember the roof is bigger than the house because you have the overhangs, then the difference is at least 10 pounds, which means that your roof, for a 3,000 square foot roof, if you go to metal, you'll be taking 30,000 pounds of ballast off your roof. For the older homes, frame construction, older truss designs, probably not a good idea.
Yep. So that's my point. And I agree with the manager on those points wholeheartedly. But I'm thinking about limiting it to the following. Non-historic homes, obviously. Number one, check. Number two, brand new construction. Number three, a person who is doing a significant renovation and says, I want to be able to I want to reinforce my trusses. I want to redesign my truss system so that I can potentially lift my home, make it taller, taller ceilings, have a metal roof system if I like. Maybe people who could potentially remove that ballast of 30,000 pounds if you're using a 3,000 square foot home as an example, find a way to reinforce your trusses, the strapping as required. I wouldn't do it blanket across the board that anybody could potentially install. They'd have to meet the requirements.
Right. So at that point, the only caveat is that people need to understand that it's no longer just a re-roofing permit, it's a building permit, and they need to engage with an engineer that needs
100%.
to be able to understand what the removal of all that weight of even of a clay tile that when it's wet during a hurricane offers a lot of ballasting there. So
because by the way, and I would love for you to talk about this, both of you, in other communities in South Florida, they're not doing that. They're replacing tile and they're just pulling a permit for a metal roof, not taking into consideration or disregarding, maybe is a better word, the lack of ballast. So when a hurricane comes, you don't have 30,000 pounds on top of your roof. So the uplift, and you can talk a little bit about the uplift scenario and how that affects the uplift.
Right. But it's doable technically. It's just that it won't be a re-roofing process, so it'll be a longer process for permitting.
When you talk about somebody just pulling out their traditional roof, conventional roof, putting it in aluminum without some of these other safeguards, losing that ballast like some municipalities or some areas have allowed, when we say, or when you say, Mr. City Manager, it's not a great idea, are we talking about life safety issues to people around that person, or is that not a good idea for that specific, property owner?
Well, when things come in, what the design procedures that we're looking at now is not only to preserve the existing structure, but also limit missile damage. Because as things come apart, then you've got missiles generated when you've got these high category hurricanes. So it's like picket fences. Picket fences in Homestead during Andrew were like missiles coming into these homes one after another. So the idea that the code has is not only sustaining your home, but also maintaining homes around you by minimizing that missile damage. So if you have something that doesn't protect your interior, you don't have to have impact, but you still have to design it for hurricane loading. The idea is to keep it together.
Right. And I get that. I figured that was the answer. And I wanted to clarify it because as a general proposition, I have no problem with people assuming whatever risk they want to assume personally, but knowing that it's a life safety issue to people around them is kind of a different inquiry, and that's when it does involve us. With that being said, I'll move it.
Especially, let me just say that it depends on the age of the home. From the 30s, 40s, and 30s and 40s and 20s, you generally had one anchor every 3 rafters. 50s construction and early 60s, you had one anchor every 2 rafters. And then in the middle 60s, there was a transition into trusses. Now, the trusses back then were not designed for the current loads now. They were much under-designed as to what we have now because we really didn't have that science like we do now. So it really the problem extends not only for the homes that were designed that were rafter roofs, also the early truss homes like in the 60s and 70s and 80s.
And if we're going to go in that direction, one last question. If we do go in that direction, how much of an undertaking is it for us here to actually draft those code provisions? Are there models that we can
And let me say that is not a code provision. That's why other municipalities are doing it. They're simply saying, it's okay.
Yep.
Now, what we try to do is when somebody would go to a copper roof and say, look, you have, this is what you're removing from your roof, should you do it? So I don't think it's a code issue that we can enforce. It's something that we tell our residents because I think we have a building department that really, we look at safety quite a bit. So I think other municipalities are doing it because there's no code provision right now that says you cannot have any house go to a metal roof. There isn't.
Right.
So it wouldn't be a code provision?
There's no building code provision. Let me just say
Right. That's correct.
building code provision.
But we would still condition it
What helps
on.
us here is the zoning code that provides for that ballasting effect. So it's not a building code issue. There is no building code requirement that says you cannot do that. Now, I've had a number of people call me and say, should I do it? Should I have an engineer check it? Because they've heard me say this and they're concerned. Because if you take 30,000 pounds off your roof and your roof was barely hanging on before, it's not going to hang on anymore. And that's a fact. Because as a hurricane comes by, it tries to lift your roof up in many areas. And so the more weight you can have on your roof without collapsing your roof, the more weight that you can have on your roof correctly that your roof can sustain is what, and especially in today's environment, we have all kinds of roofing protocols that really have looked at the issue of roof failures after Andrew, and we have, as a matter of fact, metal roofs were one of the worst roofs before Andrew. They would roll up like a sardine can at the ends. So we have now, and I've installed hundreds of thousands of those in industrial buildings. What we have now is we have protocols that look at metal roofs, that look at tile roofs, and our existing protocols are some of the best in the country and really provide for the sustainability of the roofs that we're using now.
So but in ours, in Miami-Dade County, because
Miami-Dade
they
County.
would have an NOA, and we would require that it has an NOA for any type of metal roof.
So what piece of legislation would be the product of what the mayor is considering proposing?
The issue is that our zoning code right now does not allow metal roofs unless it's a copper roof.
Yeah,
Our zoning code.
So,
It's
I mean,
an
that-
aesthetic. The zoning code is an aesthetic thing.
I just want to clear, there's no code issue to doing that. You do it at your risk because there's no issue that can prevent it.
And if I may just add onto what Commissioner Forrest is saying, I understand what you're trying to get at. and I appreciate that, but my biggest concern was just articulated by the manager.
Right.
That's my biggest concern. Just because the county or another city is doing it, you know, you have a pre-existing, let's use my house for an example. You have a pre-existing building, home that was built in the 1950s, and now you're going to take all that load off. Let's say in 10 years, I have to re-roof my roof. I did it 10 years ago. Roofs are averaging, what, 17, 18, 19, 20 years, potentially. Now with the peel and stick method, you could maybe get 23, 24, 25 years.
I got 24 out of my old roof without peel and stick.
Really? Okay, well, I mean, maybe you had shade, the roof wasn't getting that hot.
Few oak trees, that's.
Few. But my point is that there's a lot of wear and tear, especially here in South Florida, as the roof heats up, the 30 and the 90 paper. What happens is the tar cracks, and when it cracks is when you start having all those leaks and all the kind of the situation that we're in. The peel and stick is supposed to give you a longer life. I don't think it's been proven if it does yet or not. They say it does. But what do you do if you take that roof off and you put now a metal roof on the project, on the home? My biggest concern is if we're hit with a Category 3, which we have before, and we survived perfectly fine. But if you're hit with a situation with a Category 4, is that roof more subject to potentially significant more uplift?
Well,
resulting in the in the home just basically, like you said, rolling up like a can of sardines. And that is why, while I brought this up many times, we've tried to get the votes to see how we can push this forward. I can only see this happening in certain, not only in certain properties, not even areas, in certain properties.
Right.
Historic is out of the question, but it has to be new construction or someone who is willing to remove the roof, remove the trusses, potentially even pour a lightweight concrete slab roof, which at the end of the day, you're seeing those more and more now throughout, because that's the ultimate measure in regards to protection. That's what I wanted to have the discussion. I don't want to take up the entire afternoon. I would like to bring this up, but I need staff to tell me to lay something out that would be approvals that they would feel comfortable with, because the last thing I want is an impending hurricane. We have 100 people that have taken advantage of this legislation and now installed solar roofs, not solar roofs, metal roofs, and I won't be able to sleep for 5 days while we're still deciding whether the hurricane is coming or not.
I still have the drawings of my house, and I had long conversations with Mr. Iglesias about how to do the calculations of replacement of the 30,000 pounds of weight with additional strapping, which I did do the additional strapping. For $3,000, it was a bargain when I was redoing the roof. But also, if I had been able to put the metal roof on, I would have die cut the block, bring it down to the foundation with the rebar and pour it in, because there was substantial trusses already on the 1950 some odd house. But being that the only option was copper, and I'm diametrically opposed to mining for copper to put copper on a roof, that it's a soft metal to begin with, I would have preferred a stronger metal. I just went forward and put on the flat tile at this time. But I think we need to have this open discussion, because I had to sign a piece of paper that informed me that I did not need to do the additional tie downs. But if you go to put a copper roof on, back then when I was doing my roof, I know we've changed it since then, and I made that request, that people need to be informed that, you can put these additional tie downs. While you're re-roofing, just put the additional tie downs in, you will save on insurance.
And Commissioner, the reason you had to sign that is because that was a code issue, where the code required tie downs for new roofing, and then they decided to change the code and say, okay, if your costs are above a certain amount, then you don't have to do that work. And that was what that was about. So it was not a Coral Gables issue. It was a Florida Building Code issue that decided to, the state decided to make something happen, and then they decided to, maybe it's too expensive, maybe we'll retract that somewhat.
But I appreciated the conversations with you, because I learned so much that I went ahead and priced it, said this is a bargain, and did it. And I think the rest of the residents need to at least look at the cost of doing it, and the savings they'll get on their insurance are immediate. So.
Seems to me like from a zoning perspective, right?
From a technical perspective, the
There's-
copper roof is similar to a metal roof.
No,
in
but
weight.
I'm saying, as
So-
far as this metal roof concept, right, it seems to me like from a zoning perspective and an aesthetic perspective, there's support for it. So then it's a question of the engineering and the structural and making sure that its application is done in a way that
doesn't compromise
that
safety.
does not compromise safety in any way, even if in certain instances it would make it, impractical or even, extremely onerous to do. So be it. That's the way it is. You
Process
can't
for a
do
metal
it
roof
because
would-
in your house it would be too complicated. But I agree with Mayor's point, and I had some concerns about doing it based on sort of geographic area. To me, it's more about the age of the home, the appropriateness of the home.
Exactly.
Like I agree. Like using obviously historic is a non-starter. Like a new house being built from the ground up.
I mean,
don't have
we
an
have
issue
a
with
board
that.
of architects, and I don't see if the commission wants to move in allowing the metal roofs, it's just requiring that metal roofs be approved for, because we can approve re-roofs without taking it to the board of architects. But if you want to put a metal roof on a house, then you have to go to the board of architects.
And Vice Mayor, we cannot have our own building code.
Yeah.
We are not allowed to do that. So from a technical perspective, we're kind of not, we really are shackled on that. However, we use the zoning code. What we're using is zoning code saying you must have this tile.
Criteria, right.
So this criteria helps us out. But from a building code perspective, we can't have our own building code. It's very clear. We have a state, or a building code, it's part of the state statute. And we cannot implement our own building code. So when somebody wants to go to a metal roof, what we would do is simply, as we discussed with Commissioner Anderson, give them the pluses and negatives, and then they would have to make up their mind. What we're really relying on is the zoning code to provide that we don't have shingle roofs, right? We don't have metal roofs. We've got tile roofs that provide that kind of ballast.
The zoning code has had regulations for roof materials since 1930, so that has been one of the components. And I believe that the decision to allow copper was based on aesthetics. I mean, from a technical point of view, really.
Based on aesthetics.
Oh, we've had
It has the
copper.
same issue as a metal roof.
We've had this conversation.
Yeah, we've had it multiple times, sir.
Yes.
You have shown me.
The
You
Romans
have shown
put
me
in- I
I'm
read all
not
the
gonna-
minutes.
I'm not going to show you
all
the
through
same-
Europe, and we had the
Yeah.
discussions in the 1930s where it was installed here in 1920s, and you have that down to a science. So what I would like to do is I don't want to carry this. We have a lot of things on the agenda. I would like for staff to come back to the commission with a path moving forward, which clearly states and shows examples with what the manager just said right now about the zoning code and the building code. That was probably one of the most important things we heard today, because the cover that we have here is based on our zoning code. Okay, so that's something that's very key. And I don't want to approve something and then have people say, hey, I'll just take the liability, like Commissioner Force said. But he's very clear. He made a very good point. Yeah, you take the liability, but your roof
Might fly into my
fly off in a category 3 when it normally wouldn't have gone in a category 3, and it goes into the vice mayor's house next door. No, but that's the truth.
And
That I can't,
Mayor, the regulations in the zoning code are mostly about aesthetics, in addition to that discussion.
So
can you have, this may be a dumb question, but can you have items in the zoning code that limit X material based on like the age of the home?
Sure.
So the way, I think that's what the manager was trying to explain, that the way we sort of work it now is that we base it on aesthetics, but that aesthetics has a technical component to it that is actually favorable technically also. So that if you remove the aesthetic portion in the zoning code, we may lose our only way of getting the technical part. And that's something that, I think that now that I know what the commission wants is that I can sit with the city manager and look at the code, at our building code, look at our existing building code, and look at the zoning code and see what's the best way.
what I'll do is we'll bring it back in March. I don't want to rush this. This is something that, again, it's not only just aesthetics, it's a public safety issue, and I want to be very careful.
Yes, Mayor, because really we're piggybacking off of the zoning code to provide this aesthetic, which provides this benefit. And that's how we're technically doing it, because from the building code perspective, we can't have our own building code. So we'll be happy to bring it back in March, and we'll do a formal presentation on it if you would like.
Okay. Moving on to item G3. This is a simple item that I wanted just to, again, have a conversation. I don't know if you've noticed, but the city looks, thank you, Ramon, thank you, Surami. The city, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many, looks a lot cleaner, especially on garbage days. There's no cardboard mountains anywhere else. People are recycling them. And I look forward to seeing the numbers, the financial numbers, in the next 2 or 3 months when we've got a little bit more traction. But people are starting to comply. And you know where I notice it a lot too is on weekends, where there's no cardboard all over the area. You have certain people that are still learning the rules, and a lot of the neighbors are sending over those code enforcement issues. Telling, listen, let's cooperate and deal with these people.
You get a report on that, by the way, on citations that have been issued.
They can send you all that information. She has.
We don't have to discuss it, but if you can just get that information.
We just want to wait, Vice Mayor, until we get a little more data.
Yes, but we're getting out. Trust me, I have lists and lists. We're working on this. The reason why I bring this up is because we talked about, and by the way, I've gotten several people who called me this week about, we want to remove trash pits. I said, listen, why don't you remove your own trash pit? But don't bring up the idea of removing everyone's trash pit, because I don't think we have the support for that. And I'd rather really push forward on issues of aesthetics and things that save us money. One of the things that I found, which is something that certain people that do not want to comply with the cardboard and want to throw things out on Saturdays and Sundays and on off days, is they throw a black bag out there. And it's becoming more and more common because you can't see what's in a black bag. But in code enforcement, I've been asking code enforcement, so what are you doing in these circumstances? Well, we stop, we open up the bag, and if it's trash, we go and we say, listen, you can't throw trash out in your trash pit on this day. You have to wait. So that person has to go pick it up. Plus, that black bag is there for a week until it gets picked up the next day in their pit pickup. So I thought, why not just have a discussion about clear bags? If you're using these bags for landscaping, or Commissioner Anderson sent us an email earlier today, because we're in the sunshine, we can talk about it, about recyclable bags, even though I don't know what the cost on that is. No. I had one resident who read the agenda and told me, Vince, but it's going to cost money to transition from black to clear. On eBay, just one quick review. Chelsea, Chief of Staff, put this together. It's the same price on eBay. Black versus clear. So that puts that myth to rest. Okay. Second, if you have 6 months of clear bags, you bought 6 months of clear bags. We'll give, just like we did 4 months when we transitioned from the trash pits of cardboard to recycling. We'll do a 6-month window where you can continue to throw your black bags in the trash, in the pit. The purpose of it here is to not get rid of trash pits, but to beautify as much as we possibly can. This morning was my area to get picked up, Tuesdays. All I had except for one home was landscaped material. Everything else was next to the recycling in an orderly fashion, except for one individual that had some furniture, which is exactly what the trash pit is there. And I instill and I tell them all the time, you don't even need a trash pit. Just leave your furniture in your driveway, it'll get picked up. Try to combine trash pits with neighbors. And another thing that I've said too is we need to make sure that we're enforcing the fact that it's already law, it's not something that anyone in this commission wrote, is you're not allowed to have a trash pit next to a tree. And I see that everywhere. I see that on my street on Urbino, where all the roots are exposed because the trash pit has gotten so big. Code enforcement needs to address that. They need to address that.
Please.
On areas like 57th Avenue, on areas like 57th Avenue and 37th Avenue, it's already law. You're not allowed to have a trash pit. The trash pits keep popping up. Why? Because we have the illegal dumping, which I have sent multiple videos already to code enforcement. I've showed them here. I see it once a month. I see it where the neighboring landscapers finish the day off on 57th Avenue and they dump all the landscaping on the Coral Gables side. Even though we've closed all those pits, they repopulate. Not all of them, but handful of them repopulated. So if you could have somebody go down 57th Avenue, I'll write the addresses down and we can redo it. So I just wanted to bring that up because just for your consideration, you think it's a good idea, you think it's a waste of time, you think it's a dumb idea, I want you to think about it.
I think it's a good idea because
Is it too heavy-handed? Is it too heavy-handed? Maybe it's an overreach.
Maybe. We'll see what the reaction is. But here's the reality of it. Yesteryear, we were not allowed to put out our black bags until the night before. It avoided a problem because the folks that want to go trash picking will break open those black bags anyway. And then that debris ends up all over the place. A lot of times what I find is in those black bags is stuff that really should go in your garbage can anyway. Styrofoam, things that we can't recycle. So, food for thought. Should these black bags even be out all week long, sitting out there?
Yep. My concern is just what you said at the end now, is like whether it's too much regulation on the, and less about whether it is or isn't, but the timing of it, just because we're just doing the cardboard, getting that rolling, maybe there may be a time for this. I don't want to keep imposing more and more requirements on it.
So can I answer your question?
Even though I think it makes sense, what you're saying, everything you're saying makes perfect sense. People are already a little chippy about the cardboard. And
they're complying.
And they're right, we're getting them there. So I just don't want to now come with another.
And by the way, this could be millions of dollars. Potentially could be, as Amazon continues to grow at the rate that they're growing, we could be saving money. But I agree with you, and that's why I'm not pushing this forward.
Yeah.
But I want to have our team come up here, because I want it to come from our team. Are you seeing now with the new legislation, obviously we're seeing over 90+% compliance in regards to the cardboard. I see it. And I congratulate you and your team. What a job.
It's not perfect, Mayor, but it's coming along very well.
What a job. Again, I can't stop thanking you. Guys are doing a wonderful job. Everybody thought it was going to be a heavy lift. It was, but the residents understand that to avoid future fees and increases in garbage and to do the right thing in regards to sustainability, we are the city beautiful. We got to move in this direction. We're not getting rid of trash pits. We're not getting rid of trash pits. We're not getting rid of trash pits. Stop spreading that rumor. Okay? Stop it.
So I'll say that we are seeing compliance. It has certainly been a heavy lifting.
Yes.
It's been a coordination between code enforcement and our staff. It's been a change of mentality for our staff and for the residents. But you do see compliance. We do hear the staff talking about it in both regards. We see the trash staff saying that they see less cardboard in the trash pits, and our recycling is obviously experiencing a heavier load.
We're not
of
picking it up.
collecting
We're
the
not picking it
boxes.
up in their trash pit, so it just stays there. And then they're calling you saying, "Hey, you didn't pick up my trash pit." Obviously, I'm not going to pick it up because you have cardboard there, and they learn that we're serious about it.
And that's what we were trying to accomplish, right? Not to violate people, but to get compliance and to move the cardboard out of the trash pit and into the recycling. And we do see that effect happening. If you wanted to talk about bags in the trash pits.
What I wanted to talk about was, are you seeing an increase in the black bags now in the trash pits as a result of people saying, "Hey, listen, I'm not going to comply, so I'm just going to hide my cardboard in the black bags"?
I couldn't gauge whether I see an increase of the bags at the moment, but I think that because we're seeing the cardboard come off the trash pits, that we're maybe now seeing what's left in the trash pits. Okay. And so while there might be an increase, I couldn't gauge that right now, I do see them. And I see what you're talking about on 57th Avenue, and I see some of the pits where I see a lot of the black garbage bags. And it is a consideration. Anything that we change, though, like Commissioner Mena said, would be a logistical. We would have to consider logistically how we would enforce it and what guidelines we would have in place.
Can you throw away, there's a question about the law, can you throw away something in your trash pit that's not cardboard, that can be disposed of in your trash pit, but put it in a black bag?
Right now, we have been collecting the black bags, and
So
naively, you might assume
to?
that it's yard debris, so they're not opening the bags, although it is correct what the mayor says, that code enforcement and our right-of-way inspector,
they will see misshapen bags and they'll kick it around, sometimes open it to see what's inside and enforce it when they can.
So if and I'm not talking about enforcement, I'm talking about the actual law. So if I have, let's say, a little cart for little kids that broke, I could put that on the trash pit, right?
Yes.
If I put that inside a black bag, is it against regulations to
I
put
would have to
that on
check
the?
to see
No, I
what
don't
the
think that
code
would be
specifically
against
says
Not
about
almost-
bagging
not
it,
almost
but I don't believe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tricky question.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
the
like,
whole-
would
the
you
whole-
rather see the little cart,
Yeah.
or would you rather see?
But
a
the
black
point
bag?
is, the reason why I bring this up is because we want compliance. People who told me they want to continue to use the trash pit for their landscaping. Okay, fine. You want to continue? That's perfectly fine. The landscaping doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me at all. I don't think it bothers anybody aesthetically. But we've got to stop the illegal dumping, and we have to stop. Which, by the way, I spoke to somebody today and says, well, you know, we produce. You said multiple times that our city produces 7 times more green matter than any other city. Yeah, we have the numbers. Well, how can that be illegal dumping? It is illegal dumping.
There is, yes.
It's illegal dumping. There's no discussion about it. And that those are your millions of dollars. They belong to everybody. And that's fine. We've gone complacent. The city of Coral Gables subsidizes garbage to the tune of, I think, 3 million, 3.5 million,
Just about 2.5, yeah.
2.5 million, excuse me. So imagine what we could do with the money if you saved that 2.5 million plus you made your landscapers take it, or you had a bin where you could put your landscaping in, and you could throw it away. We would save a significant amount of millions and millions of dollars a year that we could do great projects with. But that's not up for debate today. What's up for debate, again, we're not asking to remove trash pits. What I'm asking to do is, aesthetically, are people okay with a black bag, even if it has landscape debris, outside of your neighbor's yard, 5 of them, a mountain of them, for a week? If you're okay with that and you think that's fine, then perfect, then we move on from this. But you can still achieve the same thing, having it be clear, where you can see the landscape material, and that can be the only bag that you can use.
Are large clear bags, like, are they broadly available, like at Publix and stuff? I know you can get it on eBay, but that's a different.
I have some.
Publix, can you buy like clear bags
No,
that are big, like the
I
black
got them
ones?
from some supply store. I had a never-ending roll.
I'm just curious.
It seems, of them. But my other question for code enforcement is, when I first came to the city 30-plus years ago, we weren't allowed to put out our bags until the night before. What is the practice now for code enforcement dealing with that issue?
So I'm going to say that we're probably, I don't want to use the word lax, but we've probably allowed the bags with the assumption that it's yard debris. And so for us to determine that it's not yard debris, we'd have to look inside the bag to know what it is. And I defer to you guys as to what's tolerable. So maybe the discussion is whether bagged debris at all is acceptable. Do we not allow any bags in the trash pit, and should it only be yard debris or the disposal of household items after 6 p.m. the night before?
Or styrofoam, you put it in a clear bag, you can see that it's styrofoam, this, from the toys and stuff.
The styrofoam should go in your garbage, so that wouldn't be something that would go in your trash pit either. So that would be, so maybe the preference is not to have any bagged items, and we can explore what is, what is necessary to be bagged to be put in your trash pit.
Well, listen, the purpose, the bag serves multiple purposes. Number one, it's easier for our crews to handle it, right? I mean, I'm not an expert. You guys are the experts. I think it's an eyesore, personally. I'd rather see the landscape material loose there. I think it's also good for someone if they're doing it themselves, they collect all the landscape material, they can take it to their trash pit and they can dump it and keep the bag. For that, you can use a wheelbarrow, you can use a litany of different measures to get the matter there. I understand what the Vice Mayor is saying. I just wanted to bring this up for discussion. And I wanted to put it on your radar. I wanted to bring your radar. I'm going to bring it up in 6 months. Okay. Madam City Attorney, Mr. Clerk, 6 months from today, I want this on the agenda. Yes, sir. I'm not going to remind people. This has all been, I've done my due diligence. I want to hear from your team in what direction we're headed. Obviously, in 6 months, I don't see that much cardboard around anymore. People are doing it the right way. But there are people who are still, you can tell when a black bag is full of cardboard or other stuff in it.
Little misshapen.
You know, you
yeah.
can tell, you can tell. And we've been doing a very good job in regards to education. And by that time, in 6 months, we'll have a return on investment, or ROI, in regards to the transition from trash pits to recycling. And we'll be able to see how much money we're making and how much money we're saving and what can we do with that money. I want to make sure in the next 6 months that any trash pit, I need a report that any trash pit that has a trash pit next to a tree, it's already code, nobody on this commission wrote this, that is not the case, that they have to move that case unless it's some special circumstance that the lot is tiny and you have to move it one reason or another. Anything on 57th Avenue and 37th Avenue, I want them removed. Unless you have certain homes that front 57th Avenue and 37th Avenue, there's nothing we can do about that. It's perfectly fine. And there are certain cases of that on 57th Avenue, past Coral Way, and there's like 2 or 3 in my neck of the woods between Bird and 57th and Miller. So that's what I would request in the next 6 months, and then we review it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to put on the record, so when this gets revisited by commissions after us, et cetera, or whoever, that my initial reaction to the clear bags was a reaction of kind of a little bit of invasion of privacy. And I think that's the reaction we'll get from some people. It's not that simple, actually, because it's really landscaping that we're talking about. It's not anything else. Right. That's why, but I still think the initial reaction will be clear bags, government requiring me to throw away my garbage in clear bags. That's an invasion of privacy. The second step, which we often never get to.
Can I touch that though?
It's landscaping.
It's landscaping.
Right.
It's landscaping. We're not talking about your garbage.
Yeah.
Your what's inside your kitchen, and when you tie it up and you throw it into your.
That goes back to his question of whether.
That's what leads me to, do I still have the right to throw away something that I might be embarrassed about that's allowed to go in my trash pit in an opaque bag?
What are you embarrassed about?
Because then I think that saves, that preserves the privacy that you arguably, technically could lose with a transparent bag.
I will say you're trying to put me on the spot, but we will review the code and the policy, and we'll get back to you on specifically what we should be doing based on what is written. I will say that currently, if you're putting something in your trash pit in a black bag, that we are taking it, unless there is some suspicion that it is paint or some kind of hazardous material that happens as well.
Which, by the way, that happened in my neighborhood the other day.
Right.
They put out paint cans. The paint cans were left there. And I called it into code enforcement. But I would really appreciate if staff, to avoid now everybody saying, "Hey, we don't need to throw. Just put all the cardboard into the black trash bin. Excuse me. Bags. I apologize. We need to really make sure that we're being vigilant on that front, please. Because, by the way, this stays out all week. This stays out all week there.
Yeah. We'll continue to do that, and I know that our inspectors, they know as well. I had a conversation this morning, and they said, yeah, sometimes we kick the bag, we see what's in the bag. So they are vigilant that we're enforcing it or that we're questioning it too hard. We're trying not to get into opening people's garbage.
Yes, of course. That's
like
not
we said. So yes, we'll continue to look at it.
Can I just throw one more small grenade out there for your consideration and for
100%.
revisiting in 6 months? Have we ever considered, maybe, I don't recall it since I've been here, maybe since you've been here, but we have sort of the night before rule for non-landscaping. We ever considered having any type of limitation on the landscaping and how long we can be out there? Because and the reason I ask is this, I see houses in my neighborhood and other areas that, let's say, I don't know the exact days for pickup, but let's say their pickup is on Monday. Their landscapers come Tuesday every week. There's landscaping there literally 260 days out of the year because 5 days a week it's sitting there Tuesday to the following Monday or Wednesday to the following Monday or even Thursday. It's there for it's almost there all the time. And that's unfortunate. I know that's trickier. I'm not asking to discuss it now, but maybe
it's trickier for us weekend warriors.
Sure. Yeah, no, the weekend thing tends, I mean, I don't know how many, do you guys, is it Monday through Friday, the pickup days for?
Yes.
Yeah.
Trash is
So I was
Monday
gonna
through
say, if
Friday.
you try to push it towards the front of the week, it's good in that respect. And that is the tricky part.
And that's something that we need, I would like to look into that also what the Vice Mayor just said. Moving on to G4, same thing. My only question, it's an item in regards to code enforcement. This is very quick. I know that code enforcement is stretched. They're working hard. In the weekends, we only have one person working. I know we're looking to hire 2 more individuals for the weekends,
2 part-timers.
2 part-timers. I also want to put something out there, and I want to be very careful when I say this, so staff understands, okay? I don't know how to say it anymore. Staff is doing a wonderful job. I say it 15 times. We have sushi out there for everybody. We buy, pizza. We're trying to show our gratitude during these very difficult times, okay? If code enforcement needs help in the downtown to blanket the downtown, to ensure that we just put everybody on notice to be able to enter the data saying the following entity, the following building is not complying as per the development agreement, check. To basically do a one-over review of the downtown, I do not have an issue bringing in a private company for a limited time so we can focus on what we have to focus on for 2 months, 3 months, get that done, and have staff come back in, because I know it's a heavy ask in between the residential and the commercial areas. We do not have the staff right now to address that. And I'm asking, and this commission is asking for a lot. They're spread thin, and they're working as hard as they possibly can. What do you think?
I think that right now, if I ask any more of them, they're going to go
That's what I'm
with their
saying.
resumes out, because the cardboard has been a major, they've issued over 700 citations and warnings since it started in December. But I don't see that it's unreasonable that we look at how we do our work. We're already looking to change so that the code officers walk their zones twice a week in the mornings required, because you see a lot more when you walk. I've walked with them, and there's a lot that you see when you walk. And I don't think it's unreasonable to maybe like once every 6 months or once a year have all the staff work on maybe doing a sweep. I could look at that, and that actually.
Well, we
may
did
work
it.
out.
We did it. We walked.
Yeah.
Hermes, we walked it.
Yeah.
You were there. Several members of staff. But I'm saying is, do we need like an outside
And Mayor,
company to come in and provide a little bit of assistance to work under the employees, just to whatever it is that we need to push this forward?
these 2 part-time officers at 29 hours, I think, are going to help us in the weekends, and I think we can augment that during the week slightly, and I think it's something that the director and I are working on. And but we appreciate what you're saying, and we can look at this again and come back and discuss it with you.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody knows you need resources. I'm here to give resources. I will not stop in regards to beautification. I want to make it very, very clear. You guys get my emails every morning. You guys get my emails on Saturdays. And by the way, I'm driving the city. I'm putting together lists on Saturdays and Sundays and weekdays. And I ask my colleagues to do the same thing. When you see an issue in regards to code enforcement, send it to staff. When residents should do the same thing. We have residents, as you know, that send us emails every single day, and I recommend that my residents do that, because that's the only way we're going to hold ourselves accountable in regards to maintaining our property values and the level and the standards that we so appreciate here in the city. I'm going to continue pushing this forward. We're going to tweak it like we did this morning, say maybe 3 months is too aggressive on the cleaning of sidewalks. Maybe we got to go to 6 months. We need to find answers. Because I think that when we get the ball rolling and we hit a certain standard like we did with cardboard, it's going to get easier. It's going to get much easier. And the difference is significant. It's not only me talking, it's my neighbors talking who didn't even want to comply. They're like, hey, it looks great. It's beautiful now. So thank you for your hard work. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that they can come and speak to the commission. They can speak to the directors. If they have any ideas, please feel free to reach out to us. Okay? Let's take a lunch break. We will be back at 2:30 on the dot. That gives you 35 minutes to have lunch, and then all we have is the city manager items. Ready? All right. Mr. Clerk, and we're back. Let's
Full
move on
house.
to city manager items, I-1.
Mayor, we have our IT director. We've been working with, we have some proposed work on broadband with ARP funds, and we thought we would provide the commission a presentation on what we're planning on doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good
How are you,
afternoon.
sir? Good to see you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
It's also a
Commissioners.
5G initiative.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. So we have a PowerPoint. CTVs, please. Thank you so much. So this is a presentation on the next phases of our smart city infrastructure and broadband infrastructure projects. So those 4 new phases, if you count the phases that have been completed in the past, we would start like in phase 8. But let's talk about this as a new project, as a separate project, because it is ARPA funded. So we're going to consider 4 new phases that will accomplish multiple things. In summary, we are installing and connecting 25 additional fiber optics corridor segments. So each segment is 1 block in many of the cases. And we have also 8 additional smart city poles. And those smart city poles, they provide public Wi-Fi, they provide safety cameras, traffic sensors, smart lighting that allows also for energy efficiency and for control. They also incorporate the new Coral Gables industrial design that is a work in progress. It's a separate presentation that was done to the commission in the past for aesthetics, basically. And we will connect multiple facilities. So those facilities are already connected, but with leased circuits, leased fiber from utilities, and also wireless. And we have wireless point-to-point that we leverage as a backup. Now, city-owned underground fiber has multiple benefits versus those leased circuits. Being underground utility from the city, city-owned, we don't have the issues that during a high wind, during storms and hurricanes, we lose those fiber connections because most of them, they are aerial fiber that goes on utility poles. So being a city-owned dark fiber, we can leverage higher capacity, higher speeds, and also we control best practices and also resilience during hurricanes and storms. So we're going to connect youth center, adult activity center, museum, the mobility hub, the parking garages 2 and 6. So 2 is the museum garage, and 6 is the one that is in Aragon. And Think Studio, which is now also home of the Economic Development Office, and the Pond Circle. So we're going to have 4 phases. I'm going to show phase by phase later, but basically those 4 phases are the financial corridor on Alhambra Circle, the Ponce de Leon and University corridors, like the backbone of this infrastructure to connect to the north and to the south, the mobility corridor on Andalusia, and the arts and culture corridor on Aragon, and a little segment of Merrick Way as well. Funding. So funding is coming from the American Rescue Plan, from ARPA. Some funds that were already allocated for broadband infrastructure in the new budget. It's about $1.8 million. So to be able to do all these things with this budget, we're going to do like half of the work is going to be done by my team, like we did in previous projects. I'm talking about design, engineering, project management, connectivity, configuration of the equipment. Basically, the only thing that we're going to have a solicitation for is for the construction of the fiber and installing the conduits and installing the base of the poles. Because this new technology of poles, they are modular. So once the base is built, basically we can install all those different modules, like I'm going to show later as well. So there's going to be a solicitation that we have already worked with finance and with procurement. Has to be done with ARPA guidelines for federal funding guidelines for the solicitation. And estimated time for the completion. So each one of these phases takes like 9 months approximate, once procurement has been completed. However, there's one of them that is going to take longer because it's bigger. It's the Ponce de Leon corridor. It's going to take like 15 months. Of course, there may be complexities in the construction that we don't foresee now, and they may take a little bit longer in some cases, depending on the undergrounding of utilities that may exist already. So benefits, many benefits today of broadband. So we know that it's an utility together with water and with electricity that pretty much drives a lot of the things that we do today. Work, productivity, education, healthcare, mobility, they all are intertwined and they depend to having that capacity of high-speed communications. And especially during and after the pandemic, we see how broadband has taken maybe like a higher stand as another utility that is necessary. And we talk about enhanced network and communications resilience, for example, during hurricanes, maintaining high-speed communication for first responders and critical communications for the residents. And also high capacity for city services. A lot of the services that we provide today, they have a digital component. And digital services and public connectivity for residents, for businesses, for students, for visitors. We know, for example, that public Wi-Fi is important for the tourists that are coming from other countries and they use the Wi-Fi to avoid roaming costs. The quality of life that is related to broadband, it goes from public safety to mobility. Today, we talk about connected mobility, electrification and automation and connectivity are a big part of mobility today. Mobility as a service, vehicle to everything, vehicle to vehicle. And digital inclusion and telehealth, teleeducation, telework, productivity tools that depend on broadband. Situational awareness, visibility, and urban analytics for first responders, actionable information, for urban planners, for officials. That goes from environmental to traffic, safety, and economic as well. And also fostering economic growth, job creation, economic opportunities, building those incubators and accelerators and P3s and technoparks that we hear about today. They depend also on this infrastructure. So what we have today, so if we count the 7 or 8 phases that have been completed, so we see that we are starting over this baseline, which is very comprehensive. So we have a comprehensive smart city infrastructure that you see here, an infrastructure map. It goes from north to south, from east to west, and it covers the geofence for security already in all the major arteries, major ingress and egress points in the city, already protected with a smart infrastructure. And also the central business district has the highest concentration of this technology. So you see all those districts that we have divided our smart infrastructure in multiple districts, like this is District A, for example, and each district needs to have different kind of connectivity infrastructure. We have 20 segments of fiber corridors that have been completed. They cover Miracle Mile, Giralda Plaza, Salcedo corridor was built recently, Sevilla, 1 block, Andalusia, 1 block, and Alhambra, we are finishing 1 block now. Connected buildings, we connected the police and fire headquarters and the previous building also, City Hall, Development Services Center, which is 427, parking garages 1 and 4, Regions Bank, we have a city node there. All of those sites are already connected with city-owned fiber infrastructure. We have public Wi-Fi networks in downtown, central business districts, public parks, and city facilities. We have wireless point-to-point networks with redundancy. Also, we have used those during emergencies like hurricanes to maintain critical communications. Public safety cameras and sensors, CCTV, ALPR, the geofence, sensors, Internet of Things sensors for traffic, for safety, for environmental, economic sensors that have traffic trends and behavioral analysis of traffic. And also we have smart lighting poles and controllers in downtown area that provide data about energy use, energy efficiencies, and also a smart city AI-powered pole pilot. So the first pilot of this kind in the United States was completed last year. It's a pole that is located in Alhambra and Ponce de Leon. So everything that you see green here in this map and all those pinpoints are this infrastructure that was already completed over the years. Now let's talk about the next phase. So what's coming? In phase 1, we are going to have the financial corridor on Alhambra Circle, 3 additional fiber block segments, because we are finishing one already where the Aiken pole is located, and 1 additional smart city pole. So we already have one. That is, see that little dot in green in the center is the pilot that we started last year. And the dot to the, well, in this case, you see the way, to the left, the blue dot, and that blue square and that blue segment is the new installation of 1 pole in Lejeune and Alhambra. Will provide visibility for public safety, for traffic, which, by the way, we have reviewed these plans and these ideas for prioritization with the city manager, with the economic development director, and with Chief Hudak and Chief De La Rosa as well. They have provided input, you know. On phase 2 is the longest phase, is Ponce de Leon corridor, this backbone that we are building from north to south, and we are going to get to University, and then we're going to build some segments on University as well. It's purple color there. You see that little box, and that's going to provide 10 segments in Ponce de Leon and 4 segments in University, on University. It will connect to existing fiber and will connect to the youth center building, to the Think Studio, the Economic Development Services, Economic Development Office, and to the Ponce Circle. And to the right-of-way that is adjacent to the Plaza building complex, you know, for any public safety need there. And we'll install 5 additional smart city poles in Ponce and Aragon, and Andalusia, and the Ponce Circle, at University with Malaga and with Lejeune as well, are those purple dots that you see there. And phase 3 is Andalusia. So we already have a segment that we built in the past for Garage 1 and 4. Now we are going to finish that mobility corridor that is going to serve as well the mobility hub as well. So there we're going to have, we are going to connect the Adult Activity Center. That's very important, because the Adult Activity Center today connects with leased fiber, and during hurricanes, that can be also like some sort of like a rescue recon area where, you know, public safety needs presence there. This is very important. We are connecting those buildings as well. And also, we're going to have 1 smart city pole in Merrick Park with Andalusia in front of City Hall here, and in front of the Development Services Center. So that's also a strategic addition to the technology. That orange line that you see there, orange dot. Finally, phase 4 is the Arts and Culture Corridor in Aragon. In that phase, in a yellow color that you see there, we are going to build 5 additional fiber block segments, 4 in Aragon and 1 in the Merrick Way. We're going to connect the museum building, parking garage 2, which is the museum garage, parking garage 6, which is the parking garage that is there in Merrick Way and Aragon. And we're going to have 1 additional smart city pole located in the intersection of Merrick Way, Miracle Mile, and Douglas. So high visibility there also for traffic and public safety. So the new generation of smart city poles. So the one that we have there is the one in the picture, which, by the way, because this design is modular, since we started this pilot, we have added new modules, like a new, they call it nano hotspot module that has multiple communication methods. So it can communicate, it provides public Wi-Fi, but also can listen to 5G, to 4G, to any communication, even point-to-point. So I would say one of its kind, the first one that I have seen that has so much technology together and compatibility with multiple wireless protocols. So it's very impressive, this new technology. So because this design very much, it was invented by an aerospace engineer that used to design the spacecraft for the European Space Agency. So it's the same kind of modular design that you see in the space station or in space modules, where you can add, remove, plug and play new modules with new technologies. As technology evolves, we don't need to install a new pole, we don't need to break ground, we don't need to do new construction. So the pole is modular and we can continue evolving. So this.
And we designed it for hurricane loading for the Germans.
The first one in this line that incorporated the structural engineering advice from the city manager, and you see that this design can sustain up to, hurricane winds. We was not the need, they didn't have that need in other places where they were planning to install this technology. Environmental sensors, air quality sensors, weather sensors, multi-variable type of, like more than 20 variables. Traffic counters, multi-mode traffic.
And I believe that is the first pilot program in the United States for that technology. It's here in our city.
Very interesting.
We have a timeline of estimated when each phase is going to roll out.
Yes.
I believe the director had it just before that. It'll be 9 months, 15, 9, and 9.
Okay.
And because there has to be
From today or from when?
as soon as the director is already doing the design, and then of course we'll be doing directional boring, some open cuts and things like this to make sure that all that will be underground.
Okay, so that would be from today?
That would be.
We have to start so we are finishing one
From
segment.
procurement,
In
right?
Alhambra, we have to do procurement. There has to be a solicitation. And then we start, and takes 9 months as soon as we start for phase 1.
So by the end of the year, should be phase 1.
I was going to say,
The phase 1.
6 months before that process goes.
By the end of the year, we'll.
We've had, some of us newbies have just, gotten used to this procurement stuff.
That would be this one, Commissioner. The first one that's shown on blue. That's the first one that we're doing to finish that corridor in Alhambra. And also get to Leyun is very important to have visibility over traffic for safety.
So if someone tries to insult me and says, Commissioner, you're as dense as a pole, your poles are special, so I could take it as a compliment. Just a thought.
They are,
We're going to have the...
These are very smart poles, Commissioner, very smart poles.
And modular and can adapt to the future.
And with the Pininfarina design, we want them to be smart and also beautiful and reflect the aesthetics of Gables. At this time, they don't look bad. Honestly, if you compare them with many other poles that you see out there, this looks...
Some of that technology is incredibly, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible, and technology doesn't have to be ugly.
So the next generation that with the input, from us, from the city manager, and from our team, the next generation of poles is going to have more capacity. The one that we're planning to install here, like in this case, you will see that some of them, they will have now a smart lighting modules that we don't have today in the current pilot. And also other sensors and better cameras, actually, those 12 megapixel cameras that are very, very high definition. So this is like an engineering framework that shows why broadband pretty much supports everything else. So broadband support and high-speed and resilient communications that supports the visibility over the environment and over traffic and over safety, supports the analytics of the data, so making sense of the data with artificial intelligence and machine learning. And it makes sense also for the sake of correlating horizontal integration, like the vision of the city manager, that systems, they communicate with each other. And we have full collaboration and efficiencies. We don't have silos. So that also depends on that capacity. And finally, delivering the services to the constituents. From enterprise systems, they are cloud-based. When you have systems in the cloud now, broadband is very important. That's the way how you get to the applications. You don't have the applications in-house. They reside in those public clouds. So we are serving that ecosystem. It's people-centric, residents, visitors, but also businesses, entrepreneurs, and the organizations in nonprofit, in education, in healthcare, universities. So it's an ecosystem that now also has smart and automated things and advanced devices that join that ecosystem. And we're going to see more of that autonomy happening in the future, like autonomous delivery, autonomous vehicles. So those things in the future will need that kind of connectivity as well, even if they use wireless. So fiber is bound by the speed of light. So it's a physics principle that tells you that fiber is not going anywhere for a long time because it's bringing you the more resilient, on the ground, and faster capacity for years to come. So now a little bit, just to finalize, a little bit of a dreaming exercise. So how does the future look like if we finish building this broadband infrastructure in the city? Eventually, we will be able to connect all the districts. We will be able to connect to US 1 and to the underline and to Metro Rail. We're going to be able to serve other districts to the west throughout US 1. For example, those areas of the city that have multiple businesses along the highway, we're going to be able to provide Wi-Fi, camera, security. We're going to be able to connect Fire Station 2, the passport office directly. And to the north, eventually, if, for example, Miami or the county, they continue building the Flagler corridor in the future, we will be able to meet that corridor in the northern part of Coral Gables. And to the south, if the underline allows us to use part of their fiber, we're going to be able also to connect to the underline and eventually create a resilient triangle in the future. And it can be also an innovation and research triangle similar to what you see in North Carolina and in California. So that's a little bit of a dreaming exercise because it depends on many factors that we don't control. However, the goal is to finish those corridors in Coral Gables, get to the south, get to the north, connect all those districts, and provide value to our residents this way.
And I believe we'll be the first to do our corridor, which will be this potential corridor between the county, Miami, and Coral Gables. And once we get the that north-south westerly corridor in, then hopefully we hope this will stimulate that research triangle effect that you have in North Carolina and various other areas.
Very impressive, as always. You're at the leading edge and really pushing the city forward, so I commend you and your team for all your hard work. So you think that we can have this implemented within the next 2 years?
Well, if you add all the phases, it's 3.5 years. Of course, we can accelerate always. So,
As we start going, we will try to accelerate as much as possible, and hopefully our partners in the county and Miami will come with us once they see what we're doing, because we're really initiating this triangle, this technology corridor, this communication corridor.
I have one question. So you've been hearing lately from some concerned residents and other businesses about the potential effects of 5G. Is there any truth to that, or is that just?
There have been a lot of research by the Institute of Electrical Engineers that I have done my own research, and with the city manager too, we have searched. So there's a lot of opinions that have to do in some cases with the health effects of those frequencies. On the other side, there has been a discussion also on the effect of interference of those frequencies in the spectrum with the aviation and other things. So there are controls by the FAA and by the FCC, the Federal Communication, and also the Federal Aviation Agencies, to mitigate those effects, because those are pretty much federal policies. And institutes like the IEEE, that I'm a senior member of, we provide advice on the engineering side. But at the end, the federal agencies, they have a lot of discretion on what frequencies they permit. So recently, I have seen, for example, that every time we have to do a work in our city tower, we have to provide letters of, there are some forms now that include the FAA and the FCC. So they look at those frequencies. Because there have been a lot of cases where they feel that those frequencies can interfere with certain equipment in aviation. How much of that has been proven? So that's something that the FAA and the FCC, they have published a lot of research. They say it is safe. They say that that doesn't pose a big risk. But as usual with anything like this, there's a lot of public discourse, and the agency have to continue to update the public always with their findings. So, and we follow closely anything that is published on this area. So far, the opinion of the FCC and the FAA is that those frequencies, they are safe both to population and to the equipment.
Well, just a couple of follow-up questions. My understanding is that around the airports in Europe, they would point the signal down as opposed to having it pointed up. I think we're far enough away from the airport, it's not an issue, but I'm not the expert, so.
This is why we had to do that process with the FAA and the FCC. They look at that. They look at the proximity of the tower to the airport and also the frequencies that are going to be added.
Perfect. Any other questions? Great work. Great presentation as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Armando.
Moving on to I-2.
This This is the a report on the exemption for amplified outdoor live music or live. We have not had Alet Surami, our Development Services Director, deal with this. We have not had an application yet, but please, Director, continue.
We haven't had an application, but we do have an interested party. Ramon is working with him to get the application process done. It's the first time we do this, so we're still working things out, but it looks like it's going to be a zoning permit. It's going to be good for 1 year, and it'll be the minimum permit fee, which is $114. So, and we have gotten no complaints, by the way, about any music out there, so.
Good. All right. That's good news. Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. I3.
Mayor, Commissioners, this is a presentation on social media and some of the improvements we've had in the past year and a half. And with that, I'll have Division Director Martha Pantine present.
Hello, good afternoon. I just wanted to share with you, if you could put the PowerPoint up, please, our social media and e-news report. And in the past 18 months, when I came in, we decided to look at how we were reaching out to our people. It's not only to reach out to the residents, but it's also to promote our city as a place to live, work, and play. We have currently, if you add up all the accounts, we have 99,400, and that is an increase of almost 50% from 66,300. So that's and each platform, you have to think it's different. Each one has a different aesthetic, and you have to treat it as such. You can't, what goes in Twitter doesn't necessarily fit in LinkedIn. Constant Contact, which is the platform we use for e-news, is actually seen our largest growth. And that's really important because as social media platforms become congested with a lot of sponsored or advertising, you need to be able to reach out to people directly. And we are able to do so, and we're reaching out to 20,000 people. And it's important to note that 18 months ago, we would send out e-news every other week, and we actually went to every week, and we send it out by 12 noon so that people can expect it. And because we also know that people open their emails during business hours and are less likely to open it outside of business hours. And at one point, I think it was being sent out like at 5:30 and things of that nature. So what are the demographics? Because it's important, who are we reaching out to? So if you're looking at Facebook, the majority are women at the age from 25 to 54, and that's the bulk of our followers. The same holds true for Instagram. So again, women make up the bulk of our folks. LinkedIn does not provide you the numbers by sex or by age, but you can see the demographics. But what we actually see is by following by job title, and sales is the most important. And then we just saw Raimundo's presentation, and working together with economic development, they're working together to attract new businesses. And that's why our role in LinkedIn is to show why Coral Gables is the place to be. The Twitter demographics don't pertain to our channel specifically, because this is just how you get them from Twitter. This is just all followers for Twitter, but this is one where men actually outnumber women. And this one is one that we have challenges with because we're not a personality, and we're also don't have much breaking news. So people here just want quick, very informational news. So what will work well here is, when a hurricane is coming or something, this would be the best place to put our information. Here you can see our reach, which means are the unique views, and impressions, which is total views. That means that people sometimes come back and see what we're showing again. But so as you see, and this is for the month of December, it's over 28,000.
Wait, hold on. Were those real statistics of those two videos?
These
You're
are-
saying my video for Break the Box was the second most viewed video in December?
It was the second most, we had 4 videos. You were the second most viewed video in December.
Second only to Santa Claus, is that correct?
Santa Claus.
You know the problem. You know the problem. Listen, I have to say this because I mean we have to speak the truth here, right? You know, George watches his video over on loop, over and over and over. That's how he gets those numbers. He'll be number one.
Well, you know, the thing is, in December, we see how even a long video, that long videos usually don't work, but the Santa around town, I mean, he's just the most popular man of the season, so his works very well.
If we could dress you up like Santa Claus and do Break the Box
I
video
volunteer.
together, yeah.
That'd be a double whammy.
And we are boosting posts. 18 months ago, we did not boost. That means we advertise in Facebook, for example, and we think that this is important because this is the way of the future. We're just not doing print like we used to do before. And we see how the strategy does work. By boosting posts, we saw, in addition to his great personality, how Commissioner's force was up there.
Do you track those statistics? Are they tracked at all by like zip code or?
We're
are
not
you able to tell?
We're not able to track by zip code, but we do this report monthly to see what's working and what's not.
I'm sure we can find a particular sector where your video may have led Commissioner Maynard, if that's what you're getting
No,
at.
I was just curious for like, important messages we're trying to get to our residents. Like, do you have any way of knowing, like, what percentage of people you're reaching are residents or just,
Not precisely. I'm sure that there are, as time goes on, that there will be more tools. I'm happy to investigate
Okay, no, I was
whether
just
there are any tools. And then I get a lot of questions of why don't we do videos that are 7 minutes long? Well, right here, you see the reason why we don't do videos that are 7 minutes long is because people don't watch them. And they just simply don't work. And when I started here, all our videos were 7 minutes long and or longer. And, people would say, oh, 10,000 people watch them. Well, yeah, but they watch them for 3 seconds. So it's actually a totally inefficient thing. I do think that we are always trying to experiment and find new ways of reaching out. Recently, we had an Instagram, and it was Amario from our team put something together that was about the artwork and was for Instagram, and it did very, very well. And it was just like a slideshow. So, okay.
We're working on a TikTok dance video collectively, so you're saying limit the time.
Right, we're not in TikTok because it kind of like doesn't go with our image, but we're happy to, try.
I'll do 30 seconds, you do 30 seconds, put it
Too long
together.
already.
City Attorney,
You're out.
do we
That's
have
it.
to publicly notice our rehearsals and such, or can we just go ahead and do the choreography?
We'll sing.
And then keeping viewers informed through video content is, as I said, it's constantly going through a trial and error to see what works. And actually, we have this idea. I know that Commissioners Force and Mayor Lago recently attended our Communications Committee meeting, and this is an idea that we got from them. So we're going to be split testing our videos. And that means that we have the same video, but with 2 different starts, and we will test that with Facebook, and then we will see which version works the best to be able to put that out. So that's like a paid process that we do, but we constantly fine tune and refine to make sure that we are reaching out. Longer videos, I know, I'm asked that, there's possible, but it depends, as I said, what the content happens. And the top video I post, again, here we see Santa and the commissioner.
Whoa,
And
you have a future career.
and here's more top videos. As you know, as we see in December, you know, Santa is very popular. Again, in Instagram, this is, you know, our largest platform. We just reached 50,000, more than 50,000 followers. You know, I have to give thanks to Economic Development, who actually was the one that started this, and, you know, it has folded now to communications, because it's important that we reach out with one voice. But we can see, you know, the stories published, the likes, the comments. Likes and comments are very important, because that means that people are engaging with your content. And in Instagram, the most viewed video, again, was Santa and, you know, the lighting of the Christmas tree. We had 26 tweets in December, and you can see the different profile visits. And the top tweets have to do with just like things that are more like direct news. As I said, e-news, we went to weekly in October of 2020, and we have something that's really, really important, and it is actually the open rate. As you see, our open rate is about 35%, which actually the industry average is between 21 and 24%. So being at 35% is just really, really significant. In LinkedIn, that's another one that we took from, that Economic Development actually had started, and we have seen, and we are now using, for example, because this is very geared towards the professional crowd. So, for example, when we have, you know, the police officer of the year, or today we had the firefighter of the year, we will be putting that type of information, as we will do now. You know, the pictures that we take here at Commission, before they were just went to, I don't know, there was nothing done with them. Now we're using that to be able to populate, because as I said, each platform has a different aesthetic, and we need to remind that. One of the things I think that has made our e-news analytics important is we have very short stories. You might see, so that when you look at it, you could actually like read it in just a couple of minutes, and that is what people are looking for. In LinkedIn, our most engaging post was about decorations, and the other one was about a coffee shop that recently opened over by Merrick Park. And this is the picture we did, and we did a contest to promote, reaching to 50,000. It shows the team. This is a team effort. We in communications are like your agency, and if other departments don't provide us the information, we don't really have content. We don't create our own content. It is the great work that people throughout the city do that makes us successful. And it's just not about increasing followers. It's about connecting with our residents and visitors, and that's our goal every day. And we're always looking to improve what we do. Thank you.
Martha, thank you so much. Thank you. By the way, I mean, it's simple. The proof is in the numbers. You can't deny your team's effort, and your leadership in your short time here has really made a big difference. So, like we always tell you, we're grateful to have you here, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great presentation.
So we have to.
Moving on to I-4.
I-4, this deals with, this will be presented by Director Perez, Julian. And this has to do with our community rating system and our FEMA efforts in an effort to increase our point total. I think that we do a fantastic job technically, but we also have to grab that low-hanging fruit, and this is what we're trying to do here.
Julian Perez, Economic Development. And this is an annual report that we put out every year to give you an update on the projects that we have going on as a result of the local mitigation strategy. It is also connected to Activity 5 10 of the CRS, and it's part of the reporting the information that we need to provide to ISO every year. And so again, this is just the regular update. We're required to present this to you. There's not a need for a vote. It's just a presentation item. And then we go ahead and then we put it out to the general public. If there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to walk you through this process.
Let's see the presentation.
No, no presentation.
Oh,
It's
no?
only a report.
Okay, great.
It's just
great,
a
great.
report.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Well, I mean, does anybody have do we need a motion?
No, it's just a report.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Julian, as always. I appreciate it. I-5.
Of the City Commission authorizing the acceptance and execution of a grant funds in the amount of $400,000 allocated to the Core Gables Police Department from the 2021 BGA fiscal year 21 body-worn camera policy and implementation program to support law enforcement agencies, and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2020, 2022, 2021-22 annual budget to recognize that $400,000 in grant funds.
Hello, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Commissioners and City Attorney and City Manager. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer those for you.
Team, any questions? Any issues?
No, just one observation that I found interesting is that we think that 400,000 pretty much gets us, it's everything we need for this program, right? Almost?
Yes.
I thought it was much more expensive. It would be much more expensive.
Well, the overall body-worn camera, that's one of the challenges, is that it's a costly program, but I think it also outweighs the value that it brings to any community that implements it, because it's an amazing officer safety tool, because you're going to improve compliance with certain individuals that may want to violate the law. It is also one that improves, it's an audio and video recording between all the members of our community. So if you do unfortunately have an officer that does something inappropriate, it has something that supports a community member's complaint if there is one. But we know throughout the country, when body-worn cameras first were implemented, that there's been a reduction of use of force, because when certain individuals, again, see that the officer is wearing a body-worn camera, that there is going to be more compliance, that citizens also gain more trust with members of the community because of the fact that it improves our legitimacy. A lot of members of our community don't recognize or realize what officers are doing in the field every single day. So it assists in that. So this particular grant helps us offset the overall cost of a body-worn camera program. It is for $400,000, as you know, but it is a matching grant that will assist us in moving forward as we prepare to go forward to implement it.
Chief Hudak was and staff were very diligent in looking at different options to go. Actually, at a level I thought was actually cheaper than what we expected. However, we have to understand that this is going to require a lot of work, a lot of internal work, because if you have an altercation, there's 5 police officers, there may be hours of video that has to be provided. But I do think that other agencies have gone to this, and due to the I think diligence of our chief and our police department, we were able to get, I think, what we believe is a good cost on this item.
Absolutely, and I believe Christia was going to add something to the fact of how the $400,000 offsets the additional cost that will be coming.
Good afternoon, Christia McGraw from the Police Department. The $400,000 was based on a formula that the grant required, which was a maximum of $1,250 per unit, which means per camera. So based on the 3 years and the projected cost of the program, that's what we were allowed to ask for as our maximum.
Just a quick question.
Sure, sure.
Listen, I'm in favor of the cameras. Obviously, it's an issue across the board of accountability, and I think if it brings more trust, we support the police wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
And we're blessed to have an exceptional police force that is always looking to resolve the issue before engaging in any type of activity, physical, or God forbid, having to draw their weapon.
Right.
My question is, I've never had the technology like worn, but it seems kind of bulky. And the officers are already wearing significant amount of, from a gun to a belt to handcuffs to, a baton. Yes, is the technology becoming more and more streamlined?
Yes,
The last thing you
absolutely.
want is to have an officer having to wear all this, I know, again, obviously the data is what's important and, you know, obviously the statement that you're sending by being accountable, but you want something that's streamlined, that's light, that doesn't get in the way of a police officer having to do their duty.
Absolutely. If you look at the research, body-worn cameras came in effect back in 2013 when they took off and became very popular across the country with a lot of departments. At that time, they were kind of bulky, but the technology has increased dramatically. You can even, for some agencies, they actually have them on glasses. You can apply it there. The average ones are attached to the chest. But they're very light. Some of the ones that we've seen that are out there right now are very light, easy to use, not challenging, and it doesn't impact the officers doing their line of work and their duties and responsibilities. So it's dramatically improved.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great work, by the way. Thank you, both of you. Thank you, Chief. Moving on to I-6.
I-6 is a resolution of City Commission of
we have a
reappointing Mitch.
Oh, we did that already?
Didn't
I'm
we have
sorry,
to
they didn't
vote
vote on
on it?
I-5.
A resolution for I-5, yes.
I'll move it.
Second.
Yes.
Yes.
Absent. Yes.
Yes. Moving on to I-6.
A resolution of City Commission reappointing Mitch Alvarez as a special master presiding over quasi-judicial public hearings for the Board of Architects process.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Yes.
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 Yes. Moving on to I-7.
Resolution of City Commission approving entering into an agreement with Art Conservators Lab to complete public art restoration of approximately 15 artworks and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 21-22 amended budget to recognize a revenue transfer from the Art and Public Places Reserve.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. This is just a follow-up to the restoration assessment matrix that we did earlier in the year, and we're ready to move forward with actual restoration of artworks.
May I have a motion? Any questions? Any discussion?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Forrest,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mena,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, and before we end, I'd like to, Director Cabrera, to introduce our new member of our team as the Assistant Director for the Building Department. And our Public Works Director to introduce a new member of the Public Works team, our Deputy Public Works Director.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to introduce Doug Ramirez. He comes to us from what used to be PBS&J, is now Atkins. He worked there for 17 years. He's an engineer, graduated with a master's degree in engineering in 2005, got his PE license in 2010. We met at PBS&J when I left. He took over there, and he did a great job. He was responsible for their biggest corporate client, which has been their client for like 20 years, probably 16 of which Doug was involved with. So I'm happy to have him here.
Oh, well, welcome to the city. As I told you this morning when we met, it's a great place to work. It's a great atmosphere, and we're blessed to have you here with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add, I appreciate the opportunity, but I was also born in the city of Coral Gables at Doctors Hospital, and I take a lot of pride in that and that I'm here today.
Very nice. Very nice. Welcome home.
All right, so I am also happy to announce Jose Olivo is my Deputy Director for Public Works. Mr. Olivo has decades of experience over very engineering experience, including both private and public. Most recently, he was working on the private sector, but before that, he comes to us through the city of Doral. So, I'm happy to have him on our team and happy to make the introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Director, and good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, again, we extend our warm welcome, and we're blessed to have you. It's a great community to work for. You're going to enjoy it. It's a good group of people. You have a great director and a great city manager and a great team around you. So thank you for being here. Welcome home. Thank you. Thank you, Hermes. I appreciate it. Is there anything else on the agenda for today that we need to discuss? Commissioner Anderson, would you like to, anybody else have any comments?
No, I already made all my comments earlier today.
I have nothing extra.
All right, well, I have three things really quick. Number one, as many of you may know, our city attorney's mother passed away, and I want to make sure that we send her our condolences, and you were in our prayers. I know you suffered some tough moments over the last few months with your mother, but we're blessed to have you back, so thank you. Second, I want to tell the community that this commission will be going to Tallahassee February 7th through the 9th for a third trip to Tallahassee in our efforts to hopefully bring home some of our own bacon that we send to Tallahassee, bring it back to the city of Coral Gables as a result of a litany of projects that we're undertaking, and hopefully we can get state funding for. So we'll be making a third trip to Tallahassee in the first week of February. And the third thing, after a long day of discussions, some contentious, some not, I always want to remind myself, and if you can learn from this moment, that there's always a silver lining, that there's always a lot of beauty and there's a lot of good by being involved in the city of Coral Gables. And sometimes I realize that as I drive through the city, and I just remark at the beauty and of the privilege it is to serve as the mayor, and as commissioners, as city manager, city attorney, city clerk, director, employee, resident, business owner. But it really hit home yesterday when I was sitting at a dinner table with a client last night, and I had a resident send me the following photo that I want to show you. This is Miracle Mile. This is our great fire department. I don't know the story behind the photo, but obviously you have two elderly individuals who were probably waiting for transportation of some sort. And these two gentlemen, or three gentlemen, I think there's three of them, stood there to ensure that not only were they safe, but that they boarded the transportation and that they were not cold, as we had one of those rare winter moments here in the city of Coral Gables or in South Florida. So I wanted to share this picture with you because you never know when there's an opportunity to help somebody. And you never know when there's an opportunity to be grateful for everything that we have. So thank you, God bless, and have a wonderful day.